Welcome back, everybody. Now for my 100th video, I'm going to give you 100 reasons you should stop eating meat. Number 1, when you eat meat, you receive minimal energy compared to plant-based foods. Number 2, slow digestion time. It taxes the digestive system. Meat can stay in your system anywhere from 8 to 24 hours. Number 3, causes a high energy burden on the body to process the meat. Number 4, meat has acid-forming properties that disrupt the body's pH balance. Number 5, when you eat meat, it increases the risk of chronic disease like heart disease and diabetes. Number 6, meat has a high cholesterol content that contributes to clogged arteries. Number 7, meat has been linked to higher rates of cancer. Number 8, meat contains no dietary fiber, leading to poor digestion, and it's also dehydrating. Number 9, saturated fats in meat promote inflammation. Number 10, eating meat increases the risk of high blood pressure and hypertension. Number 11, meat has been linked to obesity due to caloric density and fat content. Number 14, contains heterocyclic amines and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and carcinogens formed during the cooking process. Number 15, meat can contain harmful bacteria like E. coli and salmonella. Number 16, reduces kidney efficiency due to a high protein load. Number 17, meat may contribute to arthritis and joint inflammation. Number 18, meat can cause gout due to high purine levels. Number 19, excessive meat consumption increases the risk of fatty liver disease. Number 20, toxins in meat are stored in fat, which humans then consume. Number 21, meat production is a leading cause of deforestation. 22, livestock farming contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. Number 23, requires excessive amounts of water, far more than plant-based foods. Number 24, meat production produces large amounts of methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Number 25, it pollutes waterways with runoff containing manure and chemicals. Number 26, it leads to soil degradation and loss of arable land. Number 27, meat production contributes to habitat destruction, endangering wildlife. Number 28, high carbon footprint compared to plant-based foods. Number 29, meat production promotes monoculture crops for livestock feed, reducing biodiversity. Number 30, it increases ocean dead zones due to agricultural runoff. Number 31, meat production causes immense suffering to billions of animals annually. Number 32, animals are often kept in humane condition in factory farms. Number 33, meat production encourages practices like debeaking, tail docking, and castration without anesthesia. Number 34, animals are breeded to live in unnatural and unhealthy conditions. Number 35, these animals experience stress and fear during transportation and slaughter. Number 36, meat production supports industries that disregard animal welfare. Number 37, sentient beings are reduced to commodities for profit. Number 38, slaughtering animals desensitizes humans to violence. Number 39, meat production encourages the breeding of animals for unnatural body shapes and sizes. Number 40, wildlife is often culled to protect livestock. Number 41, plant-based diets provide cleaner energy sources. Number 42, fruits and vegetables are rich in antioxidants, unlike meat. Number 43, fruits and vegetables are easier to digest, freeing up the body energy for healing and activity. Number 44, plant foods are rich in dietary fiber, improving gut health, whereas meat is the opposite. 45, plant-based protein sources are healthier and less inflammatory than meat. Number 46. When you give up meat, you lower the risk of nutritional deficiencies when eating varied plant-based foods. Number 47. Meat lacks many essential phytonutrients found in plants. Number 48. Plant foods provide cleaner sources of omega-3s. 49. Meat consumption can interfere with absorption of nutrients like calcium. Number 50. Whole plant-based foods improve cardiovascular health. Number 51. Plant-based diets are generally more affordable. Number 52. By going with the plant-based diet and eliminating meat, you're reducing healthcare costs associated with meat-related diseases. Number 53. You'll be saving money on water and energy bills by requiring fewer resources. Number 54. Plant-based staples like fruits and vegetables are way more cost-effective. Number 55. By eliminating meat from your diet, you'll be encouraging support for sustainable farming industries. Number 56. You'll also be reducing the reliance on heavily subsidized meat industries. Number 57. You'll be lowering your personal grocery expenses over time. Number 58. Less waste will be generated compared to meat packaging and disposal. Number 59. You'll be reducing dependency on global supply chains for animal feed. Number 60. You'll also be supporting local agriculture and seasonal produce. Number 61. By giving up meat, you'll be promoting sustainable farming practices. Number 62. Plant-based diets are far more efficient in feeding more people. Number 63. By giving up meat, you'll be reducing the need for antibiotics in food production. Number 64. You'll also be reducing soil erosion and promoting land restoration. Number 65. By giving up meat, you're encouraging regenerative agricultural practices. Number 66. By giving up meat, you'll be reducing the demand for genetically modified feed crops. Number 67. By giving up meat, you're going to lower the energy footprint associated with refrigerated meat transport. Number 68. It also protects against the loss of pollinators caused by industrial agriculture. Number 69. By giving up meat, you'll reduce the global demand for fossil fuels in meat production. Number 70. You'll help preserve freshwater resources. Number 71. By giving up meat, you're promoting mindful eating and conscious living. Number 72. You're also going to reduce cultural reliance on overconsumption of animal products. Number 73. You'll be encouraging exploration of diverse cuisines and plant-based traditions. Number 74. You'll address food justice issues by lowering the resource intensity of diets. Number 75. You'll also be fostering community health by reducing collective disease burdens. Number 76. By giving up meat, it challenges harmful industries that exploit workers in factory farming. Number 77. By giving up meat, it improves global food equity by reducing grain use for livestock. Number 78. By giving up meat, it aligns with the compassionate living values that we all should share. Number 79. You'll be reducing the stigma around a plant-based lifestyle, things like the vegan agenda and whatnot. Number 80. It creates the demand for innovative plant-based products. Number 81. Eating less meat aligns with the sense of compassion for all life. Number 82. It reduces the karmic debt by avoiding harm to sentient beings. Number 83. It encourages gratitude for the abundance of plant-based foods. Number 84. By giving up meat, you're supporting emotional healing by fostering kindness and mindfulness. Number 85. By giving up meat, you're promoting clarity and peace by reducing toxic input. Number 86. It aligns with spiritual teachings of nonviolence in many traditions. Number 87. It encourages balance and alignment in the body and mind. Number 88. It reduces energetic burden associated with consuming suffering. Number 89. It deepens the connection to the earth and its natural cycles. Number 90, it fosters a sense of purpose in creating a better world. Number 91, look, you get easier meal prep with plant-based ingredients, specifically fruits and vegetables. Number 92, you reduce the risk of foodborne illnesses with contaminated meat and everything that comes along with meat. Number 93, talking longer shelf life for plant-based staples and fresher foods. Number 94, you avoid the unpleasant smells associated with meat. Number 95, easier cleanup without greasy meat residue. Number 96, provides a more vibrant, colorful meal. Like they say, you need to eat the rainbow. Number 97, it reduces waste in landfills by avoiding meat packaging. Number 98, it simplifies ethical choices in daily life. Number 99, it frees up resources to support sustainable innovations. Number 100, makes a profound positive impact on personal health and, most importantly, humanity. Those are the 100 reasons you should give up meat. Welcome back, everybody. I am the Eat Coach, R.L. Melpica, natural health and diet specialist. And today I want to share a couple secrets on how to transition from a majority cooked food diet to a majority raw food diet. First and foremost, though, if you are a first timer coming to this channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right hand corner and give me a thumbs up if you like what I'm talking about. If you follow me on my journey, you know my transition and kind of where I am on my journey towards trying to get to optimal health and my difficulties in the process. So I wanted to make this video to kind of help those of you out there who might be struggling or don't even know where to start. And what I tell people when I coach people one-on-one or even in a group setting is to, number one, take baby steps, right? Take baby steps. Like this isn't a fad. This isn't some type of diet that you're doing. This is a lifestyle change. So give yourself grace and take your time. I always tell people to start with one meal a day. Replace one of your meals a day with raw fruits or leafy greens and salad, right? One meal a day. Start there and then work your way up. Notice how your body feels and all those different things. But sometimes that's not even enough, right? You need a little bit more help. What am I going to eat? What am I going to make? Things like that. Well, I actually have a couple books, actually a few books here that I wanted to share with you guys that I think are great when it comes to the transition from a cooked food diet to a raw food diet. And the first one is The Natural Human Diet Quick Start Guide. This is by Lauren Whitman and Mariah Mazza and Nat Ferris. Now, Lauren Whitman is one of my mentors. She's amazing. You know, she kind of follows the natural hygiene line from the Herbert Sheltons and the TC Fries. And, you know, has just taught me so much. I've had her on my podcast a few times. I'm in her group on Facebook. And this quick start guide is just perfect. It gives you a breakdown of, number one, like why we need to be eating foods from nature, raw foods, kind of the benefits there. But also gives you these different raw recipes on foods that can help you make that transition. Because like from a neurological standpoint, we're so used to a certain type of food or a certain type of meal. You know, it takes time to transition into a completely different way of looking at food. This book is just amazing at helping you get from step A to step B. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's everything in here from zucchini chips to tomato vegetable soup, raw vegan ravioli, all kinds of fajitas, just a bunch of different things. Hummus, green pea dip, stuffed mini sweet peppers, just an awesome guide for you to start that transition. Another book, which I absolutely love, is Rejuvenate Raw with Kim by Kim Whitaker. Awesome pictures in here, great recipes, just amazing stuff if you're looking to make that transition. I've got some, like one of my famous juices I got out of this one, as well as a great, a great veggie burger, a raw veggie burger in here. There's all kinds of stuff in here, from fruits to, from smoothies to juices to big meals, to snacks, to appetizers. You know, just great for the transition. Some great information in here as well. So check this one out, Rejuvenate Raw with Kim. And then the last one is the Frugivore Diet. Now, everything in here, just to be honest and give a disclaimer, everything in here is not a raw food, but it is great for transitioning. Because look, like I said, it's a process, the baby steps in the process, but if you're coming from a raw food, a traditional standard American diet, and you're looking to get more on the health side and eventually get to possibly, you know, either 50% or a majority raw foodist, this book is a great transition. It's by Rhea Steele as well. 100% whole plant recipes. So those are just some tools to get you going. But like I said, look, start small, start with one meal a day, give yourself grace. It's okay if you mess up or you go backwards. It's not about the label of it. It's not about jumping on a YouTube and saying, oh, I'm doing this, and this, or sharing on social media, this, and this. It's not about that. It's about the body awareness, and it's about the focus, you know, at the end of the day. So if you take a step back, it's okay. Just take a step forward. Your body is going to respond at the end of the day. So once you start feeding your body the right things, your body is going to respond, right? Unfortunately, with the standard American diet, we just continue to dig ourselves into these holes. But as long as you're trying to get out of that hole, you know, you're always going to be on the betterment, on the better side of health. So hopefully you're going to make those changes. These are great resources to start with. If you have any more questions or any more issues or feedback or anything, drop me a comment. I'll respond, or I'll respond, you know, in the comments, or possibly do a video on it, because I love to be interactive with each and every one of you. So look, just sending you guys all love. I love sharing my light. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you give me a thumbs up. Peace, love, and light, everybody. I'm out of here. Welcome back to my channel, everybody. I'm RL Melpica, the Eat Coach, natural health and diet specialist. If you guys have been watching my channel before, you've known that I am on my Fruitarian journey. So I wanted to give everybody an update. But first and foremost, if it's your first time coming to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And if you like what I'm talking about, give me the thumbs up. I talk everything about natural health and diet on this channel. For anybody who's watched my videos in the past, know that I've been on this journey to becoming 100% raw fruitarian. And you know, I've been at about 80 to 85% raw. Right now, I'm up to about 90% raw. And it's just been an incredible journey. I just want to share some of the stuff with you guys. So like 6 years ago, I became a vegetarian to kind of get on this journey. And I was an unhealthy vegetarian. And I got into it with a lot of different ailments, from like eczema. I had skin issues, irritable bowel syndrome, always had stomach issues. My weight was gaining, was increasing significantly. Allergies, really bad allergies, as well as the periodic headaches. Just a plethora of different health issues that if you kind of go the allopathic route, they'll kind of point you to the road to some pills and to some medicine. But I chose a different route. And once I understood that just going vegetarian wasn't going to do it, and I needed to and learn more about becoming a raw foodist and learning more about natural hygiene and the natural diet, I realized that I had to implement that more to truly cure some of these ailments I was dealing with. And look, for about 95%, I can't even say 95%, because when I stick to the raw fruitarian diet, none of these ailments occur, including the eczema is pretty much completely gone. The only time I do have any type of bowel issues is when I don't eat what I'm supposed to. If I do, you know, that 10% time where I do actually eat cooked food is when I will have a bowel issue. And it's the only time. And that's the beauty of doing this and getting on this path, is that your body speaks to you. You have that body awareness, because it's very clear cut and simple. When you eat right, good things happen. When you don't, your body's going to speak to you, because it's letting you know, hey, you're doing all this great stuff, we're not tolerating this bad shit anymore. We're not going to do it. So that's what I've learned along the way. Weight loss, I've lost somewhere around 20 pounds and stabilized. I do want to lose probably about 5 to 7 more pounds to kind of get to a goal I'm looking for, but I'm in the process of that, and I've implemented a lot of different exercise into the equation as well. And allergies have completely been eradicated. Like I used to have severe itchy eyes, runny nose, just all kinds of different allergic reactions to things. No more, because people think that allergies are mainly due to what's going on in your environment. But what's truly happening is it's a sign to yourself that your body's extremely toxic. So it doesn't have any tolerance left to deal with some of the things that are happening in the environment. So it gives an immediate reaction of trying to expel that particular, whether it be pollen or whatever the case may be. So understand that it starts internally first when it comes to allergies. And I learned that by getting on this raw fruit kick, this fruitarian diet, to get rid of the allergies and the headaches. I used to deal with severe headaches. I was a fiend for ibuprofen. I'd have ibuprofen at least 2 to 3 times a week. I haven't had any type of ibuprofen in over a year. And I haven't, the only time I've ever had a headache is if I eat some type of cooked gluten food or something like that might spark something, or if I've been on the computer for way too long and my eyes just get extremely fatigued. The only times that I ever get a headache. But as far as the continuous headaches that I was having, no more. And the reason you get those headaches is because, look, we're talking about your neurological system, your nerve system, and it's giving you a signal letting you know that there's some imbalance within the body constantly. So like going on this raw food kick and understanding the foods that I'm supposed to eat has completely helped with the headaches as well. So those are all the different ailments, and just the body awareness has been amazing. So kind of letting you guys know where I am now. In addition, I'm just diving deeper into the research, finishing up my schooling with Dr. Morse, about to get into schooling with Dr. Douglas Graham, his 80-10-10, and continuing my coaching, helping, teaching people, just everything that I've learned throughout this process, everything I've applied throughout this process, and my philosophies on health. So look, I just want to give you guys an update, let you know where I'm at. If you guys enjoy what I'm doing, I also do my Eat and Live Naturally live sessions once a week. So check those out. They're on the channel now. And if you want to learn more about just different aspects of natural health and diet, and in my videos prior as well. And I look forward to all of us getting healthy and getting on that path to optimal health. This is all about sharing love. This is all about sharing light. And if you have any ailments, anything going on, or any questions or any feedback, drop a comment, let me know, and I'll address it. I'll respond, and we'll go from there. But otherwise, you guys enjoy your day. Peace, love, and light, everybody. I'm out of here.
Welcome back to my channel, everybody. I am RL Malpica, the Eat Coach, natural health and diet specialist. And today we're going to talk about raw versus cooked food, the ultimate food fight, right? Hey, look, first and foremost, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner so you can get notifications for any time I drop a new video. I got a lot of things coming out, including a brand new podcast that should be dropping fairly soon. So be on the lookout for that. And also, if you're into natural health and you're into transition into a more healthy lifestyle, like this is the place for you to be. But let's get to the topic at hand. Raw versus cooked food, the ultimate food fight, right? The showdown. And there's been so much data on both sides. It's almost hard to come to a conclusion on which is better for you. But I always say, keep everything simple. If you keep everything simple in life, you will understand everything the way it's supposed to be. Now, these are my philosophies. These are my thoughts, but hopefully some of this resonates with you. Because at the end of the day, if you keep it simple, you look to one thing, and that is nature. Nature will give you the answer to the question of raw versus cooked food. Starting with, we are the only species on this planet that cooks their food. The only one. Every other species on this planet eats raw, whole foods, except for who? The humans. Why? Because we try to outthink the creator. We try to outsmart the creator or the creators or whatever you believe in, right? We are that entitled or that arrogant of a species to do that. Now, we are what I would consider at a higher consciousness level, allowing us more conscious choices than other species, because other species, when you look at the animal kingdom, they pretty much make decisions based off of instinct and based off of what they are kind of attracted to, per se. Unfortunately for us, we have this thing called conditioning that has been happening for years upon years upon years that has confused us to think that we need to cook our food, that it's actually better to cook our food. There's actual documentation and sources and studies that will try to tell you that eating cooked food is better for you, is better digestion, this, that, and the other. And that, in my opinion, is to compensate for a standard American diet that is, for the most part, unhealthy for you. Because when you look at it, when you break everything down, if you look at raw food in its totality, it provides you, when I'm talking raw fruits, raw leafy greens, raw veggies, raw nuts, raw seeds, they provide you with everything you need for your body to thrive. Every macro, every micro, every vitamin, every mineral, right? The entire kingdom gives you everything that you need. The reason that micronutrients and macros to some extent are so sensationalized right now is because of a diet, a standard diet that's pushed through society that is lacking. It is lacking so much that they have to push the micros and the macros and the vitamins and this, that, and the other to compensate for a diet that is lacking in true nutrition. When you eat the natural diet, when your majority of your diet is raw whole foods, then you don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about vitamins. Or supplements and things of that nature, because it's all in the food that you're eating. That's where, in my opinion, this bout or feud or battle per se is a very one-sided battle. This is like, let's see here. This is like Jake Paul fighting Canelo Alvarez, right? Jake Paul's cool. I love what he's doing, but we're talking about an amateur, someone who hasn't paid their dues versus one of the greatest boxers to ever do it, right? Like raw food is Canelo Alvarez. Like you can't really compare the two. When you're looking from an energy standpoint, raw whole fruits are the most electric food on the planet, bar none. If you measure it, like it has the most electromagnetic energy compared to any other fruit. We are electrical beings. We need electricity, and the foods provide that electricity. And on the other hand, if you look at the type of sugar that is in fruits, fructose, it gets pretty much like an automatic VIP lane transition to the cells. It doesn't have to go through the long metabolic process of every other food that you eat. So from a digestion standpoint, it's the most energy efficient food. It's providing a lot of electricity and is requiring not a lot of energy. Therefore, it's the most energy efficient and just bar none, the best food on the planet. Leafy greens are right behind it. Now, your nuts and seeds are going to take a little bit longer to digest, so they're not as high on the energy efficiency scale, but you get the gist. Now, when we're talking about cooked foods, we have to break down like what are cooked foods. Number one, we're changing the chemical composition of that food. So when you cook a potato or you cook some rice or you cook meat or you cook fish, you are changing the chemical composition of that food. And look, meat and fish anyway are not really providing you what you truly need, what the body truly needs. And we can get to that in a minute. But if you're looking at vegetables, when you cook them, you're changing the chemical composition of that food. You're changing an alkaline forming tomato to an acid forming tomato by cooking it. You're changing the chemical composition, not to mention adding chemicals in the cooking process, right? Because think about it. When you cook something, what are you adding to the pan? What are you adding to that food, right? Usually it's an oil, and an oil, regardless of what kind of oil it is. I don't care if it's grapeseed oil. I don't care if it's avocado oil. It is not good for you. It is an isolated fat. That's all it is. And then you have to think about, well, they're storing it. I go buy it in the grocery store, then I open it, and then I leave it in my, my cabinet for however long, or my pantry for however long. How is that fat not becoming rancid? You have to think about those things. There's some type of preservative added to it. So changing the composition of these foods. The next thing when it comes to cooked food is, look, when you cook something, you are dehydrating it. Plain and simple. You are dehydrating that food. You are taking the water content out of that food in the cooking process. In return, in effect, what happens? You become dehydrated. You suffer from edema. And when you're dehydrated, you don't have hydration within your body, things become stagnant and gases are built and bloating occurs and water weight begins to accumulate and accumulate and accumulate. And that, contributes to weight gain, things of that nature. So when the body is not in flow, you're in trouble, right? So that's another aspect. Constipation. Your lymphatic system gets stagnated and starts to build up. And when it starts to build up, that means it's not releasing the cellular debris and the cellular waste. Therefore, that's where dis-ease starts to build up. That's where inflammation builds up. And we start going through the 7 stages of disease within the body, right? The next thing is nutrition utilization. Now, when you start cooking something, you start to degrade the nutrients in whatever food you're putting fire to. Listen, nutrient degradation starts at 120 degrees. It starts there. Now, I want you to think about what you cook your food at, how hot you cook it, how long you're cooking it. By the time that piece of food, whatever it is done, the amount of nutrients in that food has diminished astronomically. Like if you're truly measuring what you're putting inside your body. So at the end of the day, like people who eat majority cooked food or who eat a lot of cooked food are basically eating for one reason and one reason only, the taste and the addiction. I shouldn't say one reason. That's 2 reasons. The taste and the addiction, right? So it really isn't a battle here. This is not the ultimate battle. This is a farce. This is Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. You know what I'm saying? This is, like I said, Canelo versus Jake Paul. And I meant Mike Tyson, the 60-year-old version, not the baddest man on the planet. What I'm saying is that, look, we're being sold this ultimate battle. We're being sold on cooked food all the time because corporations make money off of cooked food. They don't make money off of fruits or raw veggies, leafy greens, nuts, and seeds. They don't. I guess they make some money off of nuts because they roast them and they sell them in that way. Planters made a lot of money off of that. But if we're talking about health here, if we're talking about what we as a human species are supposed to eat, it's no contest. This is a first round knockout. Like, it's over with. It is absolutely over with. Raw food destroys cooked food in every category when it comes to health. All right. Remember, on the raw food side, we got high electricity. We got energy efficiency. We got alkaline forming foods to what? Promote health, vitality, flow, hydration within the body. When we're looking at cooked foods, we're talking about what? We're talking about nutrient degradation. We're talking about acid forming. And what are acids? They are destructive, right? We're talking about dehydration. We're talking about stagnation within the body. We're talking about disease forming at the end of the day, right? So think about those things when you're making your daily choices, your daily dietary choices. I always go back to my mantra, and that is whatever you're eating, whatever you're doing, but we're talking diet here. Whatever you're eating, is it for the betterment of you or the detriment of you? And there is no middle ground. I hope this makes sense. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments section. I'd love to hear what you think. Maybe you have an argument for me. I know a lot of you guys are argumentative, and I'm sure some of you guys got a study that's going to completely try to bash what I'm saying. And I can't wait to hear it because we can definitely talk about that. But I appreciate all of you. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button. Give me a like if this resonates, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace, love, and light, everybody.
What's going on, everybody? I'm going to show you one of the quickest and healthiest meals that you can make. I am RL Melpica, the Eat Coach, natural health and diet specialist. And a lot of times people will ask me, like, what do you eat throughout the day? And what are some quick meal ideas and whatnot? So I'm going to show you one of my favorites, one of my go-tos. But first, make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner so you can get notifications of anytime I drop a video on natural health and diet. But for me, this meal, I eat it every single day pretty much. It's extremely healthy, extremely nutritious, and tastes amazing. And it is my banana and apple bowl. So what I will do is I will take 2 apples, sometimes 3, cut them up into small pieces, throw them in the bowl, and then I'll take 3 to 4 bananas, cut those up, and mix them together. Now, this meal is great, number 1, because extremely satiating, tastes amazing. Number 2, from a calorie perspective, you're getting anywhere between 500 and 600 calories just on this meal right here. And it also practices very good food combining. When you can combine bananas and apples and you won't have any digestive issues or anything of that nature. So extremely satisfying. It's very easy to make, obviously, just cutting up the fruits. And from a cost perspective, it's very cost effective. I mean, bananas are going to be some of your least expensive fruits that you can buy. Apples can be a little more expensive depending on if you're getting organic or not, and depending on the type of apple that you get. And that's really going to be based on taste for you. And there's so many different apples in the fruit kingdom. So, make your choice there. But for me, this is one of my favorite meals. Extremely easy, extremely quick. Like I said, checks all the boxes. So if you get an opportunity, try it out. Tell me what you think. Drop it in the comments. I'd love to hear what you think. And it's important to try meals like this because our mindset, like we've just been taught that a meal is something different than what I'm describing here. Most would say that this is a snack, right? If you eat fruits or apples or bananas or any fruit in the fruit kingdom, it's a snack, but it's not. It's a meal. And a lot of times when we're transitioning to a more healthy diet, people will start off by eating fruits in small quantities and not understand why they're not getting fulfilled or they're not feeling full. It's because they're not eating enough of it. It might be crazy to you to think, oh man, I ate 5 or 6 bananas in one setting. No, that's a meal. If you decide to do that, just like this bowl, 2 to 3 apples, 3 to 4 bananas, that's a meal. It's not a snack. So just a mindset thing there. Remember, when you're going towards the natural diet and you're eating the foods that are designed for your body, your whole mindset's going to shift, right? When you're eating a salad, it's not just a few pieces of salad. I mean, it's an entire salad. When you're eating fruits, it's going to be a multitude of fruits because that individual fruit is not going to give you the caloric energy that you're going to need by itself. So just a mindset thing there. But like I said, bananas and apples, just extremely satiating, tastes great, easy to make, very cost effective. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Try it out. Let me know what you think. Like I said, make sure you give me a thumbs up, right? And make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner. Y'all be good, everybody. Peace, love, and light. Welcome back, everybody. I am the Eat Coach, RL Melpica. Natural health and diet specialist, and I want to talk about another easy tip for you to help you stay on course. Whether you're transitioning to a raw diet, whether you're trying to get healthy, whether you're trying to lose weight, whatever the case may be, I'm all about meeting you where you're at. Make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right hand corner first, though. All right, but let's get into it. So one of the easiest things you can do to make sure you're staying healthy and make sure you're staying true to whatever diet plan that you're on is to stop eating out. Eat at home. Take control of the situation, because the moment you get in that car or jump on the train or jump on a bike, whatever the case may be, and go out there in society, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage. Number one, because of the options. Like, society is not set up for you to be healthy. It's not. Go drive down the street. What are you going to see? You're going to see fast food, Sonic, Whataburger, McDonald's, Jack in the Box, Domino's, Pizza Hut, everything that could possibly just destroy you from a health perspective. And it destroys Americans and people around the world every single day, right? The world is not set up for you to be healthy. So take control of that. Also, once you go to one of these establishments, even if you try to order something semi-healthy or what they would call semi-healthy, there's too many things that are going to persuade you to eat more than you can, like serving sizes way too high, the amount of salt that they put in a lot of these foods, the amount of sugar they put in a lot of these foods, just so they can give a unique satiation, a unique taste, is unreal and extremely unhealthy. Like, you know, it doesn't matter what you're eating. I mean, let's just say, for instance, you're eating a turkey burger. Say you eat meat and you eat a turkey burger. Going to buy a turkey burger might seem like a healthy thing if you go to a restaurant and get that done. But the amount of salt, garlic, things of that nature that they're adding to that burger is just completely taking it way out of whack, right? Even if you go get hummus somewhere, right? All these different things, all these processed foods, right, are going to cause so much imbalance in your body because of everything that they're adding to that. So take control of the situation. Obviously, staying raw is the number one way. Going completely raw is the number one way. Being a frugivore is the number one way, but not all of us are there yet. We are on our journey towards health, especially if you're watching this video. So wherever you're at, just understand that the moment you decide to eat outside of your home, you're at a major disadvantage. Take control of it. You can control the ingredients in everything that you're eating. When you go out there, understand what their motive is. Their motive is not to keep you healthy. Their motive is to keep you coming back. And the way they do that is by adding all of this junk to mess with your neurotransmitters, to get you to a point where you are addicted to whatever they're putting in that food. So understand that. Society working against you. What do you need to do? I need to stay home, take control of the situation, and make sure I'm eating what I know is in line with what my goals are and what my motives are. So I hope that tip helps you out. Make sure you give me a thumbs up if it does and it resonates. I'd love to hear your feedback and thoughts on all of that. And I'll be back next time, everybody. Peace, love, and lights.
What's up, everybody? Today I'm going to share my favorite and go-to natural salad dressing. I am RL Melpika, the Eat Coach, natural health and diet specialist, and I'm going to share with you my favorite salad dressing. Comes from the Natural Human Diet Transition Guide, which is fantastic, written by Lauren Whitman and Maria Mazza and Nat Ferris. So pick that up. It is on Amazon if you like. They got some real great stuff. I've done a couple of videos on this book before, but my favorite salad dressing, my go-to, is the fat-free Mandarin twist dressing. And look, implementing salads into my diet and into my regimen has been a challenge, but this dressing has helped tremendously. And understand that I speak a lot about fruits and the importance of fruits, but leafy greens and salads are just as important. So having a go-to dressing to help you will definitely help, because look, from a satiation standpoint, our palates are not really attracted to the taste of salads and leafy greens like right up front. So having this little bit of mix makes everything so much better. So when you look at this dressing, first and foremost, 5 to 6 dates, right? You're gonna take 5 to 6 dates, a splash, and I mean a splash of apple cider vinegar, just a splash there. Lemon juice from 1 lemon, and if you don't have a lemon, which I don't, I need to go to the grocery store because I utilize all my lemons. You can use lemon juice, obviously not optimal, but you could use the equivalent of lemon juice. 1 mandarin orange, okay? Peeled, of course. And look, if you're transitioning and you want to add a little bit more spice to the dressing, they do have some optional items, like you can use a half a teaspoon of paprika, 1/8 teaspoon of chili powder, and 1 garlic clove. Now, these are optional. They are not hygienic. They would not fall into the optimal,
dressing per se, but if you want to add a little kick to it, you can do that if you're on the transition, because look, it's all about baby steps. It's all about getting to that, getting to that point where we are on that path towards eating better. So throw those in a blender. I like to throw them in my Vitamix, my little Vitamix thing here. Blend it up real good till it's nice and creamy. Pour it over your salad, and you are good to go. Fat-free, absolutely satiating, very good. I'm telling you, you are going to fiend for this salad dressing. Look, I've tasted pretty much every salad dressing you can think of on the planet. This one competes with all of them. And like I said before, it's fat-free. Why is that important? Because pretty much every single salad dressing you're going to get or you're used to is extremely fattening. Why? Because it's utilizing oil. And I don't care what type of oil it is, avocado oil, black seed oil, olive oil, whatever oil it is fattening. It is 100% fattening. So having a fat-free go-to natural health dressing is extremely important when you're making that transition and you're implementing more salads into your life. Because salads, you got to understand, leafy greens, that's adding the minerals, the extra minerals, and those are the builders. The fruits are the cleaners. They're going to clean you out. And look, we need that. Based on the years and years and decades of bad eating, we need to clean ourselves out. It's extremely important. But the leafy greens, they help build us back up. They add those minerals. They definitely help with the gut. So it's important that we get to the point where we are implementing more leafy greens into our diet. And this fat-free Mandarin twist dressing is fantastic. The recipe is in the description. So hope you guys enjoy that. I'd love to hear what you think. Make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner if you're a first-time viewer or if you haven't subscribed yet. And give me a thumbs up if you enjoy this video and it resonates with you. I look forward to seeing you guys again. Thank you guys for checking out my channel. Peace, love, and light, everybody.
As I'm going on my walk here, I thought that I'd just talk to you guys a little bit about health and kind of how society works against us. Welcome back. I am the Eat Coach, RL Melpica, natural health and diet specialist, and here to talk about just how society, as this car passes me by, just works against us in so many different ways when it comes to health. I'm out here in beautiful nature, as you can see all around me. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful nature, which is also a huge part of health as well. We need to be connected to nature in all aspects. We are natural. We are a part of nature, symbiotic connection. But if you just look at the way the world is, if you just look at the way the world is set up to work against us, from the types of food that's promoted every time you turn on your TV or you're on your phone and seeing an ad, to all the medical commercials. I think I saw something like 3/4 of every commercial is some type of prescription, big pharma based commercial, and that's just unbelievable. Because the other 25% is what? Selling us some product that we should not be putting on our skin, that we should not be ingesting. So, society is ultimately working against you. And then the worst part about it is getting this information. I mean, especially after, the pandemic, things have just changed, and obviously misinformation is a huge thing. So it's hard to get the right information. If you don't know somebody who is providing you different resources, it's very difficult. You know what I mean? Like, I try to be a light for as many people as I can with everything that I've learned in my studies, but for people who have not come to my channel or come to some of my peers' channels or some of my mentors' channels, they would never know, and that's just, it's sad. And especially when you have so many gimmicks and how health has become such a money motivated business. It started with vitamins, right? That's $1 billion business. And I can talk about vitamins in another video, because that's a whole video in itself. And then you got the dietary fads. I mean, who do you believe, right? I made a video about which doctor should I believe or which nutritionist should I believe. Like, who do you believe? You got the keto diets, the Atkins diets, the South Beach diets, the Mediterranean diet. You it's how do you know what's right? Because you have one nutritionist telling you one thing, you have somebody else telling you another thing, you have the eat coach right here telling you one thing, and it's just very difficult. It can be extremely confusing and frustrating for anybody who's trying to just be healthy. And healthy is something that's sovereign. Like, health is sovereign. That's something that we shouldn't have to search for. That's something that should be a standard, right? I mean, if you look at all the creatures in the world, this is what always brings me back to natural health and diet and what I preach. And it's not that I preach it to sell it, because I'm not selling anything. I'm just here sharing light. And it's just like, we're a part of nature just like every other animal and creature is. And if you look at every other animal and creature, they instinctively are going to eat what they are supposed to eat, what their body, their physiology has been built to eat. And you notice they don't have the sicknesses and diseases that we as humans do, because they eat their natural diet. And unfortunately, we as humans do not, because health has become such a money motivated institution that our health is not the number one priority anymore, right? It's about some type of monetary gain from whichever organization or whatever takes control of it. So, and that goes all the way up to the government level. So you got to look at things in that way. But when you break it down to nature, there's really no reason that the natural human diet would not break down to fruits, leafy greens, a little bit of nuts, and a little bit of seeds. When you look at us physiologically and how our body works when we eat these foods, it's quick to understand. It's quick to basically come to the conclusion that this is what we're supposed to be eating. And unfortunately, through generations and generations, we're talking thousands of years, that has been jacked up. that has been completely infiltrated and put us in a position to where, when you say that you eat the frugivore diet, you looked at like you're crazy. Like, where are you going to get all your nutrients from? Well, you got to understand where the concept of nutrients even came from. The reason why micro and macronutrients are such a big deal now, especially micronutrients, is because of the diet that the human has been eating for the last thousands of years has been so far from the natural diet that the lacking of nutrients came into play. If everybody was eating the natural diet, the nutrients wouldn't even be a concept, because that would be a given. And unfortunately, we're just not in that situation. But the main point of this video is more about how society and the world's working against you in every type of facet. You look at some of the new health things that come out every day, and you have to ask yourself, what's the motivation behind them? And if they're not taking you to nature, if they're not taking you to the foundation of life, then just understand that that's probably the wrong direction. So when you're making those choices, which way you're going to go, think of that first. Think about what's the motivation, and then think about the foundation of everything, and that is nature. I always say that you can find all your answers in nature, in everything. So look to nature and you'll get your answers. But anyways, thanks for spending some time with me. If this resonated with you, number one, make sure you're subscribing, hit that subscribe button, and then give me a thumbs up. Let me know what you guys think. See y'all next time. Peace and love, everybody. A lot of people ask me, how do you deal with cravings and craving cooked food and being able to stay disciplined? Well, let's talk about it. Welcome back to my channel. I am the Eat Coach, RL Melpica, natural health and diet specialist. And let's talk about these cravings. I know that transitioning to a raw diet can be tough, especially if you've been eating cooked food your entire life, eating certain types of food your entire life, whether that be meats or processed foods or starches, things that don't align with the natural diet. So how do I deal with cravings and things of that nature when it comes to the transition? Well, first and foremost, make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner for any updates I drop on any new videos on natural health and diet and all that good stuff. But let's talk about cravings. So for me, the easiest thing to do, and what I've been very successful in doing, is by being structured. And what I mean by that is I set myself basically a schedule of what I'm going to eat for the day. So I make it very easy on myself. I have something to look forward to, per se. What is this saying? An idle mind is the devil's playground. Well, that's the same thing with food. So if you don't have an idea of what you're going to eat for the day, you're allowing kind of your old habits to come into play. But if you make a schedule, you plan ahead of time, whether that's meal preps, whether that's a literal schedule, that's going to help you tremendously. Like for me, Monday through Friday is extremely easy for me because I already know, right? I'm going to have, if in season, I'm going to have my melons in the morning. And I shouldn't say the morning. I break my fast around noon. So the first thing I'm going to eat is a melon. And that's going to keep me satiated, fulfilled for probably close to 2 hours. And then my next meal, I'm going to jump to usually my apples and bananas, or sometimes it's grapes, whatever the case may be, whatever fruit I have an abundance of from my grocery shopping. So that's what I'm going to do next. And then that's going to last me pretty much to what we would call dinner time. And that's where I'm going to look towards my salads. So I'm going to usually do like big romaine leaves with some tomatoes, cucumbers, sometimes some avocado with my favorite dressing, which I talked about last week, which was my mandarin dressing, which is fantastic. So that is usually the easiest way for me to deal with any type of craving because I have it already mentally planned on what I'm going to do. So that's what I would implore for all of you to do. Have a plan, know what you're doing. That's going to be the easiest way to stay away from kind of your mind, you know what I mean, at the end of the day, because you're probably used to eating certain things at certain times, especially in the mornings and whatnot when you wake up. The hardest thing that I've had to deal with is the weekends because I don't necessarily have a plan because I'm not working. I'm usually relaxing. We go out a lot of places, so we're constantly on the run. And a lot of times, we'll bring our fruit with us per se, but sometimes that's where the cravings kind of take over. So that's what I'm working on my journey. But as I come up with some more tips for the weekend, I'll definitely drop those. But that's kind of where I'm at. So what I would do when it comes to transitioning to raw is to make sure you have a plan, a structured plan of what you're going to be eating on the daily, whether that is Monday through Friday, or whatever works out with your schedule. Make sure you have a plan. Make sure when you go to the grocery store, you have a plan. You know how much food is going to last you from this grocery trip to the next one. So, but that is my way of dealing with cravings. Share some comments, ask some questions, give me some feedback, give me a thumbs up if this resonates with you, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace and love, everybody. I've said this before, but I really think that like with my transition and my diet and kind of how I view everything, there's one like recurring question that I get all the time. There's one recurring theme that I'm attacked with. There's one recurring narrative that I see played out in my life. And I know you see it in your life too, every day. And that is the protein question, man. Like it's something that won't go away. Uh it's just always there. It's always looming. It's always hiding in the bushes somewhere, ready to attack, vegetarians and vegans and frugivores or whatever the case may be, is always there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, can't get away from it. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Bro, you ever watch like old TV shows from the 70s
Oh
and
yeah.
60s? One thing that I notice when I see those shows, especially from a public standpoint, is the amount of overweight people is like zero, right?
Mm,
Like, I mean, it's
right.
just you don't see overweight people as often back then as you do now.
Right.
Now, where I'm going with this is that, back then in the 60s and 70s, Nobody talked about carbs, proteins, and fats, right? So, when you think about that, if they were skinnier as a whole, if we were healthier as a whole, you look at beach photos. You see
Right.
beach photos from
Oh
you
yeah.
know what I'm saying? And then you look at them now. And again, I mean, I'm not saying, yeah, the eyes in the beholder, but you can manipulate that. But I think we collectively agree that that's the case, right?
Yeah.
So it's a prime example, man, that as we acquire more knowledge, it doesn't necessarily mean that we become smarter or understand things at a higher level. In many ways, acquiring more knowledge can actually blunt your growth because it strengthens the outer knowing and weakens the inner knowing. You feel me? So anyway, kick it, man. I'm interested.
Oh man, no, I don't know. You set this motherfucker off. Okay.
Let's go. Protein.
Outer knowing, inner knowing. Yeah, man. Man, I gotta say something to that because one thing I've said multiple times is that like we're trying to, as a people, we're trying to outsmart the creator. We're trying to outsmart nature. You cannot do
Hundreds.
that. You know what I'm saying? So you can try to break down everything you can. You can, put the scientific research and whatever you want to do and try to outsmart what's already being created, but you're paying for something on the back end every single time because it's not meant to be outsmarted. It's meant to be embraced. It's meant to be connected. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where we all fall short when it comes to health, man. It's like, how do we, it's man's, man, woman's fucking objective to recreate what has already been created. But why? Like, we don't have to. The answers are all there for us, and I think that's a big issue, man. A huge issue in the world.
Yeah, man. There's that scene in what's the magician guy from Marvel? The Doctor Strange,
Doctor
my man
Strange,
Doctor
yeah.
Strange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he's talking to his boy, all hell's breaking loose. Dormammu's about to destroy the whatever temple. And, he looks at him and he says, the bill always comes due, right? The fucking bill always comes due. Because I guess, where I'm going with this is that, a lot of times, man, we're trying to take a shortcut, or we're trying to get better through a changing of some sort of shortcut that isn't really what it's really about, right? And that is what food has become. Food isn't even food anymore, man. If it doesn't come from the earth, you're not eating food. You're eating food like substance, right? And as we get into this protein conversation, I want to know how many people know, how protein is created. I don't know if you're going to get into this.
Oh yeah,
and
we
stop
are.
me if you are. All right, well then I'm gonna hold off because you're the man, and I'm gonna
Oh
supplement.
no, man. I mean, you're going,
Like
man.
protein.
Like I think it's important for this conversation to understand where these concepts and narratives come from. I think that's extremely important in anything because look, there's so much information out there. It's hard to decipher what's real, what's not. But if you break things down to its simplest level, to its most basic level, it'll help you find your answers. So when you start to look into, okay, well, where did the idea of protein even come from? Like, how was that discovered? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like people in, the 500 BC knew what protein was or what any vitamin was for that matter. You know what I mean? Like these narratives and these concepts, like there's a history to them. And it's important to understand the history so you understand why you are blindly following information that you really don't know anything about. And that's not necessarily your fault, but it's very key to understand that. So when you look at protein, right? So I've done the research on protein because obviously when you get asked the question every 15 seconds, you got to kind of have some type of
Got to come up with an answer.
You got to have something. You can't just be like, oh, we don't need it. You know what I mean? But okay. So late 1800s, let's take a history lesson real quick. Late 1800s, there's an individual named Baron von Liebig. All right. He is the one who basically separated and isolated food into the macros, into the three categories, your carbs, your fats, and your proteins, right? And he realized that muscles themselves are built chiefly and mainly by protein, right? And look, I've never disputed that. You'll never hear me dispute that. Proteins are your builders. Proteins are the builders of the body. All your organs, everything that's going on within you that's there has been built by protein, right? And we're going to understand how that works, but I'm trying to get you guys in the mindset of where this came from. So late 1800s, when he discovers that muscles are built of protein, something goes off in his head. So then he starts doing these experiments and these tests on men who were bigger, who ate more, and who accomplished more work. And he basically created a scale based on those individuals. Because they were bigger, because they were stronger, and because they were doing more work, and they ate more than the average person, he recommended that man and woman eat 120 grams of protein. So you can be like them, based on his experimentation. And he also thought, this is where he was really confused. He thought that protein, because muscles were built of protein, that also muscular energy was conducted by protein. But that's not the case. And I got an analogy for you. It's like you got a car, right? Get any car, get a BMW. You got a fucking,
I know where you're going with this, yeah.
You got a 4 Series, you got an M8, right? Does the build of that car make that car move? No.
The build is in the frame?
Yeah. Does the frame make that car move? Do the wheels themselves make that car move?
No, of course not.
It's the engine that makes that car move, right? So muscular energy is still in the form of carbohydrates. That is where your cellular energy comes from. Now the muscle itself is built of the protein, but that doesn't mean eating more protein is going to build more muscles, right? It's giving you the building blocks, but if you don't have the energy behind it, and then as you'll see in a few minutes, if you don't have the entire whole concept of protein and human protein, then, you're never going to get where you want to get. So I think that's where the misconception comes into play. And this, like I said, this is late 1800s. And to just kind of fast forward, because I'm not going to sit here and bore everybody with this history lesson, but that's where it started as far as we need protein to be strong. That's where it started. And then it morphed into some more experimentation on, okay, well, look at dogs. Look how much protein dogs eat in their diet. And we should match what they're doing. Man, dogs have a completely different metabolism, digestive system. They're more active than we are, and they're able to process protein in a very quick fashion versus us who are not, completely like apples and oranges. And then, ultimately what happened was they realized that was wrong. 120 was too much. Some more studies said, you know what, you need roughly about 35, 40, which is more along the lines of what we do need. And they settled, at least for the standard American diet, roughly around 75, I think about 70 to 75 grams of protein a day, which is way, way, way too much when it comes to
hold up now, because if we going, meat, it's what's for dinner, right? You remember those ads?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You remember those commercials?
Oh, yeah.
Like we can't, the Beef Association isn't going to have you cutting it too low, because if you cut it too low, then, we don't need much meat, right? My meat consumption. And that's not to say that, I don't know if somebody's diet, meat consumption would go down if the FDA came out and said, hey, you don't need all that. Probably not going to change anything.
Right. And, you basically have, who is it? RFK Jr. right now associated with the Trump administration. And it's a big deal because he's going to bring down the FDA and all this, that, and the other. And, they're out here recommending, eggs being healthy, things of that nature, right? Protein. The amount of grams I just talked about, 120 grams, that would be roughly 17 eggs a day. Like, that's a lot of fucking eggs. That's a lot of protein. Your body is not built to deal with that. Yeah. So
yeah, it's funny, man, because some of the studies that I read, just kind of getting reacquainted with studies and just the language that's used. That was a common theme that talked about the digestive taxing that it is when you consume burden. Thank you. When you consume that much protein, what is the burden on your body? Not just your digestive system, but cellularly, kidneys, and again, Get into it. This is dope. Let's go.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, when you consume protein, right? Protein is an acid at the end of the day. Like that's not debatable. It is an acid. It creates uric acid within your body, right? So what happens is you're eating all this protein because it's recommended that you get your 70 grams of protein a day. So you're eating all this protein, right? Now you have all this acid buildup within your body. That's making your digestive system work harder. That's making your kidneys work harder, your liver work, all the associated organs that are associated with digestion within your system have to work harder. And when they work harder, that means their cells are working harder. And when their cells are working harder, guess what their cells have to do more? They have to shed their cellular debris, which is also acidic. So now you have this huge buildup of acid within your body. And here's the kicker. Most protein is associated with fat as well. And when you have high fat intake with your protein intake, now you got a system that you got an elimination system that gets clogged. So now you got a shitload of acid in your body and a shitload of fat that's clogging up the pathways. And now you can't get rid of it. And what happens when you have built up acids in any situation? It's going to start, with mucosa response. It's going to move to inflammation. Inflammation's ultimately going to move to organ breakdown or even worse, tumors or whatever the case may be. And now you have a terrain, a body that is just absolutely just in disease, absolutely diseased because of that. Just remember, everything you put in has to come out, right? Energy return on energy invested. And when you are consuming that much protein, you have to be able to relieve that at some point. And unfortunately, that's why we are such an unhealthy nation. That's why if you look at the top diseases, not the top diseases, but the top causes of death in the world and this country, I should say this country, because we probably eat more protein than almost any other country on the planet. They're all terrain based, man. Heart disease, cancer, diabetes, all associated with high protein intake. All of them.
Yeah, no, I do it. And again, I know from my perspective, always been about protein, and it's crazy because the general consensus, I think for most lifters, people that are looking to build mass is mostly 2 grams per pound. So if you're a 180-pound dude, you're taking in 360 grams of protein a day when you need about, for a 180-pound guy, I even think the general scientific standard is about 0.49 grams-ish per kilogram of body weight, which equates for a 180-pound dude about 40, which is what you said earlier, right?
Yeah.
2 grams per pound.
That's scary, man. Like that's ridiculous shit. And I mean, there's no difference in that than the campaign against smoking or the campaign against drinking. Now, I know that drinking can cause immediate results. You can get in your car and then you fuck around and, either kill yourself or hurt somebody else. I completely understand that. Not the best analogy. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about health and we're talking about the health of society, protein is up there, specifically when everywhere you go, that's all you see. That's all you're being told to do. That's all you're being told to intake. The propaganda is just ridiculous when it comes to protein.
Yeah, it's a struggle, man. Like, I think it's so ingrained. And again, I'm speaking from my own journey, but I know as I started to remove protein, specifically animal protein, I went through withdrawals. It was mentally difficult because I felt like my belief system was being destroyed, and it was, right? Like, I had to let go of the belief that I needed to consume massive amount of protein to, number one, maintain strength, gain mass, all the things that you are told sociologically that protein does, right?
Right.
And as I eliminated protein from my diet, not totally, but from the mass consumption of it, all the things you just described, inflammation went down, recovery went up. Do not notice a loss of muscle mass. Do not notice any sort of blunt, stopping growth. Now, I will admit I'm not, I'm 40, I'll be 47 this year, bro. I'm not looking to gain weight and shit. I'm just looking to maintain
Yeah.
and, you know, stay as active as I can possibly can. So a little bit of that is goal shifting. But at the same time, like, I could give two shits about the amount of protein that I consume. And I couldn't tell you the last time I tracked it on a daily basis. And I have seen zero repercussions from it, from my own training and my own background. Zero.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
In terms of negatives.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, man, I mean, at the end of the day, like, as humans, if we're talking about the physiological aspects of human, like, we're supposed to have lean muscle. We're not supposed to be jacked up and, you know, just fucking swole. Like, that is not how we're built. And that's why so many issues are associated with individuals that go that route. And I understand people have different goals and whatnot, but if we're talking just straight chemistry, we're talking how the body works, you'll see, yeah, it makes sense why they end up having health issues for going that route, because of the excess protein, the trapped acids within their body, the edema that ends up happening. It's a fucking combination of issues. It's like putting every possible issue within a blender, blending it up, and then drinking it. Like, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're like in a cosmic soup of hell.
But dude, and it's, you know, it's very akin to, I don't know, you know, when you lift weights, if you ever see people lift weights, a lot of times you'll see them put on belts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put on a belt to lift a weight. Now, you know, me personally, get into my own philosophy, and this is a little sidebar, but it connects back to this, is that I don't wear belts, I don't wear knee sleeves, because if I can't lift it under my own body's power, I should not be lifting it. That's my philosophy for myself. Now, why is that? Because when you put a belt on, it does help you brace. It does help you get stronger. But you know what it also does? It puts more stress on the ancillary joints, the levers, right, that don't have belts, or if you have knee sleeves. But the point is that egoically, this is the equivalent of an egoic nature in a weight room, right? Like, we've become, as a society, you talked about the timeline of things. When was the timeline of beauty introduced to where it became, you had to be, you know, swole, you know, you had to have muscles, you have to be cut, just this ideological view of the body that is backed up by protein, right? Can't get there unless you eat lots of protein. That's what the majority of people believe, right? So going back to the belt, you know, you put on a belt and suddenly you feel safer. You feel like you can move more weight, but that's an egoic thing. That's your ego wanting to achieve something that it couldn't possibly achieve without assistance. Protein, the mentality is the same. Right. So what happens, to your point, over time? Over time, as you use belts, you become addicted to it. So now you use it every time you lift. So every time you lift, there's a slow drip, there's a slow loss, in my opinion, over time, of the joint, of the ligaments. Everything gets stressed past the capacity of its normal health, because you're adding that secondary element of the belt. Protein is the same way. Like, why are we obsessed with becoming huge, right? Of becoming this and that? Because what happens if I put 3 years of training into strength building, how fucking long does it take for that to go away? Doesn't take long. I could tell you, in my life, 3 months, I'd probably lose 50% of the strength if I didn't do anything for 3 months.
Oh yeah,
so sure. You put it in 3 years of work to lose it in 3 months. Like, it just, and my point in that is that all this shit is by design. If the design of your body is that you have to put in this major work to only retain it for 3 months, there's probably some falsities in that logic. You feel me?
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
There's probably some things you just take a step back and let's figure out if energy output is worth energy gain in this scenario. And it's, I think you come to the conclusion that it's not.
That's so true. That is so true when you think about it. Wow. That's a great way to put it, man. If you look at, like, just the human body and the origins, right? So when we're born, what are we supposed to consume? We're supposed to consume breast milk, right? Our mother's breast milk. And if you break down the chemical basis of breast milk, you'll notice that from a ratio standpoint, there's 3 times as much carbohydrates in breast milk than protein. right? And think about that. That is the time in your life where you are going to grow faster than any other time in your life. Like you literally double your weight within like what?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
even a lot. Like I don't have the exact
Months.
data, but it's very quick. It's
Yeah.
very quick, right?
Yeah.
You double your weight extremely fast. When you're an adult, you don't grow. You're not growing. You're not getting taller. You're not developing organs and things of that nature. You're not developing bone mass and bone density and things of that nature. No, you're not. Yet they want us, and they meaning the corporations that push this propaganda for protein, they want us to consume more protein than we did when we were actually growing into our full
Right.
bodies. That just doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
No. Yeah. That's funny as hell. Yeah. Because I mean, and again, you can argue. You know, it'd be cool. I wish. You know, maybe you are smart enough to knock this out. But like, what if you took the baby's weight and the amount of protein they were consuming during that period, and then you know ratioed it up to a grown man? I wonder what that would look like in terms of
Well, I mean,
protein.
I have some of that data. I mean, it's 1.1 gram per 100 gram. I'm sorry, 1.1 gram of protein per 100 grams of breast milk. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, if you're looking at it that from that aspect, like that ratio is the same ratio that we should be applying to our everyday life, and probably even less because, like I said, we're not growing like that. So if you're at a 3-to-1 ratio
Yeah.
from carbs to proteins as a baby, that's why, like me, I profess the 80-10-10 diet. 80 carbs, most 10% protein, 10% fat, right? Because we're not growing. And look, we're not starving, so we don't need fat to store just in case we run out of food. Like, we're not in that type of consciousness right now. You feel what I'm saying? We need energy. We need energy efficiency. And that's where the whole protein mindset needs to shift, because people give carbohydrates a bad rap. And mostly because the carbs that the corporations are pushing are these complex carbs that we don't need. Like, we don't need wheat. We don't need grain. We're not fucking cows. You know what I'm saying? We're like, we don't need that. We're not herbivores. So it's, yeah.
Yo, funny you said that, man, because I heard some shit. I read some shit about cows that. So this guy had an interview, right? And he was talking about they don't is it homogenized? Is that the right? Yeah, they don't homogenize their milk. And the lady's like, well, isn't that going to cause bacteria? And he's like, no. Our cows are 100% grass-fed. The microbiome of cows that are grass-fed is much healthier than a cow who is grain-fed. So his point is I don't need to homogenize my milk because their gut bacteria is such that my milk, when it's put into a bottle, is not rampant with bacteria the way a grass-fed, a grain-fed cow microbiome would be completely destroyed. The milk would be, and you have to do it for the safety of those that consume it, right? So dope that you bring that up. But I want to go back real quick, man, because I think this is important to the protein discussion. You know, we talk about authenticate, right? Be authentic. You know, one of the things in episode 1, man, we talked about the spirituality aspect of this. You know, who is Keith if Keith just behaved like a normal person? Yeah, Keith, train like you want to train, man, but eat like a normal person. What is the natural representation of me operating in my optimal form? What does that look like, right? Is that a six-pack? It's not. I can tell you 100% that's not me. That's just not my genes, right? Mm-hmm. Is it huge legs? It's not. Is it huge biceps? It's not. You know, so my point is that we have fallen out of love with who we really are, what our bodies represent, and what we are capable of. We're constantly under the urge to try to improve something that is perfect the way it already is. You feel me? If you are out of perfection, it is because your mind is out of perfection and your choices are out of perfection. It's not your body that's disobeying you. It's not your body that's fucking with you. It's your mind, right? And protein, this shit, like, bro, I go to Chipotle a lot, not as much. I'm trying to step back. Them seed oils, though, it's a different conversation. But when they look at me and they go, what's your protein? I'm like, no meat. I don't say no protein. I say no meat, right? Because you got one option up there at Chipotle, you got 15 other options that are meat,
Right.
but you got one option that's a plant protein. So stop the bullshit with your protein. It's meat. And they just look like, you don't want no meat? I'm like, no, I'm good, man. Just keep it moving. But yeah, man, we have to really take a look at ourselves authentically, who we want to be, who we are. And again, please don't ever forget, when somebody tells me, man, I want a 6-pack, I'm like, okay, you willing to put in the work to get a 6-pack? Because that amount of work for the dude you saw on the camera, I mean, he could have put in 100 hours, I don't know, or he could have put in 4, right? But are you willing to put in the work? And the answer is almost always no, I'm not, right? So that 6-pack, that shit ain't reality, man. This shit ain't reality that we're trying to reach. And what are we doing to our temples when we believe this bullshit and we ingest all this stuff and we do all these things? So the takeaway, intuitively, man, just ask yourself, listen to the voice in your head. Is this the path that's for me? Because at the end of the day, man, like, RL don't know you. I don't know you. I'm doing all I can to know me, right? I'm
Sure.
the only person I'm responsible for. And I'm hard as fuck to figure out. And I'm with me all the time. But that's the only thing that matters, man. And, we get into this bullshit with these reports and show me your studies and cite your sources. Real quick, I want to read just a quick excerpt from this book, because to me, if you need to check it out, it's called The Fifth Agreement. And it talks a lot about knowledge, right? And how the knowledge that we possess, yes, it's important. Yes, it has its purpose. But how far do we lean into that knowledge to define ourselves and to create this false reality that doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? So the point is that, we acquire a lot of knowledge, but what do we really know? Do we master the truth? No, we master a language, a symbology. And that symbology is only the truth because we agree. We agree as a society, right? Not because it's really the truth. Whenever we are born, whatever language we speak, we find that almost everything we know is really about agreements, beginning with the single symbols that we learn. So we agree that this is the way it is. But is it really? Is it the truth? Right? And when you start thinking about things in that way and you take responsibility for your physical body and you take responsible for the shit you put into your mouth and you start developing a relationship and paying attention, your body will tell you exactly what it needs.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And it's gonna be loud. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be loud.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna guide you in the right direction. And look, a lot of us, especially if we haven't put that much onus or focus on our diet and haven't really made the connection that our diet is such a huge proponent to our health. A lot of us are eating based on our ego. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got that ego in their ear.
And our emotions.
They go hand in hand. But once you start mindfully understanding the connection to your diet and health, that ego start to slow down a little bit, and then that inner self is going to start talking, and that intuition is going to start talking, and it just makes it a lot easier. Because your body's awareness is strong. Like, people don't realize, this is what I love to talk about, man. Like, people don't realize how powerful we are. They don't realize like how fucking powerful our body is. Like, just think about what your body does every single day, and you don't tell it to do shit. You don't command it. You don't tell your body to digest and to break down and assimilate every little nutrient out of your body to push it through the blood and then have that feed trillions of cells, and then the cells shit and their waste has to go through your lymphatic system, and that goes through your kidneys to get filtered, and then that comes out of your piss. You know what I'm saying? You don't tell your body to do that. It just does it. You don't tell your body to heal the cut when you accidentally cut yourself and it heals in 1 to 2 days or 3 days, unless you're putting Neosporin in. It's probably going to take a week, but that's a whole nother conversation. Do you understand the intelligence that is within you? That is power. Intelligence is power. That's energy, man. And I think once people start to realize that, man, like, a lot of these conversations about nutrients at the end of the day, kind of becomes moot, man. It really does, bro, because look, man, we've all grown up in this generation where everything has to be for something, right? You're watching TV and they're telling you about this bread that has antioxidants and this bread that has, this is going to help build your, I don't know, whatever it fucking may be. Or these blueberries are great for your brain, or these carrots are great for your eyes, and all these different things. Right. And at the end of the day, that doesn't make it when you look at it from a nature perspective, it doesn't add up. What were you going to say, brother?
Yeah, no, and I think, it's important to understand that that's a part of the scam, right? The scam of the collective, which is what I mean by that, right? Is that if we're not taking care of our bodies, and speak on this, tell me from your own like testament of your experience if this isn't true. Like when you start taking responsibility for your body, like the things like that, the juice with the antioxidants, the orange juice with the calcium, like that shit, you don't need that because you understand what the game is, right? Like earlier when I said what I said, we try to supplement choices. So I go, oh, I'm not strong enough to respect my temple, so I'm going to get the orange juice with the calcium because I'm doing my body good, right? I'm making a good decision, and that's cool. And I'm not saying that's a bad decision. I'm just saying, think about how we justify our behaviors and our lack of love for our own temple through our dietary choices. And that's a part of the game, is they put that little, oh, it's got some antioxidants in it. Oh, it's got some extra vitamin C in it. Oh, it's got some extra vitamin D in it. Well, guess what, motherfucker? It ain't no real vitamin C. It ain't no real vitamin D. It's the chemical version, right? And you gonna tell me that the man-made version is better than the God-made version? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. There's nothing in my world is gonna make me believe that, right?
Right.
And again, I mean,
no, continue.
Sorry,
continue.
bro.
No.
That's just, and again, I'm only speaking from my experience. That's all I can speak of, right? Like I'm not, you do with this data what you need to do, but nah, man, there ain't no man-made thing gonna trump Jesus or trump God, man. Sorry, it just ain't gonna happen.
But you know what? That's the foundation of the entire health care system because they push a diet that is so lacking in those nutrients. They have to sell the other supplements and whatnot to compensate for the lack, because in the fruit and veggie kingdom, there ain't no lack. There ain't no lack. If you eat what we were built to eat, you don't have to think about macros and micros. Now, you probably shouldn't eat nothing but nuts at the end of the day. It's kind of fattening. You know what I'm saying? You don't eat just avocados. But if you're eating the entire kingdom and you're balancing that, you don't have to track shit. You don't have to worry about any of that. Because it's all there. It's all within nature. The problem is that what they pushed on us, and it goes far beyond just the corporations because it goes into the medical side as well. Early 1900s, Flexner report, fucking Rockefeller, and the push for the turn our people into patients, like that plays a part into it as well. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not going to push, a heavy raw whole food diet on people because they know at the end of the day they're losing customers, right? If people understood how their body worked, because everybody feels like they have to get something out of what they're eating. They can't just eat to provide them energy. That's not enough. No, I have to get the extra calcium, right? I have to get the antioxidants. I have to get the protein. I have to get those things, or else it doesn't justify me eating it, versus understanding that getting healthy and actually getting rid of ailments and dis-ease within the body is about eliminating. It's not about eating different foods. It's about eliminating the foods that are causing it in the first place. That's why fasting is so powerful. If fasting wasn't so powerful, like think about that. If I need to fast to heal, or if fasting heals my body at an accelerated rate, then does it make sense for me to have to eat something to heal myself? It's a complete contradiction. But people don't understand that concept because they live in the allopathic world where everything is about treating, everything has to give me something, versus my body actually healing me and giving me something.
Yeah, and I think again, man, to your point, the healthcare industry has done a tremendous job of getting us to believe that our body needs external help. In other words, that our body is not strong enough to fight disease. Our body is not strong enough to do this or that. Oh, you have a pain, take Advil. No, man, if you have a pain, sit in it, right? And that's not all pain. Use your judgment, use your intuition, whatever's going on. But I'm talking, if I have a headache, my purpose is not to take Advil. My purpose is to go, why do I have a headache? Right? Little known fact, most headaches originate from the sheath of the brain constricting or expanding. If you simply drink salt water, that salt will be absorbed, thereby rehydrating the sheath, taking the headache away. You don't need the Advil, right? So it's like, we've been taught that our bodies need help, that it's not good enough, that it's bro, I challenge you to mistreat anything in this world like you mistreat your body and see how long it lasts. Your body is so powerful that it gets attacked with the water we drink, the water we bathe in, the clothes we wear, the food we eat, the oils we put on our skin, the makeup, the product, the toothpaste, the fluoride. Our bodies are attacked to the nth degree. And we still, for the most part, conquer it. The body's breaking down more. And I think that's evident of the declining lifespan in the United States. But the point is, our bodies can do some magical shit. You could put the wrong fuel in a car and it breaks down in 2 miles, man.
Yeah, for sure.
You put the wrong fuel in your body for years and not notice the harm for years because your body's so powerful.
And look, we all come from different places. Like, we all have different genetic and lineage and whatnot. We all have different dispositions when we're born. So, I know there's probably someone watching this be like, man, I've been eating protein my whole life. I'm in my 60s and 70s and I never get sick, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I get you. Like, not everybody's the same from a disposition standpoint. Some people have weak genetics, some people have strong, right? The key is that, look, Mr. 60 or 70-year-old, yeah, you might live, let's say you lived to 85. Bro, you could have lived to 100. You could have lived to 115. You understand what I'm saying? Like, everybody's coming from a different place and nobody knows their day. Like, we don't know what it is. All we can do is put ourselves in the best position to ride this motherfucker as long as we can. You know what I'm saying? And I know for myself, and look, and if you want studies, there's plenty of statistics. Vegans live 7 years longer than the average person. That's just a vegan. You talk about somebody who's adding raw elements, and you look at the Hunzas, man. The Hunzas they literally live off of nature. They have 0 cases of cancer, 0 cases of diabetics. They have women that are having children in their 60s, 70s, sometimes in their 80s. The average person lives to 150. Why?
What's their diet?
They live off the land. They rarely ever eat meat, like rarely ever, but they're living off the vegetation and the fruit and the water, and they live elevated. They live about, I think it's 1,500 feet above sea level or something like that, but 100% living off the land, not engulfed in this cosmic soup of technology or any of that. And look, that culture is able to live that long. And I'm sure there's others out there that are very similar. The main thing I'm saying is that, like, when you embrace nature and you connect with nature, you'll see a whole different world than what we see every day play out in front of us. Have you if you look at animals in nature, they don't die from terrain-based diseases. They might be prey and they might get eaten. You know what I'm saying? Or they might starve.
That happens before they can.
Yeah, they might starve to death, but they ain't getting cancer. It was the last time you seen a diabetic dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that. Think about all the different ailments and dis-ease that humans deal with because we want to outsmart the creator and cook our food and create our own versions of food, thinking that it's going to be for the betterment of us when it's ultimately breaking us down as a species.
No, 100%, man. And I think, again, by design, if you even have the, let's just say, balls to step out and try to not eat meat, it rocks your fucking world, man, or not eat protein, right? Yeah. When you try to step away from that belief and you try to step into a new lifestyle, you're standing there in your kitchen, and this is what happened to me, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. like meat was a third or 40% of my plate. So what, I'm just gonna have like mac and cheese and a potato now? Like what's up with that?
Right.
Like that's not fulfilling. I can't live off that, you know, but that's the struggle. And that's the part that I think that, you know, you have to be intrinsically guided by more than just looks. You have to, you know, diets fail not because people don't want to be better. It's because they're focusing, in my opinion, on the wrong things. You know, like if you truly are at one with your temple, you're not going to want to put a Cheeto in it. You're not going to want to put, you know, like fun dip in your temple. I mean, yeah, there's a
He
time
said
and
fun
place
dip.
for there's a time and place for the fun dip, right? And there's a time
Right.
and place for the Cheeto. I'm not saying never eat that shit, but you just, something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't connect with that. And you know, that's self-taught, and that's just a matter of awareness, and that's just a matter of being connected to your body and just disconnecting from all the information, you know? And just, let's just go old school, man, and just use our intuition and listen to our higher selves. And I guarantee you're going to get way farther than the magazine in the checkout store, you know? And no disrespect to people
Right.
or science, you know,
Us Weekly.
science and math or Us Weekly. But, you know,
Yeah.
come on, man. Like, yeah, we just got to take our power back, and we have to own our health, and we have to understand and respect our temple, and magical shit will happen from there. You will thirst for the knowledge that we're talking about. You will thirst for the path of making the right decision. It won't feel like a chore to not eat a Cheeto. You'll feel proud for not eating a Cheeto because you didn't take a shit in the middle of your temple, right?
Yeah. And a shit in the
And
middle.
that's a process. That's not something that you just wake up and do because it's New Year's Day. You feel me? It's a mindset, and it's a mentality, and it takes development, and it takes time, and it takes commitment, and it takes discipline. And it takes love for yourself, ultimately. A lot of us don't love ourselves, man. And that's a whole different fucking conversation, but
we gonna get
that
into
shit's
that.
real.
Eventually, we gonna get into that, man. Like when you look, I want everybody to understand this when it comes to protein, okay? Especially the mindset and kind of what's pushed on protein itself. Our body does not use protein, okay? Like from external sources. Like it does not take the protein and utilize it in its full form. All right. This is important for people to understand why we're talking about this, right? Our body can do nothing with cow protein. Our body can do nothing with protein from chicken. Our body can do nothing with protein from a fucking pig. All right. Can't do anything with it. Why? Because we're not pigs, we're not cows, we're not chickens. Remember, proteins are the builders of the body. So the chicken that was, roosting on the fucking grass or whatever the case may be, or the cow that's been grazing all day, right? Or the pig that's been eating whatever the fuck, took those amino acids from whatever they're eating and built their own protein. And now they got pig protein, and now they got cow protein, now they got chicken protein. And then us humans decided, you know what, let's kill these motherfuckers. And then we'll get the protein from them, right? So then they take that piece of pork, and they take that piece of chicken, they take that piece of cow or whatever, wrap it up, put it in the butcher shop, whatever the case may be, that we go buy it. We take that and we cook it, and then we eat it. And then we take that little bit of cow protein that's left in that slab of meat, and then our body has to break that down. Why? Because we're not cows. We can't use that to build shit. We're not building hooves. You know what I'm saying? We're not fucking cow, right? So it takes that and has to break it down to a bunch of amino acids. And then our body takes those amino acids, keyword acid, right? And then has to build it back up into a human protein. And then our body can use it. And the best part about the whole concept of what I just said is that our body creates 70% of its own protein without anything. And we only need 8 to 9 essential amino acids outside of that 70%. And they are all abundant within the fruit and vegetable kingdom. And guess what? When we eat those, go ahead.
Hold on. So let me get this straight. Let me understand the equation that you just threw out. So what the pig eat?
Pig eat
Well,
him.
the pig wasn't eating another pig, was he? The pig wasn't eating a little grasshopper, was he? The pig wasn't eating cockroach protein, was he?
No, I don't think so.
Nah. I don't think. What was the cow eating?
Grass.
Some grass and some grass. Oh shit, is there protein in grass? How the fuck did the cow get all the muscle?
Or the horse.
Or the horse. Or the gorilla. Or the rhinoceros. Right? How is that possible? How can a cow gain so much meat that we need to consume it to build our own meat, if you will, but they didn't eat meat to begin with?
Right.
Don't make sense, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Look at a horse. I mean, is there a more muscular animal that I can think of than a horse? Like, have you and I'm asking everybody out there, like, have you ever been close to a horse and like seen just how fucking like muscular,
powerful.
Just a beautiful animal, right? They don't eat meat.
Nope.
They graze and eat grass all fucking day. Look at a gorilla, right? Not as muscular as a horse, but still big, strong motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what you have to understand the concept of, right? And then when you look and when you start to eat the fruits and the vegetables, specifically raw whole ones, and you see the amount of amino acids you're getting, it starts to line up with what we were talking about earlier, right? Where you're getting close to, maybe 30, 40 grams of protein, the amino acids built together that your body's going to take, the raw amino acids, nature-made amino acids that your body's going to turn. It doesn't have to go through all that burden. It's not putting stress upon your kidneys and your liver and all, and throughout the metabolic process. No, it's taking those amino acids, building up the protein, and you're building healthy tissue. It's an amazing thing. When you start to go raw and you start to get on like a healthier journey, the first thing that happens is your body starts to break down the unhealthy tissue so it can.
But this ain't working. I need to stop.
Right.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Because again, the mentality of if it's pain, take a pill.
Yeah.
If it's this external substance to the internal world, man-made.
Ooh. Now, here's the bit, and I know I'm going to get this. I know I'm going to get this from somebody in the comments, or maybe it might be multiple people. Well, what about the keto diet? What about people that only eat meat? Okay. Look, protein, specifically protein coming from meat, is a stimulant. No different than coffee, right? Will you lose weight on a keto diet? Yeah, you will at first. You know why? Because your body is looking for anything it can convert into energy because it's not getting carbs. So it's going to pull every ounce of fat you got and suck it up. But it is one of the most fucking deadly diets you can have, because you look at people who go on those things for 5-10 years and they all, I shouldn't say all, shouldn't speak in absolutes, but the majority of them have some serious systemic issues, organ failure, all kinds of acidosis, all kinds of issues. Just, it is what it is. You might get some short-term gain because of the stimulant and because of the fact that you are literally just eating away at your own fat when you go into ketosis. You get the same result if you fast. The same thing.
Yeah. And you feel better.
Yes.
At least that's been my experience.
100%. 100%, man. You think they listen? You think they listening?
Man, I mean, look, somebody is. I mean, somebody hopefully gets motivated to, to make a different decision or has an aha moment and maybe goes, I can do this and gets that self-positive talk. But, like I love the science aspect portion of this conversation because I hope I'm right on this because I'm taking it way back. But if I'm not mistaken, right, like let's get into the science of this. Most proteins, I think you said 70% of the proteins are made by your body.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Flash back a few years and, you get into that mRNA. Well, protein production is a direct function of DNA through the messenger mRNA
mm-hmm.
into the ribosome to then create a protein that then gets attached to the amino acid to be expressed as whatever it needs to be expressed. Is that accurate?
Yep.
That's pretty accurate, right?
That's pretty accurate.
So, like when you think about that, man, how many people know that 70% of your proteins are produced in your cells by your own body,
less
by
than
your
5%.
DNA,
Yeah. No.
with that crazy mRNA that we hear so much about lately, right?
A
You
little
know,
bit.
doing its thing. But yeah, man, like protein is one of those things. And again, I know I get it. And so many people ask me, bro, what are your macros? So I'm like, I don't know. And they have nothing to say, dude. There's not a single question after that. They just sort of, the conversation becomes super awkward and they just kind of turn around and walk off because what do you ask?
Yeah.
Because if you don't track your macros, and I'm not saying like, you know, my level of performance is, you know, again, I'm 47, man, but I'm pretty sure I can do some shit that most 47-year-olds can't do.
Most stuff.
Right. And it's not because of protein and it's not because of all the things. It's because of all the things we've been talking about. It's really about balance, you know? Like, I know I keep stressing this, but who are you when you're balanced? Who are you when, you know, it's not about looking good. It's not about fitting in those jeans. It's just the you making the right choices that feel good to you day in, day out, moment in, moment out. Pop a Cheeto once in a while. Cool. Good for you. Pat on the back. I'd do it. But at most of the time, you're operating in a position of making good choices. Who does that person look like? Because that I feel like is what we should all target as individuals, not the magazine person, you know, not this, not that, just who is RL, who is Keith at the end of the day when he's just making the correct decisions the majority of the time.
Yeah. And you know, at the end of the day, man, it's not about pointing the finger at someone who eats the Cheetos or anything like that. It's about
Yeah, it ain't about that. Please don't get
no,
hurt
because
for
look,
that. No side.
I'm not perfect. You know what I'm saying? Keith's not perfect. You know, it's more about understanding the process and the purpose of food and eating and the whole concept of exercise, like the purpose of it, right? Instead of what's been told to us. So once you understand that, like you can balance yourself. You know, I tell everybody, look, I'll meet you where you're at. I don't care if you eat fucking ho-hos, ding-dongs, and Twinkies 24/7. I'm gonna meet you there and we're gonna work from that point. You know what I mean? Or on the complete opposite spectrum. You know, if you're a frugivore, but you just happen to fucking, you know, eat some lasagna once in a while or some shit. I don't know. The point is that like, it's about understanding how our body works, who we are physiologically, because that is a key concept, because there is a lot of misconstrued concepts on who we are as a people in nature, right? Understand who we are based on how our body works, our physiology, and that'll tell you everything you know. The answer is always in nature, man. It's always in nature. And for protein, look, I understand it's been embedded in so many people's heads. I understand it's going to take a while to break that, but protein is going to be associated. Like I keep it simple. Protein, you are what you eat. It's associated with pain. You eat a lot of protein, you're going to have a lot of pain, right? You eat a lot of fat, you're going to get fat. It's that simple. Like, hey, it ain't complex carbs. It ain't blah, 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 blah. You're eating a lot of fat, you're going to get fat, right? If you eat a lot of carbs, right? The right carbs, the natural carbs, you're going to have energy, man. You're going to, that's because that is the driver of your body, right? So just understand that the whole protein thing is a narrative. I hope I was able to answer some questions. I hope Keith was able to answer some questions here, but look, if not, reach out, let us know. Cause I'd love to hear what we missed or, you know, answer any questions you got.
Bro, this could go on another 2 hours, like barely scratching the surface, man, in terms of just where this conversation could go. But real quick, I wanted to bring something up real quick in my own reality that I've experienced. You know, I've got my own life and I've got my own ways of thinking, and that could be judged and that can be misconstrued by my own consciousness. But you know, my son is an aspiring kickboxer, right? He wants to be a professional kickboxer.
Yes.
And he was vegan for 5-6 years. Got up to about, you know, went from about 160 to about 210 on a strictly vegan diet, strictly vegan diet. And he went back to eating meat, and now he primarily eats meat, and he's sicker. He's been sick twice, never got sick when he was vegan, right? I can tell his recovery isn't as good as it was when he was a vegan. But those are some of the things that, again, you know, I've seen very intimately. And I bring my son up because I see him, I see the things that he does and the choices that he makes and how it affects him. I see all of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not going to see all of it unless it's somebody that you live with, right?
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I'm using him as an example because I think that's important in this, is that, you only see what they want you to see if it's just somebody that you don't really see. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But I saw him and saw, and I'm seeing now the differences and just all those little things. So I only share that to say that, if there's a spark in you that's like, you know what, yeah, like maybe I do need to take a look at this, and maybe I do need to challenge some of my beliefs, because I would challenge your belief in this belief that if you think your belief is real and true and you don't challenge it, then how real is it? The minute you start challenging your beliefs, you're going to find out real quick if it's a belief or if it's a truth. And that, at the end of the day, is all that really matters, right? Get to the bottom line of the truth for you. And so if this sparks something within you, I think next episode we're going to talk about removing meat from your diet, right?
Yeah,
I think that's the
we're gonna
next
get
one.
into that.
So, we'll get into a little bit of that. I mean, him and I both, right? Like we both were former meat eaters.
Yes.
We've been through the struggle of trying to prepare a meal and not knowing, what it looks like, and just knowing what
Yeah,
that
man.
mental struggle is. Because I mean, I think you'd agree, right? Like, back me up on this. When you stopped eating meat and you stopped consuming protein at the level that you're told to, like, your beliefs had to change. Your beliefs changed, and you had to come up with new things. And the minute your belief falls by the wayside, that's when it, to me, when it gets fun, man. That's when you start really going, shit, okay, like everything they're telling me is like not how it's supposed to be. Am I wrong?
Oh man.
Not everything, but most bullshit that gets pushed on you is the exact opposite of what you really should be doing for optimal health.
100%.
And yeah, man, and preaching to the choir here, but optimal health is different for everybody, man. It's a summary of your life. It's a summary of your beliefs. It's a summary of how you've been raised. Whatever that means to you, if it sparks something in you, lower the protein, see what happens.
Yeah. And I just want to take your optimal health thing for a second, man. Like, because what you said is so true, right? Like, optimal health, I will like compare it from an analogy standpoint to like nirvana or heaven, right? Like, we can't achieve that here, right? Like, it's impossible for anybody to achieve optimal health because of the circumstances that surround us, right? Yeah, you could be a fucking 100% frugivore. You eat everything at the right time and perfect, but you still got to breathe the air that's out there. You know what I'm saying? You still got to deal with the electricity. You still got to deal with stress, emotions, all these different things, lack of sleep, all these different aspects. So actually attaining optimal, like 100% health at the end of the day is heaven, it's nirvana. And we're all in different places on that step to get there, because we all have different paths, we all have different environments, we all have different histories. But the main thing is to understand it's there and do everything you can to get as close to that as you can, right? Because that's you being the best version of you. Because if your health ain't right, your fitness ain't right, then that is going to manifest itself in so many different ways within your life, in your relationships, in how you attack different things, your mindset, and once you realize that's the core, your temple, your foundation, then you'll see like the rest of the world just starts to change for you, because you put yourself physically in the best possible place you can be. And if you do that, man, sky's the limit. You do whatever the fuck you want.
That's why what we say, authenticate yourself. That's what it's all about.
100.
Becoming the best version of you, whatever that looks like. And only you knows what that looks like.
Yes, sir. All right.
I feel like eating some protein after talking about all this protein.
I know, right? Go get me a fucking bag of spinach.
Dude, man, I can't. Dude, I'm looking forward to talking about the removing meat, man. But
Yeah,
I can't even tell you, man. Like, if anybody out, and I know I'm gonna get it too from the Gen Bros, but straight up, like I think I told you this, man. Like, I've hit lifetime PRs within the last year at 47 that I didn't hit when I was 27.
Yeah.
I can tell you that, and again, I don't. This isn't bragging. This isn't it at all. It's not bragging, and I want you to back me up on this if you agree.
For sure.
Like, there's an amount that your health will give back to you that money can't buy it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, money can't buy baking right choices over a decade or over 2 years or over 6 months. Money can't buy that shit. That shit has to be earned. And when you earn it and you sit back and you look at your peers and, you know, you look at the things that you're capable of and you look at the things that you can do, that you don't take it for granted, but it's a conglomeration of all your choices, you know? And I think ultimately, like, that's what you're talking about. Optimal health, we want to be in a place where we can operate at our highest level for our kids, for our wives, for our grandkids. And, you know, man, every time, you know, I keep going back to the Cheeto, but, you know, if we pop in Cheetos, man, we're the bill always comes due, you know, at some point, man. And you know, the older we get, you know, the more of an impact it has on our choices, because our body doesn't respond the way it does at 40 like it did when it was 20, right?
And it's even
So it
more
becomes
more difficult to heal too, man.
Right. So it's that much more impactful, you know, to start righting the ship. And again, it isn't, and I tell people all the time, man, this isn't just for you. This is for your wife, man. You think your wife wants to bury you, dog? You think your wife wants to see you laid up in a fucking casket because, you know, you died of a heart attack because of umpteen million of poor choices? Yeah, right? Like that's what it's for, man. It's for the people you love. But it's also self-love at its highest form. Yeah. And I 100% believe that, man. 100%. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up. We're gonna talk about meat next week.
No, man, this is fun. This is fun. Be back next week. Not next week, but
next episode.
Let's talk about why I chose the path of fruitarianism. What's up, everybody? Appreciate you coming to my channel and watching my journey into health and to natural health and diet. I appreciate every single one of you. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button. But I do appreciate all the feedback that I've received from all of you. I am truly grateful. But today we're going to talk about why I chose this path. Why did I make the decision that going down the path of being a fruitarian was right for me? And it actually started for me 6 years ago. I decided to become a vegetarian because I felt like in order for me to ascend spiritually, I had to eliminate the consumption of living conscious creatures, right? And that, you know, that would be obviously eliminating meat. And from a spiritual standpoint, I feel like that was tremendous, but from a health standpoint, didn't really make much of a difference. In fact, my health got worse. And the reason it got worse is because I was an unhealthy vegetarian. And I think a lot of people out there are unhealthy vegetarians. I'm pretty sure you understand what I'm talking about, because most people who make that transition from a meat eater to vegetarianism, they want to compensate for the meat that they're not eating anymore. So what do? They start eating a lot of processed shit. A lot of imitation meats, per se, Beyond Burgers, Impossible Burgers, vegan cheese, vegan this, vegan that, you know, trying to make up for other aspects of the diet that you weren't getting. And I was a vegetarian with some pretty high vegan tendencies. Like, for the most part, I was vegan except for cheese here and there. But what really pushed me down the path towards fruitarianism was COVID. And let me break this down for everybody out there. So, like, when everything went down in 2020 and you saw mandates and you saw division and you saw, you know, the fear mongering, all the different things that were happening, you know, throughout the media and throughout society and communities, like, I felt like it was my obligation as the leader of my family to understand what was truly going on, understanding what a virus was, understanding how the body works. And I'm a very intuitive person. That's a part of my spiritual ascension. And intuitively, I was pushed to a group on Facebook called the Terrain Model Refutes Germ Theory. And throughout my time in that group, and when I got in that group, it was fairly small, roughly around 10,000 people in the group. That's a pretty big group, but to see where it is now, right? I think there's about 30,000 people in there now, a few years later. And reading more about the terrain model and understanding how the body works internally and how our internal terrain dictates everything that happens to us from a health standpoint. That just opened my eyes completely and made me realize that the standard American diet and the propaganda that's pushed on us, they're all in cahoots together. All these systems are in cahoots together. The healthcare system, big pharma, the insurance companies, like the media, they're all in cahoots together. Like 70% of the ads you see on TV or whatever you're watching on your phone are medical ads. And then the other 30% are going to be, food or other type of toxicity that's going to push you to need that medical help throughout, utilizing their philosophies. So once I realized that, once I opened my eyes to all of that, I really understood that I've been looking at health completely wrong, and the responsibility for being the leader of my family made me realize, well, we got to go a different path. And from that moment on, we started down the terrain model and realized that fruitarianism is who we truly are. Every answer you need in life, if you look to nature, it'll give it to you. And it's no different than the diet. And for us, being the nature beings that we are meant to eat fruits, leafy greens, nuts, and seeds. That is the optimal diet. And when I started to implement that and go through that transition, man, I just saw the benefits happen one after another. And I was like, wow, why doesn't the rest of the world understand this or know this? And it makes sense because from a systemic standpoint, it's not profitable. You can't really profit off of health. You profit off of sickness and disease. So it makes more sense to push and to promote and to advocate for habits that are going to put people in more, ill situations per se. But this video isn't about that. I can talk about that on another one. It's more about why I chose to go this path. And it's been tremendous for me. It's not easy, because you're breaking habits that are decades old. You're breaking traditions that are, that are generations old, right? I call them generational curses. It's tough when you go to a family member's house and they're eating a certain way and you don't eat that way. Or it's tough when you get invited to go meet up at this restaurant for communal type of activities and you don't really partake in those habits anymore. Those things are tough. Your circle might become smaller. But the beauty of it is a lot more people are getting onto this. Is one of the main reasons I do this. Is one of the main reasons I coach for this, is because this community is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, while your other community might end up getting smaller, your other circle might get smaller, you're going to gain new people. You're going to find your tribe, right? You're going to find that alignment with your people. So continue on that path if you have decided to. But yeah, what's crazy is like when I started going clean, when I started eating raw, I became more aware of everything that was happening within my body. And that awareness, just like in anything else in life, that awareness is information, is energy, and it helps you see things clearer. And when I went raw and then I would go back to eat something cooked and feel the difference, because when you're eating bad, when you're eating the standard American diet all the time, like it's hard to be aware of those things because you have nothing to compare it to. Your body's used to it. You build up these tolerances, just like alcohol. You build up tolerances for these things. Your body's amazing. It does amazing things. But when you go clean and then you go back, that's where you see the contrast. And that's where the solidification truly came in for me, that wow, this is the path. This is the way to go. And I will continue that path. until the day that I'm not here anymore. Because I know that it's going to give me the best opportunity to live my best life. So that is why I chose to go fruitarian, down the fruitarianism route. It was sparked by COVID, but what that spark did, what that event did, was just really push me to learn and push me to grow, to truly understand who we are. Your body is your temple, right? Take that accountability on yourself and create the life you want to live for the rest of your life, right? Be the best version of yourself. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully it helped for some of you guys out there. I'm open to any questions about this. I do coaching as well. I'm in the process of building my website. Maybe if you're watching this a couple years down the road, my website's up and good. But at the end of the day, that's what I'm doing at this moment in time. But I love you all. Peace, love, and light. Make sure you give me a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. Be good, everybody.
Is juicing healthy? Stay tuned and find out. Welcome back, everybody, to the RL Truth. Appreciate you guys stopping by to my channel, and make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get notifications for any time I drop new videos. Today, we're going to talk about juicing. There's a lot of people out there who are unsure on if juicing is healthy, and even people within the natural hygiene and natural food and diet community have been on both sides of this. So I wanted to set the record straight, share my philosophy on juicing and all the research that I've done as well. For me, when you look at nature, and that's kind of my answer to a lot of things. I like to break things down to its most simplest form. And when you look at nature and you look at what the rest of nature does for food, you'll notice something very common, actually a common denominator in all of it. It's all raw, right? We are the only species that cook our food. And obviously, we did not cook our food from the beginnings of times. So you have to ask yourself those questions. The creator, whether whatever you believe in, it doesn't matter, created nature. And nature has shown to provide us with everything that we need to survive. And when you look at all the other animals, you see that in full effect. Now, we are a higher conscious being, right? We have the ability to decipher duality between what's right and what's wrong. We have to deal with battling the ego versus self, which really has gotten us into the issues we're at now. When you look at the standard American diet or the standard world diet in most places, and nutrition and health and science in itself, it's more on the side of ego than it is on self, because we have disconnected ourselves from nature. So you're probably saying, well, what does that have to do with juicing, right? Well, we can all agree that fruit is the most optimal food for the human species. We can start to understand where juicing comes into play, because what fruit provides us, number one, is the most energy efficient food on the planet, bar none, right? When you eat it, it provides a high amount of energy for your cells while causing the least amount of burden to your body in the processing, because the fructose from the fruit basically goes straight to the cells. Your pancreas and your other organs do not have to go through major processes to break it down to a simple carbohydrate, because it already is a simple carbohydrate. In fact, it's the simplest carbohydrate. Your cells thrive on fruit. So when it comes to juicing, there's two things that come into play. Number one, hydration. Probably the number one aspect to health is hydration. It's flowing. And it all makes sense when you look at things from a macro perspective, not just talking diet, but just from a life perspective. Everything needs to flow, right? Everything. We are energy, we are frequency, and frequency flows. When our frequency doesn't flow, when we have blockages and whatnot, then we see ourselves in a lot of different issues, whether it be emotional, psychological, health related. When things aren't flowing, things aren't doing well. So we need to be flowing ourselves, and hydration allows us to do that. From a pure health perspective, the reason it's important to stay hydrated is because when you do eat foods that are outside of the optimal diet, when you eat your salts and your grains and your meats, that dehydrates you. Anytime you cook something, you're dehydrating the food. Therefore, if what you're eating is dry or dehydrated, then guess what's going to happen inside your body? You're going to be dehydrated. And when your lymph fluid, your lymphatic system is not flowing, it is not able to move the cellular waste out of your body. I've been deeper on that in other videos, but when it's not flowing, then you get stagnation, and stagnation is the beginning steps to all kinds of different issues within the body. And we definitely don't want that. So, hydration. When it comes to juicing, it is extremely hydrating. When we drink water, which we've been taught our whole life, you gotta drink lots of water, and you do. But I would rather you get the majority of your water from your fruits. And when you juice, you're getting something called H3O2, which is one step above H2O. So it's even more hydrating. It's the most hydrating liquid on this planet, and it is amazing for you. And another reason that juicing it can be really good for you is if your bowel movements are a little excessive, right? Because when you're eating the whole fruit, you're getting the fiber, which is going to make things move within your body. But if you're excessive and you want to slow it down a little bit, a great way is to juice. Juicing is also amazing for detoxing. If you are looking to get a clean detox of your body, go on fruit juices for a good week. You know, there's plenty of different fruit juicing detoxes out there. Dr. Morris has some great ones, and some others have some as well. Fruit juicing is amazing. Now, a couple key things here. You got to make sure you are going by food combining principles in order to make sure that, you know, you're getting the best benefits out of that, and you're not causing any type of digestive stagnation within the body by combining fruits that might move faster than others. Like, you don't want to combine your melons with, say, your apples. You don't want to combine melons with anything, whether it's eating it whole or juicing. So make sure you're following food combining principles as well when it comes to juicing. Now, would I recommend juicing all the time and making that the main source of your diet? Definitely not, because you do need the fiber. And there is nothing more healthy than the whole fruit in itself, because you are getting that fiber, and we do need fiber. For me personally, I like to mix. I juice usually once a day, and then I eat whole foods for the rest of the day. If you have any questions about juicing or Fruitarian, mostly because I wanted to strengthen my connection from a spirituality standpoint. And maybe I'll dive deeper into that on another episode. Actually, I have a couple podcasts on it on my page if you want to check that out, the spiritual aspects of diet. But I always felt like I could never connect spiritually if I were to consume another living creature, if that makes any sense. But that's neither here nor there. This channel and my videos moving forward are going to be mostly based on my journey and what I'm going through and what I'm experiencing, good and bad, as I, continue my path into natural health and diet. And what that means to me is I'm an 80 to 85% raw fruitarian, meaning 80 to 85% of the time I'm eating raw fruits, raw tender greens, some nuts, a little bit of seeds, right? So that is the foundation of my diet. Reason I'm doing that is because from all my research, from all my studies, and that is being a student of Dr. Robert Morse and reading Herbert Shelton and T.C. Fry and following Lauren Whitman and also Yakia Wake and El Rafael. Who else? Reading 80-10-10 by Douglas Graham and following him and some of his studies. But throughout all that, throughout all my studies and learning and reading and on this path, I've just realized that the optimal human diet is the fruitarian diet. And the closer we get to that, the closer we'll get to actual health. And actual health, isn't just something you say, it isn't just something you feel, it's an actual thing. It is total balance and harmony of the body. And the only way to do that is to get to that optimal diet. And everything else outside of that, we're just either getting closer or further away from it. So that's really what this channel is going to be about. You'll see kind of like what some of my daily routines are, what I eat on a daily, diving into one of my philosophies, which I call the EAT, the EAT philosophy, which is energy efficiency, avoiding acid-forming foods and toxicity. So we'll dive a lot deeper into that. I have a lot of videos on that. I do have a podcast on that as well. You can check out. But ultimately, like I said, I know there's a lot of you out there who are confused or who are looking for answers when it comes to health. A lot of you guys have been conditioned by society just like I have when it comes to health, and looking at things from an allopathic point of view, from your doctor's point of view, from the medicine point of view, from the standard American diet point of view, and it's really led you nowhere. It's led, it's pretty much led you backwards. But now's the time. We're in the information era, and that is my pure motivation for this channel. It always has been, and that's to spread truth, specifically about health, because look, our body is our temple. It's the foundation of us from a physical standpoint, and it affects everything in our life, from our mental state to our physical state, obviously, from our spiritual ascension and connection, right, to our emotions. It's all connected, all of it. And as I've learned throughout this journey, you'll see some amazing things happen if you stick with it, right? And the main thing is that there are going to be some drawbacks. There are going to be some sacrifices, but it's all worth it in the end. And I'll touch on a lot of that as well. I also want this to be extremely interactive with you guys, right? If, comment on these videos. Let me know what you want to hear about. If you have questions about what I'm doing or how I'm doing it, send me comments, send me questions, talk to me. I want to talk with all of you, right? To me, this is a movement. This is something that I want to be reciprocal. I want to have that ripple effect, right? So I don't want to make videos about stuff that nobody wants to see or hear about. I want to know what you want to hear about. This is a vlog. This is my journey. It's, none of this is scripted. This is literally me sharing my experiences, sharing my knowledge that I continue to attain on this journey, right? So ultimately, that's what it is. So I appreciate everyone who's tuned in previously, and I really appreciate everyone who is going to tune in moving forward. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can get updates, so you can know when I drop another video. And we'll be releasing videos as frequently as possible, hopefully weekly, but life is what it is. Like I said, this isn't scripted. This is going to be free flowing, just like life and just like our body should be free flowing. Peace and love, everybody. Make sure you give me a thumbs up and a like and drop those comments. I love all of you. Peace, love, and light, everyone. Today, I'm going to share 5 steps on how to get you on the path to a healthy life. Now, let's talk about the 5 steps to get you on the path to a healthy life. But first, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can continue to get updates and notifications of new videos on natural health and diet moving forward. And thank you for all the love and support that you guys have given me. Now, the first step to getting you on the path to a healthy life is to eliminate stimulants from your life and replace them with fruit. Now, what stimulants am I talking about? First and foremost, coffee. You have to get rid of coffee. Now, I know to some that may seem like an outrageous statement, like how can I live or operate without coffee? But when you understand what coffee actually does to your body, you'll really start to see why it's imperative that it's eliminated in order for you to get on a healthy path. Now, I'll do a video in the future on coffee itself so you can see some of these things. But in short, coffee, all it does is stimulate your body, which ultimately causes a crash, and it's poison. Your body is not equipped to handle coffee. So eliminate coffee, but not just coffee. I'm talking all stimulants. That means any type of vitamin or supplement type of stimulants. That also means any type of energy drink, which are absolutely horrid for your body. So Red Bulls, Monster drinks, any type of energy, even Gatorade. Eliminate those, including coffee, and replace it with fruit. Get that natural sugar in your body that'll give you that natural fuel that your body needs to operate. So that is number 1, to eliminate stimulants and replace them with fruit. Number 2, is to implement a form of intermittent fasting. It's very simple. You eat between the hours of 12 noon and 8 p.m. Now, you can even shorten that if you like, but it's imperative that you eat between those times because that is your body's time of digestion. There's 3 different phases that your body goes through. Between 12 and 8 p.m. is digestion. Between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. is assimilation, to where your body's going to utilize the nutrients that it's received throughout the day. And then from 4 a.m. to noon is elimination. You don't want to eat during the elimination period. That's your body flushing everything out to get it ready for the new day. So implement the intermittent fasting. Only eat between the hours of noon and 8 p.m. They call it breakfast because what? You're breaking your fast. So do not break your fast until noon. Number 3, look, we're all on different health paths, right? We're all in different phases of our life. But what I implore to you guys out there, no matter where you are in your journey and no matter what you eat, to start off by replacing one of your meals with fruit. Now, whether that's the first meal of the day or the last meal of the day or one of the meals in between, whether that's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, just replace one of those meals with nothing but wholesome fruit. Plain and simple, right? And do this for 2 weeks. Watch how your body adjusts and take note of how it feels. This is the first step to getting you on the path to health because, look, I am very confident, can almost guarantee that when you take account of how you're feeling throughout those 2 weeks, you will realize the difference that it makes when you're eating fruit as opposed to whatever you were eating prior. So put that in place for 2 weeks. And look, I'm going to be creating some more videos to go to kind of show you some different levels on how you get to certain levels. But this is the beginning part. This is the precipice. This is the genesis of it all. So do that for 2 weeks and look, share your thoughts and feelings in the comments. And I'd love to hear what you guys have to say after you actually try this for a few days. All right. So number 4, you got to make sure you're going outside for at least 30 minutes a day and being active. Now, look, there's a lot of people that exercise in the house or in gyms or whatever the case may be, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm an advocate of exercise. Now, look, we don't have to be bodybuilders. We don't have to go hard in the gym every day to maintain health. But if you choose to do that, that's totally fine. What I'm saying to everybody out there, if you want to get on the path to health, just be a little bit active and outside in nature for 30 minutes a day. You get vitamin D from the sun, like real vitamin D, not the supplement isolated version, but the actual real vitamin D. And you also get to connect with nature. We are natural beings. We're supposed to be connected with nature. We're supposed to be outside. We're supposed to be amongst the trees and the grass and the insects and the animals. Like that's our natural state. And when we're out there, it's symbiotic. And we feel that and we connect with that. And it's very important when we're talking about health, not just from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, an emotional standpoint, a psychological standpoint, and a spiritual standpoint. So make sure you're getting outside at least 30 minutes a day. At least. You do more, that's even better. And look, it's not hard. You're up for, if you sleep 8 hours a day, that means you're up for 16 hours. You can spare 30 minutes to go out there. I would truly implore you to, do a meditation outside. There's nothing better than doing a meditation outside. So number 4 is make sure you are getting outside and you're spending time and being active in nature. Now, the last one, which is so important, and that is to start removing toxicity from your life. Okay, so what does that mean, toxicity? Well, toxicity comes in so many different forms. Food, number 1, toxic food, processed foods, eliminate those from your life. And what I would say is to start journaling or taking note of all of the toxic things that you eat. Now, so like I said, I'm going to go down and you can watch some earlier videos to let you know what food you're supposed to be eating. And anything outside of that is toxic. But at the same time, you can't go from 0 to 100. Right? So just start taking note of some of the things that you eat. For instance, if you're drinking sodas, we talked about the stimulants aspect. processed food, anything that is not in its natural form, anything that you're buying from the inside of the grocery store as opposed to the outside of the produce section of the grocery store. It's not living food. You know, if you eat a Pop-Tart, that's not real food. If you eat potato chips, cereal, granola bars, you know, and bread, all those different things are not real food. Snickers bars, candy bar, all those types of things. It's not real food. Start removing those from your life. And I'm not saying to completely throw everything out at one time, because like I said, that's overwhelming for a lot of people. But start incrementally getting rid of some of those foods. That's just the food aspect though. Toxicity comes in all different forms. Now, we can't necessarily control the air that we breathe, but we can control the company we keep. So start looking at your circle. Who are the people that, you know, bring value to your life, that make you happy to be around, right? You know, and start to ask yourself, wow, why do I spend so much time with these individuals if every time I spend time with them, they make me feel like shit, right? So start doing a self-audit on the company that you keep. And look, you have no obligation to anybody, right? You need to look out for you and your family and your well-being, meaning that if you're spending time with people that don't bring out the best in you, then there's no reason for you to do that. Start eliminating those things. Look at the things that you watch, the things that entertain you, social media, TV. How do they make you feel afterwards? Do they make you feel good or do they make you feel like shit? And it comes down to that conscious choice. Is the choice I'm making, is the choice to watch Law and Order SVU, does it make me feel better? Does it make me feel kind of crummy afterwards? Is this choice I'm making for the betterment of me or the detriment of me, right? So these are conscious choices. These are some of the toxic elements that you need to start removing from your life. And it's across the board. So do that audit on yourself. You know, like I said, you can hear me throughout this entire video. I'm an advocate of taking notes and journaling. So write down all these things, you know, what make me feel better? What don't make me feel good? And start eliminating that stuff on the other side, right? And then you'll start to see how that toxicity gets removed from your life and you start to feel better from a mental health standpoint, from a physical standpoint, an emotional standpoint, and a spiritual standpoint. So those are 5 quick steps to get you on the path to a healthy life. I appreciate everybody out there. Look, drop some questions. If you have any questions about any of these steps, I'd love to have a conversation with you about that throughout the comments, but it also helps me in the videos that I'm going to be making going forward. I want this to be extremely interactive because this is the beginning level. I'm going to be continuing to make videos to kind of increase those levels. So the more questions and feedback I have from you, the better input I have to make sure that the videos that I'm sending out to you all are better and resonate more and relate more to what each and every one of you are going through. Remember, we're all on a different path, but our paths are equally important for humanity. So if you want that healthier lifestyle, remember, this is not a fad. This is not some tips just to get you through the next couple of weeks or to make you lose weight or anything like this. This is for a healthy lifestyle, a healthy life, the long term. This is something that is going to help you create habits that will show benefits throughout the remainder of your life. And we hope that it's a very, very long life. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you give me a thumbs up and please share comments, share this wherever you can. And I look forward to the next video where I'll share some more of this natural health and diet with all of you. Peace, love, and light. I'm out of here. I'm going to talk about what cooked food did to my body recently. What's up, everybody? RL Melpika back. Thanks for everyone who supported the channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, and I'll keep giving you guys information on me and my fruitarian journey. So recently, I indulged in more cooked food than I usually do. And I wanted to share my experience with everybody because this is something that a lot of people are going to be going through, especially making that transition from eating cooked food to going majority raw. Your body speaks to you. It communicates with you. And when you start eating raw foods, you'll notice that. You'll notice the benefits of that. And your body will reward you with thriving feelings and rejuvenation. You'll feel lighter.
You'll feel freer. Your skin will look better. You'll drop some weight. So many benefits to going raw and following the raw fruitarian diet. The problem is that when you do go back to eating cooked food after eating raw, you're going to experience some serious effects. And this is something that I've dealt with. Now, I'm a majority raw fruitarian, but the longer I do this and continue on my journey, the more I'm realizing how much more I love when I eat raw food compared to any cooked food. Now, I'm breaking an addiction. Anybody who eats cooked food is ultimately addicted to it. It's an addiction, just like cocaine, just like heroin, just like sugar. They're all addictions. And, going through that process, it may be tough for you to completely give up cooked food, mainly because you're surrounded by it all the time. Your friends, your family, community gatherings, conditioning. You see it on TV all the time. Everywhere you drive, you see restaurants and whatnot. So when you're making that transition, whether you're just implementing a little bit of raw food and still eating cooked food, or you get to the point where you're majority raw, a little bit of cooked food, you're going to deal with this. So for me, it's almost like my body like I said, my body communicates to me. And when I indulged in all this cooked food recently, my body let me know real quick that, hey, like, this is not for you. And I had some really seriously bad bowel movements. I felt like shit. I was lethargic. I started getting, some pimples, a little bit of a rash, a bunch of things. My body speaking to me. Now, granted, those are detox symptoms, right? That's my body getting rid of that stuff, those extra acids from that acid-forming food, that acid-forming ash that I was consuming. And, it just spoke to me so clearly, because I know now, and I've known this, but like it's telling me, it's so blatant to me that my body is in such a symbiotic nature with myself. Like it's so aligned that whenever I stray off course, my body lets me know immediately. And it's a good thing, but in the process, the effect is not good. So pay attention to those things, because I didn't like feeling like that. I didn't like, waking up in the middle of the night and having massive bowel movements. My body is just trying to flush that shit out, because it was so used to having the optimal foods, the optimal nutrition. And I basically said, you know what, body, fuck you. I'm going to eat what I want this weekend. And I did that. And I went back to my addictive nature, and I've been paying for it. So I wanted to share that with everybody, because it is important when you make that transition to understand what's going to happen. Because look, in a perfect world, you'd make the transition and, you could go back a little bit once in a while and everything would be all okay, because you're mostly eating what you're supposed to be. But no, that's not how it works. Like, when you're cleaning yourself out, and I've done a massive amount of cleaning on my body, from detoxing to intermittent fasting to, taking Dr. Morse's GI tract and some of his gastrointestinal herbal supplements to flush myself out, to help clean me out and clear me out from the decades of damage that I've done, and got to a point where I feel good. I feel really good. I feel like I'm thriving. But when you go backwards, your body's going to let you know quickly and emphatically that this is not where you want to go. This is not what you want to do. You've done such great work. Please continue to feed us what we need, what we want to thrive. And when you understand that, and you're in connection and alignment with your own body, it's really an enlightening experience. And that's what I wanted to share with everybody here. So I'd love to hear everybody's comments on if you've had similar circumstances, because it's just so blatant, And unfortunately, you can't understand that until you go raw, until you literally eat majority raw fruit, or go days of only eating fruit and then go back to cooked food. Your body will tell you immediately, no, this is not what you want. And the average person thinks the opposite. They think that, oh man, I went raw and it messed up my stomach. No, it did not mess up your stomach. Your stomach came back to homeostasis, to where it needs to be. And now you're feeding it garbage again. And your body does not respond to that garbage because it's seen the bright side. It's seen the light. It doesn't want to go back to the dark. So please share your comments. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and give me a thumbs up. Appreciate all of you. Peace, love, and light. I'm out of here.
Today, we're going to talk about the benefits of having a fruit-dominant diet. Welcome back to the RL Truth, everybody. I appreciate all of you for taking the time to watch my videos. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get notified of all the new videos that are coming out. And if you do enjoy this video, make sure you give me a thumbs up. But today we're going to dive into the benefits that come with eating a fruit-dominant diet. For me, on my journey, I've uncovered through my studies and application of why eating fruits is so beneficial. And the first part comes, the first part is about energy. At the end of the day, I mean, energy is everything. And we are electrical beings. And when you look at foods on this planet and their electrical content, there is not a food on the planet that has more energy, that provides more electromagnetic energy and electricity than fruits. If you look on the electromagnetic scale, fruits are anywhere between 8 and 10,000 angstroms of energy. Raw veggies are about 8 to 9,000 angstroms of energy. When you keep going down that list, you see why fruits provide the most electricity and how big that gap truly is. Because when you look at cooked veggies are anywhere from 4 to 6,000 angstroms of energy. Then if you keep going down, you see that meat provides 0 angstroms of electromagnetic energy. And other toxic foods, things that are not built for the human species, not species appropriate diet foods, are anywhere from 0 to 2,000 angstroms of energy. And why is that important? It's important because of energy efficiency, which is like the first step in my philosophy on health, my EAT philosophy, energy efficiency. What that means is that the food that you consume is providing a certain amount of energy. And at the same time, your body relinquishes a certain amount of energy itself in the digestion and metabolic process. So if you're eating fruits and you're eating raw veggies like your leafy greens, you're getting a high amount of electrical energy while putting the least amount of burden on your body in the digestion process, because your body is built to digest those foods. It's built to digest your fruits and your raw veggies. It's not built to digest meat. It's not built to digest these other toxic foods. So your energy efficiency allows you that much more energy, that much more net energy to be able to heal itself, right? Your body is constantly trying to get you to homeostasis, to balance, right? It's trying to get you to that harmonic aspect of health. And that's literally its only job. That's literally its only task, is to keep you alive, to keep you going. So it's going to try to heal you in every single possible way it can. But the only way it can do that is if it has enough nerve energy. And that nerve energy is all about the energy efficiency. How much energy am I consuming and how much energy am I expending in the process of digesting those foods and getting those nutrients to the body and that energy to the cell, right? So, and I'm not trying to get too super scientific with it. This is as basic as it comes. So it makes sense to want to eat the most energetic, the most electric foods on the planet to spark yourself with that electricity and utilize that net energy. And unfortunately, we live in a society that pushes the propaganda of cooked food, right? And we've all been conditioned. We've all probably eaten cooked food in our lives and for many years, and might even be eating cooked food now. I mean, like I said, I still eat, randomly I will eat some cooked food, and I'm slowly getting to the point where that's like a minuscule aspect of my diet. but it's all about the energy efficiency aspect of it. Because when you look at nutrient degradation, it starts at 120 degrees, right? So when you're cooking your food, specifically meat, I mean, according to, the FDA and whatnot, you should be cooking your meat to at least 160 degrees. Well, you lost any type of nutrients they want to sell you on from that piece of meat right then and there. It's nutrient degradation, not to mention 0 angstroms of energy. So think about that. Think about when you're grilling veggies or grilling whatever you're grilling. Think about how hot that grill gets. If you're smoking something, how hot that gets. All those different aspects. When you're drinking something that's pasteurized, like pasteurized orange juice, think about the process of pasteurization, right? It's heating it to a point out. Pasteurization somewhere, I know it's over 120 degrees. I don't know, I can't remember. It might be 165 or something like that. But you are literally killing all of the nutrients. You're degrading the nutrients within that specific food. So when it comes to the benefits of having a fruit dominant diet, the main benefit is the electricity and energy efficiency you are receiving from those foods. Look, our cells operate on carbohydrates, and fruits provide you with fructose, which is amazing for this. It is a simple sugar, and the burden of the metabolic process, the burden of digestion is so low that you are going to walk away every time you eat fruit, and every time fruit is dominant in your diet, you're going to walk away with amazing amounts of energy. And that energy is going to yield and provide byproducts like a clear head, a more creative mind, more energy to do things, to, not being sleepy all the time, being able to be active, vitality, all of those different things, not to mention giving your body the ample amount of nerve energy to heal itself, to heal, some of the trauma that you caused your body for decades of your life. You have ailments, you have inflammation in certain spots, you're dealing with certain things, certain diagnoses, or whatever the case may be. Fruit, and leafy greens, and watch how those things start to subside. It's an amazing process, but it's a simple process at the same time. So those are the benefits of having a fruit dominant diet. I would love to hear your thoughts, some of your feedback. If you're in the process of having a fruit and leafy green dominant diet, share some of your experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear them. If you have any questions about it, reach out to me. I do coaching as well, based on my EAT philosophy, and I've just seen some amazing transformations for people. And I'm a self-testimony myself. I apply this in my life. So I appreciate all of you who are watching this video. Make sure you give me that thumbs up, and I look forward to seeing your comments. You guys be good. Peace, love, and light.
Let's talk about why I decided to eat mostly fruit. Welcome back to my channel, everybody. I appreciate everybody who's subscribed and who's watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button in your lower right-hand corner, I believe it is. I appreciate all the love and everything you guys have sent me. But today I'm gonna continue my journey and just provide more information on why I decided to eat majority fruit. And it really stems from a couple things. Number one, through my studies, through building my philosophy on health, through my coaching on dietary practices and habits, I realized that fruit is the most optimal food on the planet for the human species. Whether that be studying Dr. Morris or Herbert Shelton or T.C. Fry or some of these other individuals that have helped mentor me, Lauren Whitman, as well as Yaqui Raphael. Like it's become obvious to me that fruit is the most optimal food. It's not saying that that's the only thing you should eat, but in my opinion and based on my philosophies, it's the most energy efficient food that you should eat. Meaning when you eat it, it's providing you more electrical energy than any food on the planet, bar none. It's also one of the easiest foods for us humans to digest. right? So when you add those two things together, you're receiving a lot of energy and you're not really expelling a lot of energy to digest it. Therefore, net energy wise, there isn't a better food on the planet. So, that's kind of one of the main bases. Number two, for me, as I journey towards the frugivore and fruitarian path, where right now I'm about 85% fruit. I shouldn't say fruit, fruitarian. One of the obstacles that I've had is implementing the leafy greens, nuts, and the seeds. The fruit to me has been a fairly easy transition. I love fruit. Fruit tastes amazing. I'm eating some oranges and apples right now. And I have some of my favorite foods, and I go through phases. Sometimes, I'm heavy on mangoes or I'm heavy on melons, but a lot of times those things aren't in season, so they're not tasting as good. So you got to kind of transition, and your body makes these transitions. And it's also good because it stops you from getting bored in what you're eating. Like if you're eating the same thing every single day, you can get bored, and then that's where bad habits start to creep in. And I've seen it happen. I've went through all of it. But for me, like, fruits are so satiating. That's why I say they're the optimal food. I mean, if you look at it from a physiological standpoint, obviously I already told you about the net energy of how they're the most electrical food on the planet, the most net energy efficient food on the planet. But also, to me, they're the most satiating. They're the most appealing to the eye. They're most appealing to the smell. So you're utilizing your senses here. It's obvious to me that fruit is the food that was provided by the creator, whoever you think that is, to be the food for human consumption. But for me, leafy greens and salads has always been tougher. Now, I do eat my salads. I just don't eat enough of them yet. And I'm working to implement that into my daily practice and my daily habits. And I advise everyone out there who's looking to get more on the closer to optimal health and have the optimal diet to implement those salads in. And when I say salads, I'm not saying the salads you get at Chili's or when you go out to restaurants, because they're full of a lot of things that you should not be consuming, including the dressings. But to me, from a satiation standpoint, like, I love the leafy greens. I do love cucumbers. I like tomatoes for the most part. And I love avocado. But there's some caveats to that, because like the avocado is very fattening. So you don't want to eat avocado all the time, especially if you want to get as close as you can to the 80-10-10 balanced diet, which I profess and which I totally believe in. If you haven't read the book 80-10-10 by Douglas Graham, I highly advise you to do that. A lot of my practices and philosophies are based on what he teaches. But like, so if you take out, if you can't have an avocado all the time, you shouldn't say can't, nothing's in absolutes, but you shouldn't be having avocado all the time. So now you're left to your greens, your tomatoes, your cucumbers, and then it comes down to the dressing. And for me, like, I have no problem eating salad with like a vinaigrette type of dressing or something like that. But the vinaigrette, I mean, we're talking about isolated, most of the time rancid fats that you're eating, because that's all salad dressing is. I mean, it don't matter how you slice it, it's fat. So when you're looking at raw or fruit-based dressings, you got to find the right one. And I have a couple that are pretty good. If you reach out to me in my comments, I can share some of those with you. And they're good, don't get me wrong. But from a satiation standpoint, they just don't compare to fruits. And that's been my biggest struggle there. And that's one of the reasons that I decided, to eat mostly fruit until I get to the point where I can mix in the leafy greens and the salads, basically. Nuts and seeds, I have them sparingly, which you should have sparingly. They're very fattening as well. You don't want to eat those all the time. So optimally, you want to be close to 50-50 on your salads and your fruits. Optimally. Dr. Moore says it best, like, the fruits clean you out, and the vegetables and the greens, they build you up. Most of us need to be cleaned out, though. Like, we've been eating so bad for so long, we need to be flushed. We need to be cleaned out. So the building part is really moot at this juncture. But ultimately, and then there's other factors that come into play too. Teeth. I've heard of some issues with teeth because if you're eating a lot of the acidic fruits, they can do damage to your teeth. I have not experienced that yet, but I know some people that have, and that's a good reason to implement the salads into the diet as well. They keep your teeth strong, per se. But ultimately, that's kind of where I'm at. So I'd love to hear where you guys are at. If any of you guys are, a raw foodist, or trying to go frugivore, or are frugivore / fruitarian. Or just raw vegan, or whatever the case may be. Share your thoughts on that. But for me, those are my basic reasons on why I've decided to eat fruit. And look, the benefits have been tremendous. I mean, I've lost pretty close to 20 pounds, and I've pretty much stabilized after 20. A lot of my ailments, from eczema to stomach gut issues to irritable bowel syndrome type of things, have dissipated immensely. So there's so many benefits to it, because you're allowing your body with that net energy efficiency to have more vital and nerve energy to perform the healing mechanisms that are needed to completely clean and heal you, internally as well as externally. So that's what I got today. I appreciate everybody out there. Make sure you give me a thumbs up if you enjoy this. Like I said, this is my journey. I do coaching. If any of you guys are interested in getting closer to the optimal diet, I'm putting together my website at the moment, as well as an evaluation program that you guys are going to love. It is called the EAT, which is my philosophy, the EAT philosophy, Optima scale that will measure how close you are to optimal health based on your dietary habits. So, like I said, give me a thumbs up, drop some comments, and I appreciate every single one of you who take the time to watch my videos. Peace and love, everybody. There's a huge misconception out there that food heals you. So let's talk about it. This is RL Melpika here with the RL Truth, and first and foremost, I appreciate everyone who has watched my channel. And for those of you who have not subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button below as I talk about natural health and diet, the terrain model, and really my journey towards fruitarianism. So there's a misconception out there that food can heal you and food can make you better. And I'm here to squash that notion, because the truth is, food does not heal you. Now, food does provide you with the nutrients to allow your body to heal you. Remember, your body is a self-healing organism, plain and simple. Food only provides the energy. That's why my energy efficiency philosophy is so important. Looking at the net gain of energy that you receive. How much energy are you receiving from your food versus how much energy are you expending in the digestion of said foods? So it's a different mindset there, something that you're probably going to have to decondition yourself, because of all the times that your doctor or the TV or ads or books or articles have told you that a certain food is going to heal you in some certain way, like carrots are going to make your eyesight better, or, whatever the case may be, or this food has healing properties, this, that, and the other. But it doesn't. It's really just about energy efficiency. Whatever food you put inside your body is going to be converted into energy one way or another. And it just comes down to the choices of those foods producing a net gain of energy. If you're eating a lot of complex carbs, things that are not simple sugars, then it's going to expend a lot more energy in your body. Therefore, your body is not going to have the stored up vital energy to heal itself. So if you have ailments, that's why fasting is so important. Because when you fast, you're not expending any energy. You're not expending any energy at all. And you're allowing your body to use the full gamut of energy it has to healing yourself. So when you get sick, the best thing is always to fast. But like I said, it's just a mindset difference. Does food aid in the healing? Of course, because it is providing your body the energy. But don't think for a second that a specific food is going to heal a specific ailment. It's all about energy efficiency. How much energy you're receiving versus how much energy you're expending in the digestion process. Plain and simple. Hope you enjoyed this video. If so, give me a like and make sure you subscribe below, because there's a lot more coming. Appreciate all of you. Peace and love, everybody. Today, we're going to talk about how cooked food is an addiction. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. I appreciate everyone who subscribed and showing me love. And if it's your first time here, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And thumbs up are always good as well. But today we're going to dive into cooked food and how the wanting and craving for cooked food just helps support the fact that eating cooked food is ultimately an addiction. For me, first going vegetarian and then getting into this raw world, being a majority fruitarian, I have realized that kicking the habit of wanting and craving cooked food is extremely difficult. And that's because ultimately it's an addiction. It's no different than your addiction for alcohol or your addiction for sugar, or your addiction for heroin or cocaine or something along those lines. Cooked food ultimately becomes an addiction because of the chemicals and the processes that go into creating cooked food. But I will say this to everybody out there, as I share my personal journey, the more I get into this, and I'm speaking from the beginning of me doing this channel till now, my cravings for cooked food are getting less and less and less. Because I'm telling you, it's like my body speaks to me, and you guys will notice this as well. As you start to implement more and more raw food into your diet and feel the benefits of it, your body is going to speak to you and let you know that this is ultimately what it wants. That's what your body wants. Consciously, it is speaking to you. So when you go back and you do eat cooked food, you're going to feel it more and more and more. And the further along you get, you're going to get to a point where you're going to question yourself every single time you eat cooked food. Because that's where I'm at. And if you've seen some of my recent videos, I had my binge on cooked food a few weeks ago. I've had, just a bunch of different bouts with myself on trying to kick the habit and kick the addiction of cooked food. And I am at a point right now where I am literally questioning myself every single time I do eat cooked food, because my body's reaction to it is not for the betterment of me. And that's what I'm imploring to everybody out there, is take note of those things. And what's crazy is even the things that I did enjoy from a cooked food perspective, that I enjoyed as far as from taste and satiation, it's not very tasteful anymore. Not everything. I'm not 100% there yet, but I can give a few examples. In fact, like me and the family went out to a restaurant that serves Salvadorian food, and I love this place. Always been one of my favorite places to eat. And literally, the moment I started eating the cooked food, I started to get nauseated. But I kept doing it because I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't eat enough today. Maybe something's going on. But I kept eating it like a dumbass. And I ended up puking. I ended up throwing up. It's like my body completely rejected the food. And now I'll be honest, I don't know if I ever want to go back there. And that wasn't the only time. A couple of days later, we ate some Thai food. And Thai food has always been that's been a very tough one for me to break because I just love it. I love Thai food. And it messed me up for almost a week as far as from a stomach standpoint. Not to mention Thai food's got the spice element too, but like I'm eating so much good, raw, wholesome food, and my body is thriving because of it. So when I'm continuously implementing these addicting cooked foods, mixing in with that, like my body is letting me know immediately now. It's letting me know immediately that no, this is not what we want. We are not going to operate and thrive if you keep adding these cooked foods into the mix. So that's kind of where I've been at. I'm not to the point in my life where I'm 100% fruitarian yet. But I'm getting closer because what I'm starting to crave and want more and more and more is the raw food. And I think and that's by design. Because your body speaks to you, nature speaks to you. It's that symbiosis. And that's what's happening. Is my body is constantly telling me now
through different ways, through the effects of eating cooked food, through the feeling I get when I eat raw food, to now my taste buds, the satiation aspect. Because when I eat a watermelon, or I eat an orange, or I eat some grapes, or I eat an apple, or I eat some kiwi, or I eat some avocado, or I eat some leafy greens with tomatoes and cucumbers and a little sprinkle of lemon, like, that is tasteful to me. That is satiating. But when I eat that other stuff now, I'll be honest, the only thing that connects me to those other foods is my conditioning and nostalgia, my memory of what, of the experience that those foods gave me before, not what they're giving me now. And that is my body speaking to me. And you're going to notice the same things, right? We're all at different parts in our journey, but take note of those things. Take note of how you feel, of your taste buds, how your palate changes. Because right now, I am not even like thinking about cooked food does nothing for me right now. I'm not 100% there yet. Maybe I'll never be. But on this journey, taking note of all these things, and I'm sharing with you all. And I'd love to hear where you guys are at on your journey as well. Do you guys experience similar things? Share them in the comments. I'd love to know. Because this has been such an enlightening journey for myself. It's the reason I created this channel, so I could share it with everybody. It's the reason I'm doing my podcast and basically everything I'm doing. Just sharing my experiences and my philosophies on health and diet and life. And so I could help other people out there who are struggling with certain things. So cooked food, it's an addiction, and it's obvious. It's not what we're naturally built to consume, right? You take a child, a child who just got to the point where they can even eat anything solid, and you put some cooked food in front of them, they're not going to be attracted to those smells. They're going to be attracted to the colors and the smells of the fruit, and then the taste of the fruit. They'll pick that over a rotisserie chicken any day. Now, from nostalgia and memory, if I go into a grocery store and I smell a rotisserie chicken, that conjures up all kinds of memories, all kinds of thoughts of when I used to eat rotisserie chicken. So that smell has a different effect on me neurologically than it does for a human that has never smelled it before, that has never consumed it before. And I know this because my daughter has never had meat, and she's mostly a raw fruitarian as well. And when she smells a rotisserie chicken, it does nothing for her. Absolutely nothing. When she smells meat or bacon or anything like that, it does nothing for her because she's not addicted to it. So it's basics. Like, I try to keep everything as basic as possible. And the best way to truly understand our bodies and our diet and our health is to experiment on yourself and to understand that your body speaks to you. So I hope this was informative. Like I said, I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you know when I drop new videos and new podcasts. And give me a thumbs up. The more thumbs up, the more love, the wider range of people I can reach. So that's the plan here. I appreciate everybody. I'm out of here. Peace. Today, we're going to talk about how to get rid of swollen lymph nodes. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Appreciate all the love and support. And if it's your first time here, make sure you hit that subscribe button. I'm RL Melpica, and I talk a lot about natural health and diet, and also the terrain model, and also some other truth thinking elements. But today we're going to talk about and dive into how to get rid of swollen lymph nodes. Now, I can speak off of experience because I've had a number of swollen lymph nodes. I've had swollen lymph nodes underneath my arms and my armpits. I've had swollen lymph nodes on my breast, and I've also had swollen lymph nodes on my arm. And actually, I have a current one there. So that's kind of what prompted me to make this video. So when you think of swollen lymph nodes, you got to take it down to the root. What is the root issue? What is causing the swollen lymph nodes? Now, if you go to the doctor, which before I understood
the human body and understood the terrain model, that's what I did. I went to the doctor. I had, like I said, swollen lymph nodes in my armpit and a swollen lymph node on my nipple. And, you know, you talk to people about that, and the first thing they're going to tell you is, oh, you got to make sure it's not cancer. You know, got to make sure you don't have a tumor or something like that. So I listened. I went to the doctor, got a freaking mammogram, which was painful as hell. And, you know, didn't come back as anything. And I kind of went on with my life, and eventually it went away. I didn't understand how it went away, but now that I do, I want to share that information with you. So back to the root cause. What is causing your lymph nodes to be swollen? Well, your lymphatic system is a flowing system, and your lymph nodes kind of help facilitate that flow. They're kind of like pathways that ultimately get the lymph to its exit point, right? Your body is a sewer system. So whenever you have blockages in the lymph nodes, that means you have stagnation. And that stagnation is caused by an abundance of acids. And those abundance of acids basically accumulate to the point where they stop the flow of the lymph. And then these lymph nodes, they swell up and they continue to swell up. And if you don't do anything about it, it can cause major issues. Because remember, the lymph nodes are they're like the gatekeepers, they're like the ushers of the lymph. They're helping it get to where it ultimately needs to go. So when you start to eat more alkaline-based foods and get the hydration moving within your body, ultimately, you are going to get those lymph nodes to get smaller and ultimately open that pathway for the lymph and everything else to flow throughout your body. Case in point, this one particular lymph node that I have that's swollen right now in my arm. It was not massively big, but very hard and almost the size of, say, a small marble. But as I've continued to eat clean, and especially within the last month, because most of you know I'm majority fruitarian, 80-85% fruitarian, but I have binged on cooked food. I have eaten some acid-forming, consumed some acid-forming foods that have caused issues within my body, and it's well documented. Well, since those points, I've done so much better. And I'm really getting to the point where I'm not really craving cooked food at all anymore. And I've noticed that as my hydration has gotten better, as I've continued to go through this process on my fruitarian journey, that this particular lymph node is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I'm going to keep you guys updated on that. So if you do have swollen lymph nodes, understand that hydration is the ultimate key. And when you think of hydration, it's not just water. It's not just H2O. It's going to be the H3O2 that you get from your fruits as well. So whether that's from eating the whole fruit, which I suggest first and foremost, or juicing, which is great as well, that is going to help facilitate the flow and help your pathways and help your ushers and your gatekeepers of the lymphatic system to get back to operating value and operating back to operation, basically, and get that lymph moving out. So if you have any questions, comments, or anything, share them below. Throw them in the comments. Love to hear what you have to say. And like I said, make sure you give me that thumbs up and subscribe. Until next time, everybody, I'm out of here. Peace. Today, I'm going to reveal what I eat on a daily basis. Welcome back to my channel, everybody. I appreciate everyone who's taken the time to watch my videos and to also interact and share your thoughts, ideas, and questions. I really do appreciate it. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can get notified anytime I release anything new as I share my journey into natural health and diet with all of you. So a lot of people have asked me, well, what do you eat every day? You know, what does your daily diet look like? What does your daily regimen look like? Well, today I'm going to share it. I'm going to let you know what I eat on a daily basis. All right. So look, the first thing that I do is I make sure that I implement a window of time that I eat on a daily basis. Some call it intermittent fasting or whatever the case may be. I only eat
or I try as hard as I can to only eat between the hours of 12 and 8 p.m. The reason I do that is because that is the time period in which your body is in digestion mode, right? Through the circadian rhythms of your body. From 12 to 8 is digestion. From 8 to 4 a.m. is going to be your assimilation. And from 4 a.m. to noon is going to be your elimination period. So in order for the best energy efficiency, you want to eat between 12 and 8, right? So if you stop eating the last thing you eat at 8, that gives you what? Roughly 14 hours between your next meal. And if you can stretch that out longer, that's always good as well. But try to eat between 12 and 8. At least that's what I do. So I break my fast at noon. And usually I will break it with some semblance of fruit. And for me, my favorite thing to break it with is melons. I love to start my day off with melons. Either honeydew, cantaloupe, watermelon. And sometimes it's hard to find good melons because they're not always in season, especially for me. I'm here in Texas and, kind of hard to find really good melons. Luckily, I could find good honeydew almost all year round. So for the most part, I will stick to the honeydew. But when watermelons are in season, there may not be a better fruit on the planet than watermelon for sure. And cantaloupes, here and there. A lot of times you can go to your farmers markets, things of this nature. You can get, your grocery stores are going to import stuff from Peru and whatnot. And usually it's hit or miss. But I like to start my day off with melons. If there just isn't any good melons in season, or they're just not tasting good, I will divert to usually some semblance of apple, cut up apple with some grapes and with some oranges, and kind of make like a smorgasbord of fruits to kind of start my day off to make sure I'm getting enough calories. Because that's a big kicker. When you start going fruitarian and start trying to get as close as you can to the fruitarian lifestyle, calories is an issue. So you want to make sure you're eating enough. You can't eat like a handful of grapes and think you're good. You know what I mean? So make sure you're getting your calories. There's a lot of different apps like the Chronometer that can actually add all that up for you. So you kind of see where you're at on the calorie standpoint. And it just also, is going to be based on how sedentary you are. Like, you work at a job where you're sitting all day, or are you active all day? Obviously, if you're more active, you're going to need a lot more calories. So, base it on yourself. You'll know how you feel. You'll see your weight fluctuate and things like that. But that's how I like to start off my day. So usually after I do that, allow that food to digest. When you're talking about melons, they digest quickly. You don't want to combine those with other fruits because of how fast they digest. But my next meal usually be around 2 o'clock, something like that. And then I'll either do a juice at that time, or some other semblance of fruit. Maybe I'll even eat the same thing, another smorgasbord of fruit. But usually if I start with melons, then I will move on to the apples, oranges, and grapes, or if mangoes are in season or something like that. And that'll usually satiate me and keep me filled up until it's dinner time for me. Now, dinner time is the mixed bag because, like I told you guys before, I'm about 80 to 85% raw fruitarian. So that other 15% comes in the form of the occasional cooked food or the occasional salad. So I'm trying to balance those things out, right? Perfect world, I'd be 50% fruit, 50% salads. But I'm not there yet. I'm still on my journey. So right now I'm about 80 to 85% fruit, 20 to 15% cooked food and salad. So working on those things. But when I do have a salad, I'm a fan of arugula and also spring mix. So I'll put that together, chop up some cucumbers, which are amazing, some tomatoes, throw those in there, an occasional avocado, not all the time, but occasional avocado, and I'll make my own dressing. If I'm feeling like I need something with a little bit fuller taste, I'll do a vinaigrette, even though I definitely would shy away from that because of the fat content. I'm trying to move away from vinaigrettes. Or I'll create a fruit-based dressing. And there's a few different fruit fruit based dressings that I utilize, you can reach out to me individually and I'll share some of those. Also, it's a great book, just came out recently, The Natural Human Diet Quick Start Guide. There's some really good transition foods and dressings in here as well. But that's what I'll do on the salad end, eat a real big salad, and that'll usually fill me up for the rest of the night. Or I'll do something on the cooked food side. Now the cooked food side, I'm pretty basic. I love Mediterranean food. So, sometimes I'll eat some hummus or some baba ganoush or possibly some falafel. That's kind of where I go on that end. I like Asian food. So sometimes I'll do like a vegetable hibachi, right? Not healthy by any means. This is part of the journey. And then I've really, really, really fallen in love with Indian food. Chana masala, naan bread, things of that nature, and samosas, right? Those are kind of the things that I'm slowly trying to wean off of, but they are still a part of my diet, and I'm 100% transparent with all of you. So once in a while, usually 2 to 3 times a week, I'll have one of those things for dinner, right? Possibly once in a while, some Mexican food. And if I go to the Mexican restaurant, most of the time I'm eating guacamole. That's kind of the main thing there. I'm not really going much further than that. Once in a while, some beans, but I've been really not feeling beans lately either. My body is just not feeling it. And here's the kicker. When you start going towards this optimal diet, your body speaks to you and your awareness just goes out the damn roof. So when you start eating stuff that's outside of that, man, does your body feel it, and it tells you quick. And beans are really starting to talk to me in about 6 different languages. So that's kind of where it is on the dinner aspect of it. And, once in a while, some snacks and stuff. Chips has always been a tough one for me. I don't eat a lot of chips, but once in a while I will snack on some chips, some pretzels. Trying to think of anything else that I'd snack on. And dessert, cakes. That's been a major struggle for me in the past, but I've gotten so much better to where I used to have dessert or cakes multiple times a week, and now I've spaced it out to where I'm having it maybe once every week, once every 2 weeks. And I'm not talking massive portions, like one little portion of something. So I'm weaning myself off of that refined sugar as well. And I'm feeling the benefits. I feel amazing. Life is great, and I love fruit, and that's the beauty of it, is your palate changes and you start to realize the true sweetness and amazingness of the foods that are a part of the fruitarian lifestyle. So that is kind of what my day-to-day looks like. Like I said, eat from 12 to 8, usually 3 meals. Sometimes I'll have some things in between there. And once in a while, I will have a snack. Once in a while, I will have a dessert, and usually 2 to 3 times a week, I will have cooked food. So that's kind of where I'm looking at on my journey. So look, let me know where you guys are at on your journey. If you have any questions about how I'm feeling or different things that I eat, things of this nature. A lot of people will reach out and say, don't you get bored eating the same stuff? And I don't. I kind of go through fruit phases. So like sometimes I'll be stuck on the melons for a while, and I'll just want to eat a lot of melons. And then sometimes I'll be on apples, or lately it's been oranges. I've been loving oranges lately. Before that, it was grapes. So like you kind of go through these different things. I mean, that's the beauty of the fruit kingdom. There are so many fruits. There's so many fruits I haven't even talked about. I mean, look at this over here. It's my fruit combining chart. I mean, there's so many different fruits. Bananas I've been in on too, as of late. So just understand that, look, don't classify fruit as a food. There's so many different foods within the fruit kingdom, just like there's so many foods within the cooked food kingdom, right? So you can have chicken or steak or whatever, all those other acid forming foods. Well, I can also have oranges, apples, grapes, bananas, watermelons, cantaloupes, honeydew, you name it, papaya, cherries, pineapple, the list goes on, right? So that's the beauty of the fruit kingdom. So I hope that helped you guys. Like I said, reach out And make sure you hit that subscribe button. I appreciate everyone and all the likes and all the love that you guys have been giving me. And I'll be back next week with another video. Y'all be good. Peace, love, and light. Let's break down the Fruitarian diet. Welcome back, everybody, to my channel. Appreciate everybody who's watching, and make sure you hit that subscribe button at the bottom. Today, we're going to talk about the Fruitarian diet and break it down. There's a lot of misconceptions out there when it comes to the Fruitarian diet, and there's a lot of labels, when it comes to different type of diets, different type of fads. You got carnivore diets, omnivore diets, you got keto, you've got South Beach, you've got Atkins. On top of that, you have different type of lifestyles and cultures, like, you have vegetarian, you have pescatarian, you have vegan, and then you have raw vegan, which a lot of times ends up being synonymous to Fruitarian. But there are some major differences because, see, being vegan is not just about food. It's about everything. It's about not utilizing anything that comes from living creatures, living animals, including the clothes you wear, the furniture you have in your house, all those different things. But the Fruitarian diet is different. So I wanted to break it down as I am a majority Fruitarian, and I do truly feel that it is the optimal diet for the human species. It's the species appropriate diet, and the benefits that come along with it are amazing. So let's break that down. So first and foremost, a Fruitarian diet doesn't mean you eat only fruit. And I think that's the biggest misconception out there. We cannot thrive on a fruit-only diet, plain and simple. Now, fruits are the most optimal food for humans to consume, but balance still comes into play. Now, eating only fruit for short periods of time has plenty of benefits, plenty of detoxing benefits, because as any of you have watched, when it comes to energy efficiency within my EAT philosophy, you want to, absorb as much energy without giving out or utilizing as much energy, right? And fruits are number one when it comes to that. But truly a Fruitarian diet is going to be fruits, the entire gamut of fruits, leafy greens, sorry, your lettuce, whether that be romaine or spinach, and others as well. And then a small amount of nuts and seeds. That entirety makes up the Fruitarian diet. So when you're looking to build your daily regimen of food and what it looks like, you want to build around those things. The nuts and seeds are good, for in-between type of snacks, or if you want to throw some seeds into your salads that you have. But what I do is I break my fast every day with fruit, and usually melons. Melons are great to break your fast, mostly because they are the most energy efficient fruit and food on the planet. And it's a great way to start your digestion period throughout the day. So I'll eat melons usually roughly around noon to break my fast, then eat some fruit throughout the day. And then on my, when I'm at my optimal point, I'll have a big salad or something salad based for my last meal of the day. I'm trying to shy away from the whole breakfast, lunch, and dinner mindset, because that's a conditioned mindset. Ultimately, you eat when you feel you need to eat, and you stay within that pocket of time between 12 p.m. and 8 p.m., which is your digestion period of the day. And you're going to see optimal results when you do that. It was tough for me to implement the big salad meal, because you should ultimately be, from a food density standpoint, having as much leafy greens as you have of your fruits. And that's been tough for me, because I've been majority fruit. I've been eating mostly fruit and then a little bit of lettuce, but I've started to really make that closer to 50-50 as possible. And that's what you want to do.
Food combining is also a big part of that. You know, you don't want to combine your fruits with your leafy greens or your fruits with your seeds. You want to eat your fruits in isolation. And then there's even food combining that goes along with that too, which we'll talk about on another video. But, you know, you want to eat your salads with your salads, your leafy greens, maybe some cut up tomatoes, cucumbers. Those are optimal foods when it comes from a salad based standpoint. It's raw, it's good. And when it comes to dressing, you want to use, you know, something that is in line with the fruitarian diet as well. Like, you don't want to, you know, ranch is not good. French dressing, Italian dressing, all those, if you look at the ingredients, are filled with things that our body is not built to actually absorb. Now, you know, if you want to do it once in a while, of course, you know, there's nothing, there isn't wrong with that, as long as you understand the concept of the optimal diet and understand how to detox yourself from that, which is mainly what this channel is about. So what you want to do, like I said, is build your routine, build your regimen, build your daily itinerary of what you want to eat, and be proactive with it. Always have the availability. Think of these things when you go to the grocery store. And when you're on a fruitarian diet, you're probably going to have to go to the grocery store more often, because when you're eating real food, guess what? It dies. It expires. It goes bad because it's living. That's the concept. You know, our pantries sometimes are full of stuff that isn't real food, and it might last, might have a shelf life of 10 years, but it's not optimal. So when you're eating the optimal food, just know you're going to have to go to the grocery store more often. And if you really you really break it down, it's just as cost effective as if you buy the fake stuff as well. And it's so much better for your body, and you're going to be saving a lot of money on medical bills. Plain and simple. So the fruitarian diet: fruits, leafy greens, nuts, and seeds. That is a raw fruitarian. Plain and simple. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Make sure you give me a thumbs up for that like. Drop some comments. I love to conversate with y'all. And hit that subscribe button. And we'll keep doing what we do. Peace, love, and light. I'm out of here.
Today, I'm going to share with you what I consider the best books on natural health and diet. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys are all doing absolutely fantastic. Today, we're going to get into some of my favorite books, what I consider the best books, at least that I've read so far when it comes to natural health and diet. But first, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you can get notifications of all the new videos I have coming out. And for those of you who have continuously watched my channel and who are watching right now for the first time, I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. But let's get into it. All right. These are I got some books that I want to share with you guys. And if you guys have any additional books, please put them in the comment section. Maybe some things that I haven't read yet and whatnot, because I'm always about growing. You know, I love to read. And, you know, if I could, I would read all the time, every day. But let's get it going. I'm going to start with this book right here. Cancer is Not a Disease. This is a really, really good book. Some of the concepts in it don't align with, you know, natural hygiene and natural health and diet. But for the most part, you know, it helps you understand what cancer truly is. And cancer is a healing mechanism of the body. It is the last stage. It's the last stage of sickness, to be true. It's last stage of disease, meaning, you know, it's your body's last ditch effort to heal itself and get you back on a path to homeostasis. But this book right here really breaks it down for you. Highly recommended for anybody, you know, who either wants to know more about cancer or is dealing with cancer, or knows someone who has a loved one who's dealing with cancer. Highly recommended by Andreas Moritz. Check that out. You can get it on Amazon. Really, really great book. This book right here, it's kind of like a diamond in the rough. You might not be able to find it everywhere, but hopefully you can. It's called Nature's First Law, The Raw Food Diet. And it's written by 3 individuals: Stephen Arlen, Fuad Dini, and David Wolfe. It's just a really good diet. I mean, a really good diet, a really good book. If you want the foundation, kind of like the basic elements of going on a raw food diet. There's some really good breakdowns in here, some really good sources and whatnot. So highly recommended to check this one out as well. Let's keep it moving. This book right here, I'm actually in the process of reading. I'm about close to halfway done. It's called The Secret Life of Plants. The reason why I highly recommend this book, as far as for what I've read so far, is it will make you look at plants completely different. And look, fruits are plants, you know, and some of the research that has been done on plants that has not been shared, you know, through the mainstream media, and has been hidden when it comes to plants and their consciousness, is really mind-boggling. And when you read this book, I mean, I guarantee you're going to be floored. You're probably going to be floored by the first chapter of the book, to be honest. So a really great book for any of you who are interested in, you know, herbs and things of that nature, and understanding the power of herbs. It's a great book. So highly recommended. The Secret Life of Plants by Peter Tompkins and Christopher Bird. This was actually recommended to me by Dr. Robert Morse. And, you know, he hit the nail on the head with this one. Great one. Secret Life of Plants. Can't wait to finish it and share with you my thoughts. All right, this next one, look, this is like the Bible of the terrain model or terrain theory, right? What really makes you ill, why everything you thought you knew about disease is wrong. Now, this isn't your leisure book. This isn't something that you're just going to read on the plane, you know, for entertainment. I guess it could be. This is a reference book. That's the way I look at it. I mean, you know, I read it, I highlight certain things. I, put, different markers in certain areas, because this basically will break down damn near every sickness and disease that you know of, and show you why the medical system has basically pushed propaganda and told you it is something that it's actually not, and proves to you and shows you why you're truly getting sick. I mean, like I said, it's like the terrain model Bible. So much information in here. I learned so much just by reading this. As I continued on my journey and really understanding like what some of this stuff is, like what is fungi, what do antibiotics really do, all these different things. But anyway, highly recommended. It's a long one. Like I said, it's a reference book, but they do also have like a great index in here. So if you're looking for a certain thing, like, what does it mean? I was just diagnosed with Crohn's disease. What is Crohn's disease? You go to the chapter, they talk about Crohn's disease and what it actually is and whatnot. So great book here. Highly recommended. This is a new one that I've just recently read. Heal Thyself, Embracing Our Natural Diet for Optimal Health by Maria Manaza. Now, Maria is also in the Terrain Model Refutes Germ Theory group on Facebook that I'm a part of. Those of you who've been following me for a while, I interviewed Lauren Whitman, who is the admin of the group. And this book is fantastic. She basically breaks down a lot of the different philosophies of natural hygienists and people within the natural diet and health community, and offers up her thoughts on each one of these philosophies that she's tried and she's implemented, and then also basically gives her philosophy and her foundation as well. So really great book here. Highly recommended. Not a long read either. And it's just really good. Real easy read. Real good guide for you. All right. So now this book right here is really important, because I think we live in a society where micronutrients are pushed down our throats and isolated vitamins and minerals are pushed down our throat. And the book is called Supplements Exposed. I'm sure you've all taken a vitamin in your life. I'm sure, if you turn on the TV, you're getting pushed all this stuff all the time. And it is a $1 billion industry. And what makes this book so important is it makes you realize, number one, where they came up with the concepts of isolated vitamins and needing this vitamin versus that vitamin and whatnot. But also exposes just the motivations behind that propaganda and that pushing. And when you read this, you'll realize, amongst the other books that you're reading, how the micronutrient has been pushed just to propagate and just to support a standard American diet that is not sufficient, and a bunch of other foods that are pushed down your throat that are not for the optimal body, because nothing can provide you with what you truly need versus more than the whole fruit and the whole food in itself. But great book, great read, easy read too. Check it out. All right, so now to my two favorites. 80-10-10 Diet, Dr. Douglas Graham, balancing your health, your weight, and your life, one luscious bite at a time. This is an amazing book, and I think anybody who is looking to make those health changes in their life need this book, because it makes it simple for you and something that's tangible for you, with the 80-10-10, 80% carbs, 10% fat, 10% protein. And he breaks down why each one of those, the importance of each one of those, and why staying within those parameters are so important. Dr. Douglas Graham is a natural hygienist. He's from the school of T.C. Fry and, Herb Shelton and whatnot. I've learned so much just from reading this book. I in the process of reading it again, and I will probably read it again and again. It has amazing information for anybody looking to get on this natural path. So amazing book. Check it out for sure. And last but definitely not least, the Bible of my philosophies, and just, man, being a protege and looking at this individual as a mentor, because he's just amazing in everything that he's taught, that he continues to teach, and all the light that he continues to share. And that is the Detox Miracle Source book by Robert Morse, naturopathic doctor. This one, man, it has everything you need. I mean, when I tell you, he breaks down just the entire concept, the entire philosophy of who we are as humans, to the electricity of the fruits and leafy greens that we need to be eating, to, how the body works from a detox standpoint. Like, your body is always detoxing. It's always trying to get rid of what it doesn't need. And understanding the lymphatic system, which is the sewer system of the body. And when you ignore the lymphatic system, or are uneducated when it comes to the lymphatic system, you are on the path to disease, because that's where disease forms. And unfortunately, the medical system does not preach that. And there's a lot of reasons why. But this book it's the source book. I mean, right there, the source book. It is the Bible when it comes to natural health and diet. So highly recommended. I do hear he's actually working on a new book that should be released fairly soon. I don't know if it's going to be an updated version or it's going to be something completely different. But this one right here, I mean, you have to get it. If you are serious about this is a must have. So out of all the books, I'd say, shit, buy them all, right? Books aren't that expensive. But if I were to say two that you definitely need, it's going to be these two for sure. But I hope you enjoyed this. If you've read any of these books, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Or if you have some additional books that you want to share, I'd love to hear about them, and I'd love to read them. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure you give me a thumbs up on this one. And I will see you guys next time. Peace, love, and light. Let's talk about micronutrients. What's going on, everyone? Thank you for coming to my channel and watching my video. If you have not subscribed yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get updates whenever I do drop new videos. Today, I want to talk about micronutrients. A lot of the feedback I get and a lot of questions I get are, based around micronutrients. Being a majority fruitarian, on my journey towards fruitarianism, and really utilizing fruitarianism as the foundation and basis of my health philosophies, these questions come a lot. Where are you going to get this micronutrient? How are you going to survive, without this or that or the other? So I wanted to talk about it. I really wanted to get down to the nitty gritty. And the first thing I'm going to do is read an excerpt from a book. The book is called Supplements Exposed. And you may have seen me talk about this book in my one of my previous videos where I talked about a lot of books that I love when it comes to natural health and diet. But it says, health professionals defined a vitamin as a naturally occurring complex matrix found only in real foods and botanicals. Okay. Now, he continues to talk about why that sentiment and that premise changed over the years. And that's what I want to get down to, right? There is no more healthy food on the planet than whole foods. Whole foods. The actual food, the actual apple, the actual orange, the actual banana, the actual head of lettuce. There's nothing more nutritious than that. And when you look at food, you have to look at it in an energetic sense, not in a nutrient sense. Now, do the foods have nutrients? Of course. But how did we find that out? This is my opinion, and this is a big part of my philosophy. But what has happened is as the years have gone by, man and ego have really taken over the way we look at everything. We want to advance. We want to, quote unquote, outsmart the creator. And whoever you think that creator is, whether it's a god or gods or goddesses or the universe or whatever the case may be. Man has tried to man or woman have tried to outsmart and outdo the creator. But you can't, and in my philosophy, that is a flawed philosophy. That is ego-based to think that you're going to outsmart the creator. Because the creator created the food for this planet, for all species, for all conscious creatures on this planet. There's the earth provides everything that we need. But see, man/woman has decided to take that amazing food that the creator has provided and isolate it and try to outdo the creator. And there's a lot of reasons for this. But if you look at vitamins, basically they've taken an apple, they've sifted it, they've broken it down to all these different vitamins and minerals that encompass this apple and have individualized each one of those. But they're missing the entirety of the whole food in itself. Is that combination of nutrition in that apple is what our body is made to absorb, to assimilate, and to ultimately eliminate what it doesn't need. So when you start to isolate those things and take the isolates from that apple, all of a sudden now, it's not an apple. It's complex chemistry now. It is foreign chemistry to the body. And we have been pushed and conditioned to think those are the things we need in order to be healthy. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Number one is the medical industry and the decisions to push our medical field and healthcare towards more of a germ theory-based society. And pushing these standard diets that are not built for our physiology and promote sickness and disease. So when you go get a blood test or you go to the doctor and have some type of test run, you have these markers that are built off of a sick society. So you might be lacking in certain things based on a sick society because the average individual, I shouldn't say the average, the majority of individuals, and when I say majority, I'm talking high majority, are eating an unhealthy diet. So what happens? Well, then you have corporations that come in and push propaganda that is based on these micronutrients that we are supposedly lacking. And now they've built a $1 billion vitamin industry. $1 billion industry. And these corporations that push these foods that are unhealthy, those are $1 billion corporations. So you have $1 billion entities pushing this propaganda and pushing this misinformation and indoctrination of changing the way we think about health to where we are looking for individualized vitamins and minerals in foods or supplements when we have the whole food that encompasses everything we need to survive and thrive already provided to you by the earth. But here's the kicker. There's no profit in that. There's no profit in that. And that's why we are where we are. That's why people ask me all the time, man, how do you stay nourished when the majority of things you eat are fruit and leafy greens? And I understand it. I understand where it stems from. I understand the genesis of it. But I'm here to tell you, you don't have to worry about that. Look to nature. Nature provides everything you need, right? I talk about the 80-10-10 diet from Dr. Douglas Graham. And you will notice if you use something like Chronometer, or I'm about to release an EAT optimal scale that will give you a number, will give you a score based on 0 to 100 on where you are on your optimal health scale from a dietary perspective. And when you put fruits and leafy greens and the things you're supposed to eat, you will realize that you're getting everything you need. Everything to survive and thrive. Because beyond the micronutrients, beyond the irons and the zincs and the B12s and the vitamin A's and the vitamin C's and the vitamin D's, beyond all of that, it comes down to one thing, and that is energy and energy efficiency. How much energy is the food giving me, and how much energy is it taxing me in the digestion of that food? And if you're on the positive end of that net, then you're going to be in a healthy state, because whole raw foods are going to provide you the alkalinity to balance out all the acidic shit that goes on within your body, and ultimately will help you get to a harmonious health level. So I hope that makes sense to all of you. If you have any questions, feel free to drop a comment, give me any feedback. But look, that's my advice. That's what I'm imploring you to do. And look, I'm not a medical professional. I am a health coach. I am a natural health and diet specialist, right? So what I'm imploring to you is not to focus on the micronutrient. Focus on getting the right raw foods into your diet and watch how everything changes. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Make sure you give me a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe. I love all of you. Peace, love, and light. We're going to talk about what foods are healthy and unhealthy. And you're going to be surprised on what you hear. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for tuning into my channel, and I appreciate all the love that you guys have shared with me. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if this is your first time checking out the channel, especially if you're interested in natural health and diet. But today, we're going to dive into foods that are healthy and foods that are unhealthy, and you're going to be surprised on what you hear. First food I'm going to talk about are beans. Now, a lot of people eat beans, specifically vegetarian and vegans eat beans, but unfortunately they are unhealthy. See, beans are a complex carbohydrate. What that means is that once you ingest beans, your body has to go through a significant energy burden process just to process the beans into a simple carbohydrate that can be utilized by the cells. When we're talking about my EAT philosophy, which is energy efficiency, avoiding acid-forming foods, and toxicity, does not pass the energy efficiency test because your body is expending a lot of energy just to get these beans to actually be utilized by the body. Not to mention, when you eat beans, they also conjure up a lot of different gases within the body, which I'm sure a lot of you know. When you eat beans, you have a lot of gas. So just some more reasons why you should not eat beans. On top of that, they make you constipated. And anything that makes you constipated and halts the elimination within your body and also causes dehydration is something you do not want to consume on a consistent basis. So beans are unhealthy. But let's keep it moving. What about avocados? Avocados, man, just super yummy and ultimately are healthy. Avocados are very healthy for you. but they need to be eaten in moderation. Reason being is because they are heavily fat. There's a lot of fat content within an avocado. Roughly 75% of the calories of an avocado is fat. So why don't you want to have too much fat? Well, like when it comes to fat itself, you don't want to have more than 10% of your diet as fat intake. When you eat a full avocado, that will push those numbers up regardless of what else you're eating. But if you are on the natural health and diet and you're eating a lot of fruits and leafy greens, as soon as you start to add avocado to the mix, it's going to push those numbers up past 10%. For anyone who's ever read Douglas Graham's 80-10-10 diet book, you want to stay 80% carbs, 10% protein max, 10% fat max. And avocados are fattening, so very healthy, but you want to eat those in moderation for sure. Next up, seedless fruits. And I love talking about seedless fruits. I might do an entire video on seedless fruits because there is a debate within the natural health and diet circle, per se. Some believe that eating seedless fruits are not good for you, and some believe they are good for you. I fall on the other side. I do believe seedless fruits are good for you because from a nutritional value standpoint, there is no difference between a seedless fruit and a seeded fruit. The only difference is, obviously, is a seeded fruit, can reproduce, and a seedless fruit cannot. Now, some may say from a nature perspective that seedless fruits are better. I get that. If we only had seedless fruits, then we wouldn't have those fruits to reproduce themselves. But here's the thing. Hybridization takes place in nature all the time. And that's all a seedless fruit is. It is not GMO. It's not genetically modified. It is merely a hybrid. And from a health perspective and nutritional value perspective, there's no difference between a seedless and a seeded fruit. So I tell everybody this, hey, look, we have bigger things to worry about than if there are seeds in our fruit or not when it comes to diet. Get on that path and start eating more fruits and adding more fruit to your diet, and don't worry about if it's seedless or not seedless. Let's keep it moving though. Oils, specifically avocado oil, black seed oil, right? Oils in general. Oils are unhealthy. It doesn't matter how you slice it. Don't matter if it's canola. Don't matter if it's avocado, black seed oil, vegetable oil, olive oil. They are all unhealthy. And let me break down why. I know there's misconceptions out there that avocado oil is better than olive oil or better than canola oil for whatever type of reasons, and that we need fat in our diet. Look, fat is a byproduct of foods. I mean, there's fat in fruits. So to sit here and say that we actually need an abundance of fat in our diet is really not based off of anything. Fat is a big root of a lot of disease within the body. And if you've done any studying on fat and a lot of terrain-based diseases, which all diseases are terrain-based, you'll realize that fat is a big issue why. And here's the thing. Oil is not only fat, and when I say not only fat, it is 100% fat. There is no other nutritional element to oils. It is 100% fat. The even worst part about it is that it is isolated fat, meaning it is not even in its whole form. You eat an avocado, it is heavy fat, but it's in its whole form, meaning you're getting more than just fat out of an avocado. There's significant nutritional value in an avocado. When you extract and isolate the oil from black seed or from olive or from avocados, you are taking it from its full form. Therefore, it is isolated fats and it is now complex chemistry. You are taking it out of its original form. So oils, whatever way you want to slice it, are not good for you. It's unhealthy, right? So, when you're eating your salads or whatever the case may be, or you're cooking per se, understand the foundation of health. Number one, cooking food is not healthy. Now, a lot of us do it, including myself, right? And we're all on the journey to become healthier and to become better. Well, we have to know the gold standard. We have to have the foundation in order to do those things. And the truth is that oils, whichever way you slice it, are not good for you. They are extremely unhealthy. So what are some alternatives? You're eating a salad. There are a lot of fruit-based dressings that you can create out there. Just Google it. There's a bunch of them, and they're extremely tasty. You'd be surprised. So when it comes to oils, try to stay away from them as much as you can. And the last one is one of my favorite topics, and that is cannabis. Cannabis. And I'm not talking about the rapper, even though he's amazing as well. I am talking about the herb. And from a health perspective, the herb itself has a lot of healthy benefits associated with it. The real kicker is two things. Number one, how are you consuming it? And number two, what is the purpose behind the consumption? So I'll start with number one. How are you consuming it? If you are smoking cannabis, extremely unhealthy. Why? Well, you're introducing fire and smoke to the herb, which now has changed the chemical composition of the herb. When you introduce smoke or fire to anything, and this includes cooking, like we've talked about before, that complex chemistry that's going within your body causes issues. Number one, from the smoke perspective, the inhaling of smoke obviously has a major effect on your lungs and also creates things like tar within the body. On top of that, when you smoke cannabis, it kills brain cells. Two things you don't want to mess with, the lungs and your brain. So smoking cannabis, unhealthy, plain and simple. Now, there are other ways to utilize cannabis from a more healthy perspective. You know, utilizing it in a tea. That is probably the most healthy way to consume cannabis. You can do gummies or edibles as well, but then you have to ask, okay, what type of edible is it? I mean, there's the gummy, there's cookies, there's candy bars, things like that. Well, now you got to look at, what am I consuming it? So if I'm consuming candy and cookies and gummies, probably not too healthy for my body either, but at the same time, it is much more healthy than smoking it. The second part, the purpose behind it. A lot of people utilize cannabis to escape reality, or because they have mental health issues, or because they have health issues, or because they have some type of emotional issues, or they just want to escape the day and be able to get through the day. All right, all great in theory, but from a oneness and spiritual standpoint, those are all things you want to face head to head. You don't want to run away from your issues. You want to face them. You want to do that shadow work to get yourself in a better place. And when you utilize cannabis with that intent in mind, you are running away from that. You are not in alignment with your higher self, and you are not on the path to obtain oneness because you are looking for shortcuts and easy escapes from the reality that you live in. Not to mention, if it's a health issue, I understand that cannabis can help with, pain and things of that nature. Totally understand that. But like the old saying is, you can't heal in the environment that got you sick, right? We have to look at the diet. Make sure the diet is intact. Let the body heal itself, right? Let the body do the work that it was designed to do, and not utilize cannabis to basically put a Band-Aid over what's going on. So those are just some things that I wanted to go over, some different foods, healthy or unhealthy. I want to hear what you all have to say, what your thoughts are, and if there's a food that you'd like me to do on my healthy or unhealthy series that I just started. So if you enjoyed this, give me a thumbs up, please, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Peace, love, and light. I love you all. Are you dealing with eczema, psoriasis, or any other type of skin condition? Well, stay tuned, because I'm going to show you how I was able to fix my own skin issues. And now my skin is soft, smooth, and eczema free. Welcome back to the RL Truth, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. And if it is your first time here, make sure you hit that subscribe button so you get notifications on when I drop new videos on natural health and diet. I am a philosopher of natural health and diet and a detox specialist. But today we're going to talk about skin conditions. I know a lot of us out there deal with skin conditions, and unfortunately we've been indoctrinated and taught some incorrect things when it comes to skin conditions. As everything I talk about, I like to break it down to the most simplest form and get to the root cause of everything. And that is truly the natural way of dealing with health. So for me personally, like my entire life, I've dealt with eczema, and I was told that it was hereditary and it was just something I had to deal with. I went through every type of remedy you can think of, from steroid creams to every kind of lotion you can think of to, not taking warm showers, to taking cold showers. What else? Pills. I've done it all in my entire life before I was able to be exposed to the truth when it comes to health. And the biggest thing for me when I saw the transformation was when I stopped eating meat. I became a vegetarian about 6 years ago, and I started to see some changes. Now, look, I dealt with eczema in a pretty serious way. I mean, I had it everywhere. I had it on my eyelids. I had it behind my ears, behind my neck, on my elbows. I had it on the inside of my arms. I dealt with it on my legs, my feet. Literally every place on my body has seen some eczema at some point. And as any of you out there who are dealing with it currently or who have dealt with it know how irritating it can be. Sometimes it's painful. Sometimes it's just extremely itchy. And then you have to deal with the cosmetic aspect of it, of walking around with eczema all over yourself. And that's never good when we're talking about a mental and an emotional standpoint. So I feel everybody out there's pain. And that's why I wanted to create this video and share it with you to let you know that, look, you don't have to deal with this. You do not. Now, I know the allopathic route, the traditional medical route, especially in America, is to go to the doctor and have them prescribe you a pill or have them prescribe you a topical steroid. And I'm telling you right now that is not the way to do this. That is not the answer to your problems. Yeah, it may give you relief in the short term, but what it's doing to you internally is only going to cause you more problems down the line, because look, it's not healing anything. All it is doing is suppressing the inflammation that is happening within your body. See, the reason you have eczema, psoriasis, or any other skin condition is because your body is trying to get rid of excess acids in your body. Plain and simple. Now, what people don't realize is that your skin is your largest organ of the body. And that's why it's also called the third kidney, because what your kidney can't filtrate and get out through your lymph system, it is going to utilize your skin as almost an emergency type of emergence type of way to get rid of these excess acids and waste. And I started to really notice how that worked once I changed my diet. And that's the key to all of it. And I know that, you hear that a lot and you might be like, oh, everything's about the diet. Everything's about the diet. But look, it's really simple. Like, the creator created this world pretty simple. Like, it is all in your diet. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen an animal in nature with a skin condition like eczema or psoriasis? Never. Because they eat their natural diet. You know what I'm saying? They don't have the built up acids that we do from all the junk that we eat. And I started to really notice this when I stopped eating meat. And once I stopped eating meat and became a vegetarian about 6 years ago, I noticed that my eczema calmed down a decent amount. It wasn't completely gone. It would still flare up once in a while, but it was not to the severity that it had been prior. Like I said, I was getting it on my eyelids and behind my ears and just in random places all the time. Like, there wasn't a moment where I didn't have some type of flare up of eczema, right? And I would revert to steroids because it just became overwhelming. So I gave up meat, and I noticed that it subsided substantially. Not to the point where I didn't get it anymore, but, I could see there was a major change there. So if you look at the diet change, what was I eliminating? I was eliminating meat, which is one of the most acidic, acid-forming foods that you could possibly eat. But I was still eating some stuff that I shouldn't be eating, like grain and gluten and stuff like that. And what happened was I gave up gluten. And the moment I gave up gluten, I saw the eczema just damn near vanish. Like it was almost gone. So the wheat, the flour, the enriched flour, I should say, and the meat, that combination of foods is what caused me to have eczema. Why? Because the body was inflamed and it was utilizing the skin to release those acids. And once I eliminated those foods, didn't really see eczema. Now, I can't say it never happened because I can't say that I've always been 100% gluten-free. So the way I solidified that this was the core root of me having these skin issues was I ate a little bit of gluten here and then, and I noticed it come back when I did. So look, is it exact causation? Maybe not, if we want to go down that road. But for me, look, the best person you could ever do an experiment on is yourself. And for me to see that, to see me go from extreme flare-ups, eczema all the time in pretty much every part of my body to, oh, okay, I still have eczema, it's just not as bad as it was, to, man, I rarely get eczema at all, and I only get it when I eat gluten, was enough proof for me to let me know that these were dietary issues. Nothing hereditary, nothing that was just by chance. And then when I started to dive into it and realize what my body was doing, utilizing the skin for what it is as the largest organ in the body to eliminate these acids, I realized that, wow, it was that simple. Don't need insurance, don't need to go to the doctor, don't need to purchase steroid creams or any special kind of lotions or anything like that. Literally made those adjustments in my diet, and now I am eczema free. It's really a beautiful thing, and I know all of you out there who are dealing with it. It's such a pain in the ass, and to know that you can make these changes in your life and your lifestyle to get rid of this just annoying and just pain in the ass of a quote unquote disease, you know, it's something that I just wanted to share with all of you, and hopefully you can get on that path. You know, you don't have to do it in one day, just do it incrementally and you'll see. And once you notice the differences, I almost guarantee that it's going to push you even further because you will love the relief. And look, when it comes to the other side of it, putting the topical steroids, on your skin and stuff like that, it's just not good for you in the long run because your body absorbs that. That is acidic itself. And while it may reduce the inflammation at that moment in time, it is not allowing your body to do what it does, because you have to ask yourself, okay, well, why is my body doing this? Why is my body creating this eczema or psoriasis? And the reason is because it's getting rid of stuff, foreign chemistry that is not supposed to be in the body. So if you're putting topical steroids or any type of lotions or taking any type of pill to stop that from occurring, you're stopping the body from doing its natural process of releasing stuff, foreign chemistry that is not supposed to be in the body. So while it may give you a short-term relief, it is going to give you long-term problems because those acids build up and continue to build up. And that's where you see things like skin cancer and other type of tumors and stuff like that come into play. And we don't want that, right? We want to be healthy. We want to get our body working at its best and highest state, and we want to get to as close to homeostasis as we can. Remember, your body is always working for you. So whenever you see any of these symptoms, any of these sicknesses or these so-called diseases, get to the root of the issue. What is causing it to happen? And for all of you out there who do have skin conditions, eczema, psoriasis, and others, don't look towards the pills and all the medical propaganda that you're seeing on TV. Think about it logically. Think about the core root of what's going on. We're not trying to suppress. We're not trying to treat. We are trying to cure. And at the end of the day, it comes down to one thing, and that is the diet. So if you are dealing with a severe case of eczema or psoriasis, look, Go a few days without gluten, meat, and I would personally tell you to go on a mainly a fruit and leafy green diet for those 2 or 3 days if you're not there yet, if you're not to that point and that level, and see the relief, see the difference, notice the difference in the flare-ups, and give me a comment. I'd love to hear if you actually do this, 2, 3 days, just to see if it changes, if you feel that relief, and then we can go from there. But like I said, I wanted to share all that with you. If you like this video, if this was informative to you, give me a thumbs up and definitely give me a subscription. And I love the comments, so continue to comment, and I love having that back and forth dialogue. Look, I'm here to share my light with the world. Everything that I talk about, I'm doing myself, and I'm seeing the benefits and the differences in my life, and that's kind of the motivation behind me spreading that light. I just want us to be the best that we can be. So peace and love, everybody. I'm out of here. Till next time.
Peace, love, and light, everybody. It's Minds Like Minds podcast, and I'm your host, RL Melpica.
And I'm the co-host, Chef Definition.
And today we have another special guest with us, Miss Laura Prentice. How are you doing, Laura?
Doing great, thanks.
Yeah, well, we're really excited to have you on. Laura is a psychoeducator and also teaches fertility awareness, and also has a website called Beldam Woman Care that we're going to get into. But first, I want to explain how I met Laura. I met her at the Wellness Expo in Grapevine, Texas, where I was promoting Akasha Flicks, and looked over, saw Laura. She had her own booth, and she was talking about fertility awareness. And my wife, the queen, that's something that she's been highly interested in. So I walked over, introduced myself, and we had a little conversation about what she does. And I was like, you know what? I think our listeners really want to hear this. They would love to hear this, because we're all about, natural, holistic, and, really understanding the power that we all hold within us. So Laura, I'm really excited to have you on today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
For sure. Well, I want you to tell your story. How did you get to where you are now to be able to teach fertility awareness? Like, what happened throughout your life that kind of led you down this path?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I found fertility. Well, let me start before that. I got into this. I started in the realm of birth, so I was attending births as a doula, and I fell in love with it. Just the process of childbirth and learning about herbs in the world of pregnancy, birth, and postpartum, and women's health. And I was teaching childbirth education, attending births, supporting women. And I loved all of that, but it didn't feel, I didn't like come alive. I honestly got, my energy would fall a little bit, even though I loved what I was doing. But then I found fertility awareness, and I just got so excited and so passionate, because as I was supporting these women who just really needed to connect deeply to their bodies and their inherent wisdom, I was struggling to help them do that before pregnancy, and just going throughout our lives. How can we reconnect to this deep wisdom that our bodies carry, in order to give birth and power, in order to do all of these things that are so natural and so mammalian, and humans are mammals, and that's so powerful, but right. We don't live that way. And to me, when I found fertility awareness, it was just, that was it. That was the way that we can connect to our bodies as this deep source of wisdom and information way before pregnancy and birth. So I kind of came at it from the world of birth, and then came into learning about what fertility awareness is. And we can go into that and explain it, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who don't know what that is.
For sure. I mean, Chef, I don't know if you have anything you want to jump off with, but the first quick question based on what you said I have, and I'm pretty sure a lot of our listeners is going to have, is what is a doula?
Oh, great. Yeah.
Do you know what that is, Chef?
I mean, I know what a doula is. I think Erica Badu is a doula. I
Okay.
follow a lady who's on Instagram. She's a doula,
Okay.
and so there's women, maybe men as well, that come in and assist with a natural childbirth, like in the home. Is that
Okay.
kind of correct?
Well, so it depends. For the most part, a doula is just a support person,
Okay.
can provide some education during pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. So there are postpartum specific doulas, and then there are doulas who are present for only the labor. But it's really just a support person for women who knows about birth and is wise in the ways of birth and can love on a pregnant and birthing woman.
I think
Um,
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, go ahead.
The practice of the doula has been around for decades. Like you say,
Yeah.
it's like a part of the wisdom process. They will come in and help the ladies with their pregnancy. Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It sounds like I mean, like, cause we're very spiritual, and we're all about, understanding energy, and to think of the traumatic experience of a baby coming into this world, like what that pure experience of childbirth, and for them to come into a calm and a very what's the word I'm looking for? Just a more mellow vibe, and dim lights, and sensual music, and that versus a super bright hospital that's cold and a bunch of
Yep.
crazy people around them and going nuts like that. I mean, that has effects. I mean, we talk about traumas, right? That's a traumatic event for a newborn child. So yes, anything like this, I think is where I wish people had more information, and that's why you do what you do. You know what I'm saying?
Totally. Yeah.
Well, let's get into a little bit of the fertility awareness first and foremost. Talk about that fertility
Yeah.
awareness. Obviously, being aware of fertility, but what does that truly
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Well, a lot of times I'll say that and people are like, okay, so infertility. Yeah, there are
That's
some
what they
women who are
think,
infertile. That's
right?
the first thought. But that's not what I mean. What I mean is becoming aware that fertility awareness is the practice of becoming aware of when in a woman's cycle she is fertile, she is able to get pregnant, because it's not every day of the month, despite what your 10th grade health teacher told you.
Right.
It's not true that women can get pregnant just, by looking at a man. Um,
Right.
but there's a specific time when that's possible, and there's a time when it's absolutely not possible. So fertility awareness is coming to understand that, coming to chart the cycle, and then you can use that information either for preventing pregnancy, achieving it, or understanding your underlying hormonal health and getting a lot of information, really. So it can be used for a lot of different reasons. But for me, it just feels very grounding to know like what's going on in my body. It feels very powerful,
That's
just
beautiful.
as a personal practice. And just on a note of comparison, men versus women, men don't have a cycle in the same way, and men are fertile every day, whereas women are only fertile, for a period of their lives, and only like a few days out of the cycle. So it's important to know that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and it's empowering, like you talked about. It's
Yeah.
to not have to rely on pills
Right.
and other contraceptives and whatnot, which we've all been kind of conditioned and indoctrinated with, for
Yeah.
various different reasons. To know that
Right.
you do have that power is amazing, and it's something that I like me and Chef, we're both girl dads. Like we both have, he's got 2 daughters, I've got 3 daughters. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So like information like this is something that means something to us personally. And it's another reason we wanted to have you on. And a huge percentage of our audience is female. And not that males need to know too, because there's a lot of, males that are girl dads. So.
Like to like for us being girl dads, it is very important in our life that we have this knowledge.
Yeah.
Because we have an understanding for one thing to really understand what our children, our daughters, our mates are going through, and to understand some of the things that they may need at that time.
Yeah.
For comfort, pain, like and like to see my daughter not really struggle, but it takes a lot out of her, or you know what I'm saying, and I want to know more so I can provide more aid to my child.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful. I love that that you're both so interested in this and passionate about supporting your daughters and making sure that they don't go through life without
Right.
this fundamental understanding. I mean, I believe this knowledge should be taught to every girl, every teen, and so that women don't have to go through life not understanding that they don't have to be afraid about getting pregnant when they don't want to. They don't have to be
Right.
afraid of that there's something wrong with their bodies. They can really understand that.
For sure. And I mean, if you think about, because there's a lot of levels to this, because look, it's hard to grow up as a woman in today's society. You know, it's probably easier now than maybe it was 100 years ago, but it's still, it's not balanced. Let's just keep it real. And we keep it real here on Minds Like Minds. It's not balanced at all. So to think of what a young woman deals with growing up, growing into a woman, and even the idea of making that choice to be in a sexual relationship, for a woman or a girl or a young woman to have to go through the mental situation of speaking to their parents about it, and then not only speaking to their parents about it, then their parents having to take them to a doctor who's going to put them on some type of medication that ultimately tricks their body. If I'm wrong, let me know. Tricks their body into thinking that they're pregnant, right? And that kind of, in a roundabout way,
so it doesn't necessarily make your body think that, make a woman's body think that she's pregnant. It's more suppresses ovulation for the most part. So it prevents the normal, healthy hormonal cascade that occurs in a woman's monthly cycle from happening. Hormones in a woman's cycle are huge, not just for reproduction, but for things like bone density, blood sugar, so like diabetes risk, blood clots, mental health, like muscle strength. So many other things
Right.
are affected by like the reproductive hormones and the healthy balance of that. And what hormonal birth control does, the pill, the IUD, the patch, the injection, there's so many different options.
Right.
But what they all do pretty much is shut down the body's ability to have those healthy hormonal changes.
Mm-hmm.
And that puts women at really big risks because of the importance of those hormones for whole body health. And there are a lot of reasons that women get put on it. So that can be acne or painful periods, or it runs the gamut.
Irregular periods, I've heard that one too. If they're
right.
Yeah. Wow.
And unfortunately, the pill isn't regulating an irregular cycle. It's suppressing the cycle from happening and giving what is not really a real bleed. It's just you get all the hormones and then you stop taking the hormones, and then you have what's called a withdrawal bleed, because when hormones drop, that causes a bleed. But it doesn't mean that the cycle is regular. And that's something that I think a lot of women don't know, is that the pill is not regulating your cycle.
Wow.
Birth control pill?
Yes.
It does not regulate the cycle?
Correct.
Wow. See, and it's funny. I talked to my wife before this episode. I was like, we got two dudes going to come on here and talk about fertility. Obviously, I didn't even understand how a birth control pill worked. You know what I'm saying? And
I don't think very many people do.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's a whole other conversation. We don't have to talk too much about the birth control pill, but the way it was created is pretty shady.
Well, let's talk about that, because and the only reason I say to talk about that is because a majority, like if we had to take a poll, I'd say the majority of women are on birth control. versus any other contraceptive. Is that fair
Okay.
to say?
Yeah, I mean, it's the one where you have to do the least stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so hormonal contraception is fairly common, and it's what is pushed by most gynecologists. Increasingly, that's shifting towards IUDs, whether that's hormonal or copper.
Right.
But yes, that's definitely true that a lot of women are on birth control.
So
No, go ahead.
so when a woman is on birth control, it throws a lot of the hormones out of order. Is that a good way? I mean,
I would say it suppresses them from functioning and being released optimally. So it's not that they happen out of order, really, but it's like the rise of one brain hormone that triggers eggs to start being matured in the ovaries doesn't happen. And so there can actually be ovarian atrophy. So the ovaries can shrink when a woman is on birth control.
Wow.
Yeah. Which can lead to fertility struggles down the line. So a woman who's put on birth control for 10 years is more likely to need surgical or whatever kind of help to get pregnant later. So it's really creating the demand for the medical industry by putting girls on birth control and all the other side effects that go along with it. Yeah, but we were talking about the origins of the pill. So when it was started, it was tested on Puerto Rican women who did not know that that's what it was. Well, they may have known, but they didn't know how untested it had been. So there were human trials without like safe trials first. And the long-term consequences were sterility and serious other side effects that these women were not given informed consent about. And without really changing the formula very much, it was put on the market. And that's what we have today. It's perhaps a little safer than those original trials, but it's kind of a dark history, and we're still living in that.
Oof. So I'm Puerto Rican, and
Whoa.
yeah, and I never heard of that. That's some interesting shit. Human trials. Go ahead, Sha.
I've heard something like that, similar to that. You know, but I didn't know that it was tested specifically on Puerto Rican women.
Yeah.
I know that it had been tested on, I guess, women of color, you know.
Yeah.
And okay. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. So it doesn't surprise me that they were not aware of what they were taking or the
consequences.
Yeah. And you know, because
it's a pretty familiar story, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, and I don't know the details of the actual study. Maybe you do, but was it like a volunteer situation, or was it like
I don't know the details either. I would have to reread that study.
Right.
But you can definitely look that one up.
It was probably something.
Hey, we're gonna try this new pill, guys. You know,
community.
Yeah.
Maybe a little cash reward or something like that.
Maybe it could have been ushered in by Planned Parenthood. We never know.
Truth.
Yeah. I mean, that's got a whole dark history too.
It does.
That does have a dark history.
That's a whole nother podcast.
Yes, I know. It really is.
Another podcast.
But it's really the same story.
It really is. At the end of the day, I mean, what they were doing back then when it came to and the word escapes me, but when they basically were testing, doing tests on the what's the word I'm looking for?
Tuskegee.
What's that?
Tuskegee.
Similar, but basically where they were almost like they did in Germany with the master race situation, and anyone who was considered Like if anybody was born with any type of defects or anything like that,
Eugenics.
thank you.
Yeah, eugenics. Yeah.
Eugenics, yes. Very sim. I think there's a lot of similarities between
Yeah.
birth control and eugenics when you really break it down. And
Yeah.
eugenics was definitely tested on people of color as well.
You definitely got to throw Planned Parenthood in if you're talking about eugenics.
Oh
Right.
yeah, oh yeah, that's the
And
origin. Yeah,
Margaret
Margaret
Sanger,
Sanger. Yep.
yes, yeah,
and what her claim to fame of in history is as well.
yeah, yeah. But it all ties together at the end of the day. Now I'm a huge proponent, and most of one of my main philosophies is the terrain model, meaning like everything starts here. It's not external. And to me, what you do with this fertility awareness is is a huge aspect of that for women, like huge. And when you talk about pills and suppressing, that goes in line with allopathic and regular medicine. I got a cold, let me take some NyQuil or Dayquil. Don't put the NyQuil on the chicken, but that's a whole nother discussion, another podcast. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Woo. But yeah, I mean that's what it lines up with. Okay, you don't want to get pregnant. We'll do something to suppress and fuck up your system and take it out of its natural state. And that's the kicker. Yeah. Anytime you take your body out of its natural state, it's going to have repercussions and it's going to mess the balance of your body up. And that's why I think it's such a great thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
I think this is a great thing also. I had an incident with my daughter where we were at a point in her life where it was being discussed. Well, you need to put her on, and this is coming from other women, my girlfriend, my mother's, what I'm saying? Like, you need to put her on birth control. You need to put her on birth control. And I never felt comfortable with that decision. Not even knowing all of the story or all of the facts, I knew enough to know that something in my spirit or whatever was telling me, let's not do that, because I felt like if I did that, I would be like almost like throwing rocks into the ripples of the lake, totally disturbing something in my daughter. And I'm almost certain I got villainized for that, or you're gonna regret it. But the relationship I have with my daughter is, it's like, hey, don't bring no babies in the house. You know what I'm saying? But we're not gonna put you on birth control because I didn't want to take the chance of altering her body, and not trying to educate her on it and being there to talk to her about it and be open with it and not be like, oh, you're not gonna be blah blah blah. But at the same time, if you take my daughter's face off of the picture and you put the average 15, 16, 17, 18 human being, we're going to have the same kind of things going on because of how we're wired as human beings, So, that's...
Yeah. So well, that's beautiful that you had that intuition without even knowing like why. Because there are so many good reasons to not put your daughter on birth control. Right. But I think intuition is a good enough reason.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. Do y'all want to talk about how to practice fertility awareness?
I think me and you are in sync, because I was just about to ask you, let's dive into it. Like, let's see how this actually works.
I do have another question though.
Yeah, go for it.
And I'm sorry, I have questions.
No, that's great.
Okay, so is there a higher probability of getting pregnant towards the end of the cycle or the beginning of the cycle? I was told some things, and I don't know if I was misinformed, but I was told by my wife some things kind of towards the end of the cycle is the like the major cleanse aspect of it. Is there any truth to that, or is it doesn't?
Well, I guess let's define what the beginning and the end of the cycle, what does that mean? So to me, the beginning of a woman's menstrual cycle is the first day of her period. And then the end of that cycle would be the last day before her next period. So the whole cycle can be anywhere from 25 to 35 days
Isn't that
on average.
the 3 to 5 days that we're thinking of?
It's the whole gamut.
Right. The whole
Yeah,
thing
the whole-
is the cycle, but 3 to 5 days would be just the period. And so midway through the cycle, so that would be about 2 weeks in, because the whole cycle is about a month, about 4 weeks. And midway through that, or so, it depends on the woman, every woman's different. We have ovulation, and ovulation is when the ovaries release an egg. One of the ovaries would release an egg. And leading up to that time is when a woman could get pregnant. So it's not really the beginning or end, it's more when the woman is ovulating or when she's coming up to ovulation, which is probably more in the middle of the cycle. But that really depends on when a woman ovulates, how long her whole cycle is. So I can't tell you, for example, that every woman's going to ovulate on day 14 of the cycle, because that's just not reality.
Right.
We're not robots. We have, and even like from month to month, cycle to cycle, one woman is probably not going to ovulate on the same day every time, because we get sick, we get stressed, we go on trips, things happen that delay our ovulation, and our bodies are really smart. They're not going to release an egg and potentially get pregnant if our bodies are not safe, if our bodies are under stress. But anyway, in answer to your question, it's midway through the cycle that's possible to get pregnant.
Okay. So, and how would a woman know when this is happening?
Yeah, great question. So there are a couple of signs that that ovulation is coming.
Okay.
The main one is called cervical fluid. And do y'all know what a cervix is or where the cervix is?
I know the general area. I can't pinpoint it, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Montana on the map.
Yeah.
It's somewhere. Like it's.
You know it's
You know
there, but not really where.
I mean,
Right.
I know where a woman's cervix is though.
Okay, great. Because honestly, I don't think that many people know what a cervix is, unless you guys have children. So you've probably been through births and heard like, oh, the cervix is dilated.
Right.
That's really the
Right.
only time we ever hear the cervix talked about, which is too bad because it's a really cool organ. And it produces something called cervical fluid. It's the base of the uterus. So the uterus is the womb where babies grow. And at the bottom of the uterus is the cervix. And it looks kind of like a donut. It's like if you have your hand closed, I've got my hand in a little fist.
Mhm.
That's kind of what it looks like. It's got a hole in the middle, but it's not really open most of the time. And so the cervix opens and closes to allow a baby to flow out to come out,
Mhm.
to allow menstrual blood to come out, and to allow cervical fluid to come out. And the cervix is at the back of the vagina. So if a woman puts her finger inside her vagina, she might be able to feel it. It feels kind of like the tip of your nose most of the time.
Mhm.
But around ovulation, it feels soft, kind of like your lips.
Okay.
Is that because it fills with blood?
Not around ovulation. So I'm not actually sure why it becomes softer, but the hormonal changes that are associated with ovulation cause the cervix to get soft and open, and it's higher up in the body.
Okay.
So the cervix also moves throughout the cycle. And that's one way you can tell where you are, or a woman can tell where she is in her cycle. But the main way is cervical fluid. And so cervical fluid is something that the cervix produces, and there's infertile fluid and fertile cervical fluid. And fertile cervical fluid is the thing that either allows or prevents pregnancy from occurring. So if there's no fertile cervical fluid, there's not going to be pregnancy, because without that, sperm will not survive the vaginal environment, because our vaginas are too acidic to allow sperm to survive. So cervical fluid keeps that sperm alive for up to 5 days.
Wow. And that goes right along with the
So
terrain model. So go ahead. Go ahead.
right. So okay. So cervical fluid. When when do you know that it's there, or does it leak out, or
Yes. So it leaks out, and a woman can tell. You can either see it, or she can feel it when she goes to the bathroom and wipes. So there are different kinds, and there's fertile and infertile cervical fluid. But fertile cervical fluid is wet. It's slippery. Sometimes you can like pick it up and like see it. It looks like egg whites. It's stretchy.
Okay.
I know which. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Yep. Yep. Once I start describing it, women and apparently men recognize it, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, I have seen that."
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I've seen it before.
Yeah. So it flows through the cervix and then out the vagina, and that's how you know that you have fertile cervical fluid. You can check inside, but that's not necessary because it does flow out.
So infertile is just going to be clear,
Like not necessarily clear. Clear
Right.
would be more likely to be fertile, but
Okay.
you wouldn't feel very much there. It's not the wet, slippery,
Okay.
stretchy
So
stuff.
you could definitely tell the difference. Like
Yeah.
very okay. Huge contrast. Okay. So okay.
Yeah.
So okay, that makes sense. Okay. So
Yeah.
if that is not present, then
You can't
you
get
can't
pregnant.
get pregnant. And that's
But
oh, I'm
but
sorry.
I want to be sure to say that if that just don't like take that information and run with it. Like
Right.
do your own research
Of
as
course.
well, and be sure you understand that, because it can be a little tricky to tell the difference between fertile and infertile if you don't like if you haven't seen that, and if you haven't like heard it described a little bit more. So anyway, just
Right.
wanted to give that
Yeah, yeah.
caveat.
Disclaimer out there: if you go out there and you end up getting pregnant, we are not liable for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So mine's baby's gonna be running around there.
Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Yeah.
No, that
So
yeah.
so a woman will start to see this leading in the days leading up to ovulation.
Okay.
And so that's what tells her that she is in her fertile window, which is like the time when she could get pregnant. So that's what we call the fertile window. So that's one way that a woman can know where she is in the cycle. And cervical fluid is the most important because it's the thing that either allows or prevents pregnancy. We have three things that we need in order for pregnancy to occur: sperm, egg, and cervical fluid. Unless there's like IUI, like intrauterine insemination going on, or IVF or something. Which fun fact about cervical fluid is it selects for the healthiest sperm, so it holds on to unhealthy sperm and doesn't let them get through. So it's really important. And
The body is amazing. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I had to throw that in. The
yeah.
body is so
For real.
amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm just gonna put like some asterisk marks around cervical fluid.
Yeah.
You should. It's amazing. It's the elixir of life. Literally, it
So-
allows
Wow, that is
for
deep.
life.
Cervical fluid,
It's true. though.
egg, and sperm,
Yes,
and you got another human.
right.
Wow. It's amazing.
Yep.
So that period that you talked about from the fertile cervical fluid through ovulation, how long is that period roughly?
That really varies. For some women, they might see like 3 days of fertile cervical fluid. Other women might see like 8 or 10 days.
Okay.
It really just depends on the woman and how old she is, how her hormones are doing. That's one of the reasons why cervical fluid and charting with fertility awareness is such a good gauge of health overall. Because if you have a lot of fertile cervical fluid, that means your hormones are working well and you're fertile. And even if you don't want to be having a baby right now, being fertile is a good sign of health
For sure.
for men and women.
Wow. Wow, that's incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Wow. Wow.
That is really incredible stuff. And you think about it like, okay, I don't want to sound like a caveman.
It's a great start to any sentence.
Right.
I just don't want to
I
sound
love it.
like, you know what I'm saying? But it's so interesting to me. It's always been so interesting to me. I mean, like if you get past the whole sexual intercourse thing, right, which is great. But when you start learning about the behind the scenes of the movement, what's going on,
Yeah.
Yeah.
all that tends to heighten everything,
Yep.
and I think that's why it's just like it's so intriguing to me. And then like to think like I have 3 children, and it's just been an amazing concept to not like talk to you and understand. Oh, well, that's how we got them.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
that's what it was.
Yeah, that,
There
You know what I'm
go.
saying?
that good old
Yeah.
fertile cervical fluid.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So bam, we hit the 3-card money 3 times.
Right. Right.
Got you.
You sure
Yeah.
did.
So is there a time like for instance like menopause, right? So is it a time that a woman's cervical fluid tends to run out?
Well, the thing that causes fertile cervical fluid is peaking estrogen, and estrogen spikes right before ovulation. And so it only really reaches that level when we have ovulation. And so postmenopausal women are not ovulating anymore, so they're not going to be having those peak levels of estrogen. They still have estrogen produced from the adrenals and some ovarian activity, but they're not going to have fertile cervical fluid in the same way that a woman who's having cycles would.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense too. Is there you talked about the cervical fluid and obviously the importance of that. Is there anything else that goes into it as well?
Yes. So another thing that a woman can do is take her temperature. It's called basal body temperature. It's the first, well, the lowest temperature that your body reaches at rest. So the way we take that is taking our temperature first thing in the morning, as soon as we wake up, before drinking water, before getting up to go to the bathroom. And it's not going to be like the perfect basal body temperature. That would be while you're sleeping, but it's as close. It's good enough.
Right.
Anyway, and basal body temperature will rise after ovulation. So if a woman takes her temperature every morning, she'll be able to observe when she has already ovulated by using basal body temperature. And so it's a great thing to use in combination with cervical fluid, because cervical fluid tells you when ovulation is coming. And then once you ovulate, you will no longer have the fertile cervical fluid. Right. So it tells you when it's starting, when you're fertile and when you're not fertile. And then basal body temperature.
Hey.
You want to go on mute, Mr. Definition?
my bad.
I'm so sorry, Laura.
I'm sorry. That's my daughter. She's my world. My kids are my world. My bad.
Oh, I hear you. I understand.
All right. Continue.
All right. So cervical fluid tells you when your fertile window, when you're fertile and able to get pregnant, opens, and then when it stops. Cervical fluid tells you when you have already ovulated and when your fertile window is closing.
Gotcha.
So they're both helpful. And the way that basal body temperature works, if you're curious,
of course,
it's all about hormones, just like cervical fluid. And it's the main one for basal body temperature is progesterone, and progesterone's higher after ovulation. Progesterone is a warming hormone, so estrogen and testosterone tend to like it cold, whereas progesterone likes it hot. So after ovulation, you'll get a slight temperature rise because you get a progesterone rise after ovulation.
And when you say slight, I mean, are we talking like 1 degree, 0.5 degrees? Are we talking like 3 degrees? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
are we going from
so it can
98 to 100? Are we going, I should say
yeah, so
women.
it's yeah. So for example, leading up to ovulation, my temperatures are typically in the like 97s,
Okay.
like 97.5 to 97.8 ish.
Mm-hmm.
After ovulation, it's usually 98.0 to 98.5. So it's
Okay.
not a huge shift, maybe like 0.5 to 1 degree.
Right.
And you can measure that with a regular forehead thermometer.
Well, so I usually do like an oral one or an armpit one. I haven't tried with the forehead, but I mean, could certainly try it.
And I'm sure obviously every woman's going to be different based on, what their normal temperature is. But once they see that consistency after tracking it for, let's just say, I don't know, 12 months, I'm pretty sure it's not something you just jump into and know immediately. Right.
Right.
So you track it for 12 months, you notice that difference. Okay. I'm usually 97.5, but at ovulation, I'm 98.5.
Yeah.
And
then it stays
that.
high.
And
Yeah.
it stays high until
the next period.
Until the next period. Then you see that consistency. Then you start to understand your body and the way it's working.
Yeah,
Amazing.
totally.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I like basal body temperature just because it's so concrete. Like you can look at a number and say, oh, okay, that's way higher than it was. Cervical fluid is really wonderful and necessary to look at, but it can be a little less clear. I guess clear isn't the right word, but it's a little more subjective.
Right. So everybody out there, if you're either trying to get pregnant or if you're not trying to get pregnant, make sure you got a thermometer by the bedroom. All right.
Well, so
actually, you want to do it in the morning, though. I forgot. I'm just saying,
Yes. I will say, though, with basal body temperature, I wouldn't rely on that alone because it doesn't tell you that ovulation is coming. It only tells you that it's already happened. So if you're using that for contraception, you wouldn't know when your fertile window opens. You would only know that you had already potentially gotten pregnant, basically.
Or when it's shut. Or like
right.
So it'd be like, oh shit, we missed it.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. So if you'd been like having sex, like waiting for your fertile window to open, you wouldn't know until after.
So let me ask this. And this is Hollywood at its best, right? Hollywood's always trying to tell us what life's really like, art imitating life when it's usually imitating some bullshit. But, but like when, like say for instance, you got two characters, like me and the wife, we're watching reruns of Friends now, and Chandler and Monica, they're trying to get pregnant. And there's certain times where she's like, okay, we got to have sex now. What are they like? What is Hollywood's depiction versus what you're talking about, or is it kind of the same thing?
So
is there any truth to that?
Yeah. So there is. They're doing something called an ovulation predictor kit usually.
Okay.
And it's a urine test that tests a hormone called luteinizing hormone. And I talk a lot about hormones when I teach women fertility awareness and when I teach girls. Because it's so important. Like all of these hormones work together to make this beautiful cascade that is the menstrual cycle. But anyway, so what those women in the movies and in real life are testing is LH that rises before ovulation. It rises usually 24 hours before ovulation. That's only one thing that you can do, though. I mean, so there are so many other things to check, and honestly, that's like the third on my list of things to check. Because it's like kind of annoying. Like I don't want to have to go pee on something every day. And also if a woman doesn't know when her fertile window is opening, she could be peeing like for 10 days on stick. Like it's kind of a waste of pee sticks. But it's not wrong. Like that is true that is near ovulation, and that would be a good day to have sex if you were trying to conceive.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
It's been a great episode.
What's that?
It's been a great episode.
Oh, I'm learning like so much. Like I'm realizing how much I don't know.
Right.
You know, but I'm learning so much. I know
Hey,
our
we
listeners.
just need to
listeners
go
are
ahead
gonna
and put
learn a
that
lot too.
disclaimer back out there that learning in process.
Learning in process. Yes, 100%.
Yep.
It's amazing. On your website, it says you can tune into the rhythms of your body, and that's truly what you're talking about. Is there anything else that goes along with it as well?
With fertility awareness specifically, and
Yeah.
I mean, there are some women I know who, after doing this for a while, just feel other signs that they're ovulating and that where they are in their cycle. I mean, we can talk about like the energetics of the cycle. Like that's kind of a beautiful thing.
That's what we're
So,
about here.
I
Minds
mean,
like minds.
yeah, so the cycle is such a beautiful mirror of the natural world. So in the winter, we're resting, or at least the natural world is. It's a time of low energy, and that would correlate to the time of the period. It's a great time of rest. We're literally releasing energy, we're releasing blood and anything we've held the rest of the cycle. And then as we stop bleeding and move towards ovulation midway through the cycle, that would be a time of rising energy, kind of like springtime after winter. We're like waking up and feeling more like doing physical activity and being more out in the world. Then at the time of ovulation, it's a time overall of higher energy. It's a time of like looking and feeling really good. Women are at their most attractive and appealing when they're fertile, for a good reason, because it's the time when Mother Nature wants us to have babies. And that would correlate to the time of summer of like ripe fruits and like great energy and activity. And then after ovulation, energy is falling, and that's the second half of the cycle, moving towards the period. So that'd be a time like the fall where, it's the time of harvest, but we're also moving towards winter and maybe stepping back and doing less, or at least the natural world is. We don't always, but another cool thing about the cycle, and especially ovulation, is that some women can feel their eggs release. I don't know if y'all have heard of that. Have your wives ever said anything about that?
No, I'm damn sure gonna ask her though.
So if feeling your eggs release, like feeling ovulation.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
but I could totally understand that. People that are that in tune, I can totally understand that.
Yeah. Well, for some women, it's actually painful, and that would probably not be good. That would be like an indication that something's wrong. But I have felt it before, and it feels more like a little like small ache or a small cramp. I've also felt like kind of a twinge before. But I think it's very cool to like really be a part of that and know that it's happening.
I think that's amazing, because if you think about it, like there's so much going on in our bodies, right? And honestly, so much going on around us, and we're so like restricted to our five senses, based on kind of what we've grown up to try to listen to, try to see, try to feel, try to smell, try to taste, that once you like go through this and what you're talking about and understand the whole aspect of it, then you can tune in and notice like your body intuitively is going to know kind of how long it's been and kind of where you are in that whole cycle. And it's going to notice those things more because, it all works together energetically to find that out. That makes total sense.
Right. Yeah.
What you said before about the winter and the fall, like, from an astrological and a syncretism standpoint, because syncretism is all about everything as above, so below, therefore, the universe is within our body, right? So, and that ties into it as well, because the winter is the fall. That is the dropping aspect, and the spring is the come up. That is new beginnings. That is the time to sprout and grow and do all those amazing things. And the way that works within is the same as it works within our body. So when people are in tune with that aspect of it, in addition to what you talked about from the physical standpoint, shit, you'll know exactly when you're about to get pregnant. Wake up one day, it was like, today's the day. That's beautiful. That is
Yeah.
absolutely beautiful. And honestly, it's so in line with the terrain model too and everything you're talking about. And I just implore people out there listening to really understand, especially the women, understand this power that you do have. And it's, it's in this process, it's in every process that goes on. Like, you're in control of this body, and your body will tell you everything you need to know. You don't need medicine to tell you what you need to know. You don't need, honestly, you don't need, I'm not saying not to go to the doctor. That's not what I'm saying. Another disclaimer out there. What I'm saying is that, like, your body will tell you before a doctor will tell you. So you just got
Yes.
to understand what's happening. Your body is a healing system, like an amazing system in every aspect. Like,
I think we all need to kind of learn how to listen to our bodies more. You
yes,
know, once we start understanding that, once we listen to our bodies are trying to tell us things. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
does diet play a part in this? Like, will that help you? Obviously, it'll probably help with fertility, but like as
Definitely.
far as like being able to tune in to the rhythms of your body.
Well, I mean, I think without a supportive diet, that's going to make it hard to feel much of anything.
Truth.
Um, but but yeah, I mean, gosh, if you're talking about physical and emotional health, diet is huge. Um, yeah.
Nice. And I have a question about IUDs.
Hmm.
Because, well, you talked about, you said there's two different types. You said a hormonal and then a copper, right? So when
Correct.
I think of copper, like, you're putting a foreign object
Yeah.
in your body. That can't be good. Can you expand on that a
It's
little?
yeah. So it's not good. It's touted as this great option for women because it's all, the IUDs are supposed to be kept in for like 5 to 10 years,
Right.
which is a long time, but that's good supposedly because then you don't have to take a pill every day. You don't have to come back for like almost a decade.
Yeah.
Um, and the way it works is by irritating the uterine lining and making it to where a fertilized egg could not implant. It also makes cervical fluid infertile. And it's but copper itself, our bodies need copper, but it has to be bioavailable copper.
Okay.
And the copper that is in IUDs is not bioavailable copper. Like, you couldn't eat like little metal shavings and get copper in the way that your body needs it, despite what all the fortified cereal companies want us to believe.
Right.
Um, so copper actually has some really bad consequences. There's something called copper toxicity, and that can mimic the effects of estrogen in the body. And estrogen is very, very much abundant in our world. Plastics are estrogenic. There are a lot of like cleaning chemicals and body care products that are estrogenic. And so we're exposed to an abundance of estrogen in our environment. And having more this copper in addition to it, which mimics the effects of estrogen in the body, is really damaging. Copper IUDs can cause really seriously heavy bleeding during a period because the copper IUD shouldn't stop ovulation because it's not hormonal, but it does have hormonal consequences because it mimics estrogen. And some symptoms of estrogen excess and the need to detox estrogen would be super heavy, painful periods. Like, the uterus, estrogen causes the uterus to contract really hard. Acne is a big one. Some conditions like PCOS are involved related to that. They're more androgen dominant as well, but like migraines, some PMS issues are often related to estrogen dominance. So there are a lot of things that can be, anemia can be caused by all of that and related. And copper toxicity has so many other symptoms that are like mood related, depression, suicidality, things like that.
Oof. Yeah. Wow. Wow. So you just don't fuck with the natural flow of the body. Just keep it all
Basically.
natural. Yeah, yeah. It's like all the
That's
medicine, those medicine ads you see on TV and shit. Don't take
Yeah.
this, and you might experience blah 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 blah. Like a a myriad of different effects to help suppress one. You know?
Unfortunately, that's not how we've been indoctrinated to live our lives.
No, sir. No, sir.
Yeah.
Sheeple.
Yeah, right, right. Let's. I want to talk about just a few of the services that you offer. If you can kind of shed a little bit of light on those, and then we'll talk about how people can get in contact with you, and we'll wrap things up here. But holistic contraception, is that
Yeah.
kind of what we've been talking about, or is that something different?
Yep. So natural contraception, holistic contraception, that's sort of an easy way to explain fertility awareness to
Okay.
people who don't know what fertility awareness is. So that's what I teach women. I work with women both one-on-one and in groups. I teach classes in person. I teach group classes in person, and then I do one-on-ones online for women who don't live here in the North Texas area. And I also lead, so while the group series that I teach is a 4-week series, and we go through how to achieve pregnancy, how to prevent pregnancy, how to chart your cycle for hormonal health and understanding the hormonal changes that occur throughout the cycle, and how to normalize your cycle, and what are some practices that you can integrate into your life to support a healthy menstrual cycle and a healthy whole body. So that's what we do in my class. It's called Beldam Fertility Awareness. And Beldam means, well, if you look it up, it means like old, ugly crone. But but it really should mean something like wise woman. So Belle means grand, fine, beautiful. And Dom or dame means woman or mother. So it should mean like grandmother, wise woman.
Beautiful.
So just in case anyone's curious. But I do also teach classes to girls and teens. I have a mother-daughter class for 9 to 12-year-olds, and then we have an ongoing maiden circle for that same age group, for them to come together and learn about the cycle, but mostly just like get support for life. And we do a lot of rituals and honoring, just building community among girls so that they can like feel confident in life and know how to interact with other women in a way that's respectful rather than catty and mean. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thanks.
Like that is really that. No, it really is. I mean, just the empowerment aspect of it, and like I said, I mean, women deal with a lot of shit in this fucked up society, and we're advocates of women. We love women. We love everybody. This is the love movement, you know.
Yeah,
Like, we're
that's
girl dads, you know.
Hey, we come from women.
We come from
We
women,
all do.
right? That's what did Pac say? You know, since we all came from a woman, how can we say when and where a woman should create one? All that. I fucked up those lyrics anyway. Y'all know what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Postpartum charting. What is that?
Yeah. So in the postpartum period is after childbirth.
Yes.
And so after giving birth, there's a time when a woman is not going to ovulate. She's not going to be fertile for a little while.
Okay.
But that how long that time is varies for women. There's a huge amount of variation. So some women get their next ovulation, they release an egg and could be fertile within like 6 weeks after giving birth.
Wow.
For other women, it's 2 years. Most women get it back within like 6 to 12 months.
Right.
But there's just so much variation. And so postpartum can be a time that feels really confusing because a woman isn't having regular cycles. And so when a woman is trying to use fertility awareness postpartum, it's still very doable. It just requires like extra care, and keeping an eye out for fertile cervical fluid. Because the thing about the cycle is you're going to ovulate before you bleed. So you shouldn't wait until you have your period to start checking for fertile cervical fluid and expecting an ovulation, because that's going to happen before the period. The period is your body saying, oh, I ovulated, but I didn't get pregnant. I'm going to release what I created. So that's what postpartum charting is.
Okay.
It's fertility awareness in the postpartum period.
Awesome. Well, let everybody know how they can reach out to you, and also any social media handles you have or anything like that as well.
Yeah. So I'm on Instagram and Facebook. It's just at Beldam Woman Care, BELDAM Woman care. And I have a website, which you mentioned earlier, which is belgiumwomancare.com. I also lead women's circles and my course in North Texas, in Louisville specifically. So if anybody's nearby, come see me,
Awesome.
join our women's circle, or if you have a daughter, bring her to the girls circles or the mother-daughter menstrual cycle class. We're going to start a teen circle soon, which I'm really excited about
That's dope.
because it's so needed.
Oh yes, for sure. Amazing.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much for all this information, man.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
so great. Y'all were so fun to talk to. You seem so excited about this.
Cool. Hey, we're all about it. We are all about it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think too, like, I mean, like, we've established that we love women, and to have the knowledge of how to properly love our women
Yeah.
to the best of our ability,
Yeah.
we're all in on it.
Yeah.
I love that.
And we're all about growth, learning,
Yeah.
like learning this information. Like, wow, I mean, it's like adding another notch to the knowledge bank, just to understand the way the body works and the amazing things that the body can do, that
Totally.
most people don't realize. So they rely on big pharma and they rely on allopathic medicine, and I'm going to get on a tangent, so I'm going to shut it down. But it's like, if we really truly understand that everything we truly need is right here, instead of always feeling like we have to rely on some other entity to provide it for us, we'd be in such a better place in society. And this is just another testament to that. So that's why I thank you,
Totally.
Laura, for what you're doing. We're gonna try to get this out to as many people as possible. And
Good.
I know our listeners and viewers are gonna eat this up and love it, eat it up, take it in and roll with it. So I'm gonna say thank you again. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming
Oh,
on.
well,
So
thank you
much.
so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Any last words, Chef?
Nah, man, it was just like a really, really beautiful episode, man. We talked about behind the scenes the other day. We talked about feminine and masculine energy.
Mm.
So everything just kind of flows, like we're saying. Everything just is just flowing. Everything's connecting, and knowledge is some beautiful shit. I mean, just no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Yeah.
Straight to learn.
Yes. And I was telling Chef the other day, I was like, at the end of the day with this podcast, what we want it to be is like a library of conscious content. That's kind of what Akasha Flix is, the streaming service that you're watching this on. A library of conscious content like the Akashic Records. And to know that in episode 8, this is 80, high 80s. I think it's like episode 88. I don't know, but it's up there. Episode 88, season 4. To add this to the library is amazing because it's unique. We've never had anyone on like you, with the knowledge that you're sharing. So if
Right.
anybody in the world is interested in, the fertility awareness and women and woman empowerment and understanding her body, this is going to pop up, and it's going to be a very unique episode. So I'm very thankful to have you on here. And we want to ask you that if you'd be willing to come back on the show later at some point, because I know we're going to get feedback and questions about the episode. So and we're not going to have those answers.
At all.
I'd be happy
At
to.
all.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I also wanted to add,
Sure.
I also teach, so I teach a women's class that's just for women, but I do teach a couples class too. So
Okay.
if male partners want to come with their, wives or partners, that's great too. Cause everybody needs to learn.
For sure.
Everybody.
For sure. Do you still have ties or to the what was that word? The doula, doing doula work or?
So no, I'm not doing doula work anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, but I love birth. I love the birth world.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful, awesome. Okay, well, we're gonna shut it down, everybody. We appreciate everybody listening, and if you are listening, make sure you check out the video version on Akasha Flix. That's www.akashaflix. It's $9.99 a month, and you get a plethora of conscious content, new videos and podcasts and master classes every week. So make sure you check that out. We're out of here, everybody. Peace.
Peace.
Peace, love, and light, my people, my amazing people out there. We are back. Minds Like Minds podcast. I'm your host, RL Melpica. You can follow me on all socials, but I'm just glad that you're here listening as I continue to, pursue my passions and spread this light and love to all of you out there. This season has been amazing so far. Just talking about something that means so much to me, and that is natural health and diet. The more I learn, the more I want to share with everybody. And as I continue on my journey and document it with everybody, hearing your stories and all that just gives me that added fuel, number one. But also just lets me know that, it's reaching people. And that's what just helps me in those darker times, in those rougher times, to continue to go and to continue to learn and to continue to grow and just continue to share with all of you. But today we're going to talk about just the concept and the idea of the raw food diet. And the question a lot of people have is, is it safe to stay on a raw food diet for extended periods of time? So let's dive into that. Let's really get into it. Before we do that, everybody out there who's watching on YouTube, make sure you're giving likes and shares and subscribing and leaving reviews on all the other audio platforms. That does help, us with the cause, putting this together and being able to take it further and beyond, so we can really tap into humanity, you know what I'm saying? And ultimately help the collective consciousness of the world. There is a donate link in the description of every podcast. If if you have it, if you want to support, we'd be highly appreciated. If not, no big deal. It's all about spreading love and spreading light. So I'd appreciate all of you. But when we talk about the raw food concept and just raw food in general, that question does come up a lot. It comes up a lot to me. And look, there's nothing wrong with having those types of questions. I think it's important to realize that, like, we all come from different places. We've all been taught different things. I feel safe in saying that we've all been indoctrinated with a certain type of medical perspective that I continuously talk about. And once you're able to acknowledge that and understand that, and then you kind of start from scratch a little bit, things do start to make sense a little bit more. So the idea and the question of a raw food diet not being safe for extended periods of time, is something that I would expect the average person to ask and think. I mean, shit, we've grown up on cooked food. Everywhere you look is cooked food. Everywhere you go is cooked food. It's cooked food is the socially acceptable way of eating, to the point where fruits and raw vegetables are almost looked at like snacks or hors d'oeuvres. You know what I mean? You go to a party and they might have a fruit tray or a vegetable tray, and it's a snack. It's something, it's like an appetizer. Sometimes not even an appetizer, But that's the concept. That's the mindset that we have to break. For all of you guys out there who are looking to implement more raw food into your diet, or even go full raw or majority raw, that is the mindset you have to break. Because everything you've learned about diet and eating is from that allopathic perspective. It's from that standard American diet way of thinking. It's from that indoctrination.
I mean, look at the food chart. Look at the things you see on TV. Look at the children's shows. You know, they get you early. The influence hits you early. And when I say they, I don't necessarily mean they actively. Well, some of it is active. But when you influence generations, it just becomes like natural to think these things. And that's where that break into that conditioning and mindset truly comes into play. So when I think of like the raw food diet and the question of if it's safe to do for extended periods of time, I want to start with just the basics of the human being. So I want you to think of these things. This is how I would answer that question, and this is what we'll dive into right now. I want you to think about this. And it doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter, you know, what philosophies you follow or spirituality you have or whatever. Like, this is just basics. All right. So however you think this world was formed, whether you think, you believe in the Christian way or the Hindu way or whatever the case may be, however you think this world was formed, when you look at nature, everything in nature seems to be perfect, right? I mean, like, if you look at the shell of a tortoise or a turtle, it's just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful geometry. You see the fractals within the shell. Right. And you look at like a lizard skin or a snake skin, or you look at how flowers and the petals and the pollen and all of it is just made in just amazing glory, and how trees, how they operate and just everything, how the ecosystem works together, how nature works together. It's truly amazing. And however you believe it was formed or created, I think we can all agree that it was created optimally for every living creature on the planet, for all of it to work together, symbiosis. So when you think of that, and that's kind of your basis, your baseline, think about the human being. Now, when human beings first started to walk this earth, think about what they need to survive. Well, number one, they need food, right? They need food, right? And the first human beings that ever walked this earth didn't know what fire was, didn't know how to create fire. Probably did not understand the concept of killing another creature for food, but if you look at nature, look at the foods that nature provides for us, it's pretty safe to say that the first human beings on this planet ate nothing but raw fruits and vegetables, maybe some seeds and nuts, all provided from the earth, all without any effort to obtain. Remember, taking it to its most simple form. You look at how animals operate, undomesticated, even domesticated animals. Well, we'll get to that in a second, but like if you look at nature and how undomesticated creatures, animals operate, it's all off instinct. It's all off what's provided for them and what's optimal for them. If you have a dog and you start, I mean, not every dog, because when you start throwing domestication in there and all the kibble and all the shit and the vaccines and all these things that we give to domesticated animals, it completely throws a lot of their impulses and instincts and connection to nature out the window, just like it does to us. But animals are going to eat what they are instinctively created to eat. And it's the same way with humans. And I know there's so much discussion out there about what the earliest humans ate, and there's some studies that say that they ate meat, and it's, you know, sometimes even raw meat or whatever the case may be. And, you know, some say that meat is the optimal diet or whatever. But like, I just want you to think of the most basic things. Like when humans were first on this earth, when they did not understand how to create fire, even understand what fire was, and what cooking a piece of meat would taste like, or cooking a vegetable would taste like. What did they eat? How did they survive? They ate raw foods. Plain and simple. Because that is the food that nature provides. And we are animals. When we were undomesticated, before colonization, before migration, all these different things, that's what we ate. Plain and simple. Like, I don't even see how there's a debate to that. So if the creator or the creation conjured up, built, manifested nature to be perfect for every other animal and every other creature, why wouldn't it be perfection for humans as well? So that's where my mind goes when I hear this question. Now, a lot of time has passed from the first humans who walked on this earth till now, and a lot has changed. And that does have a factor in a lot of different things. But it doesn't change the fact that we were created to eat something specific in mind. And it's not just the fact that we didn't have the knowledge of how to create a weapon and kill an animal and skin it and then cook it and then eat it and preserve it. It's not that at all. If you look at our physiology, it tells you everything you need to know about what we're supposed to eat. Our teeth are that of a frugivore, plain and simple. We're not an herbivore. We're not supposed to eat grass. Our teeth aren't completely flat. We are frugivores. Compare our teeth to other frugivore species, like the ape. What's appealing to us from a visual standpoint? Colors. And there's a fruit for every color in the human spectrum. What's also a big part of our physiology is taste, satiation. Fruits are sweet. Extremely sweet. Then you look at our digestive system. Our digestive system is built for fruit and leafy greens and some seeds and nuts. It's not built for meat. It's not built for man-made foods. It's not built for wheat or grass or starches. It is built with the frugivore lifestyle in mind. Now, here's what happens. Here's the kicker when it comes to a raw food diet. When it comes to a raw food diet, and the questions that come along with it, as if are wondering if, you know, it's going to be good for me, healthy for me for a long period of time. It goes back to that other perspective that tells us constantly that we need these specific nutrients to survive. We need these specific micro and macronutrients to thrive, right? And a lot of those micro and macronutrients were promoted and showcased for a capitalist reason in mind. right? There's a lot of money in vitamins. There's a lot of money in supplements. There's a lot of money in this stuff. There's a lot of money in the medical industry, you know, and the fear. We talked about the fear, like, oh, you might have this deficiency or you might have that deficiency. Well, if you're having headaches, it might be this deficiency. Maybe you need a little more zinc. You know, all these are a little more iron, right? And specifically, if you are a vegetarian or vegan, it's even more. The fear is even bigger. Yet, if you look at statistics, vegetarians and vegans live almost 9 years longer than the average omnivore, right? And then you throw in a raw vegan, fruitarian, or whatever the case may be, it's even longer. So the statistics are there that going on a raw food diet is optimal for your health. Optimal. And I shouldn't say a diet, a lifestyle. But here's what happens, and I completely get it, is when you start to eat clean and eat raw, your body's going to go through changes. And some of them aren't always pretty. Some of them aren't always, you know, pain-free. And we associate pain and what allopathic medicine would call symptoms or sickness. We associate that with something bad, with like a red flag, like an alarm, like an alert. Oh, something's wrong. So people will go on these raw food, start eating raw and start having these ailments and symptoms, which are all detox symptoms, and they'll turn the other way. And then they'll tell their friends, yeah, I did that for a little bit. Yeah, but it wasn't for me. I hear that all the time. It's not for me. It's, everybody's different. It's not a one size fits all. It is a one size fits all because we're all humans. Now, there are different levels of tolerance when it comes to toxicity. That's another thing I want everyone to realize. Like, me and you could eat the same exact thing, but our body's going to react different because we have different dispositions. We've eaten different things. We've been exposed to different things, and our body is at a different level. So it's not about thinking that your body's different because of this initial reaction you have. It's about you're just at a different level. But your body and my body are trying to achieve the same exact thing. And that is homeostasis. That is balance within the body. That is optimal health. That is the number one priority of the body and its systems. But that is what happens. I mean, if you could even look at, people that might be in the limelight or professionals or famous people per se, when they go on raw diets or they eat raw for a little bit, they'll speak of it for a while, and then a lot of them talk about, I did it for a few weeks, but then, I started feeling weak, or I started getting headaches, or I started getting sick. And that's kind of their turning point to where they go back to their original diet. Why? Because it's comfortable. It's what they've known. That's why the whole concept of I detox at the beginning of the year, I do a detox here and there, comes into play. Look, the body is always detoxing. It should always be detoxing. Now, there's levels of detox, but that's also based on the level of acidity and toxicity that you have going on. So ultimately, is the body, can you go on a raw diet for extended periods of time? Yes, you can go on raw. You can eat raw for the rest of your life. You're supposed to. That is optimal for you. That is what you're built to do. That's why when you do it, ultimately, the body will thrive. That's why when you start to do it and you feel those incremental changes, they're in a positive manner. Now, they do come along with effects. because that is your body making the transformation to an acid-based diet to an alkaline-based diet. And now what you're doing when you eat raw, you are giving your body not only a lot more angstroms of energy, right? I think fruit has like 12,000 angstroms of energy. I believe vegetables are like 9,000. Then you get to meat, and they're like 2,000 or 3,000 angstroms of energy. But here's the kicker: when we talk about energy efficiency, the amount of energy it depletes you in the digestive process for these raw foods is far less than when you eat food you're not supposed to eat, like grains and meats and processed food. So you're gaining a bunch when you eat raw and not utilizing a lot. So you have a lot in store. What happens is when you have all that energy in store now your body has the nerve energy to create detox and cleaning crises, basically getting rid of all of the built up cellular waste that you've had from the stagnation of your lymphatic system. That is why you go through those detox symptoms. That's why that is the side effect. That is part of the transformation from going to an unhealthy body to a healthy body. And look, if you go 100% raw with proper food combining practices, depending on what level of toxicity your body had initially. And sometimes it takes a few months, sometimes it takes a few years, sometimes it takes more than that. But throughout that transformation, what's going to happen is like the bad tissue, the diseased tissue, the acidic tissue that you have in your body is ultimately going to go away. And that's why you see a lot of people get extremely skinny, right? And then what happens is once that's gone, you start to rebuild, and you rebuild healthy tissue. So you hear a lot of people say, you know, man, I started going raw and I got too skinny. That's a part of the process too. That's part of my journey. Like for me personally, like I'm not 100% raw, roughly about 80-85%. So it takes a lot longer for me to shed all of that weight. I've lost a decent amount of weight. But I've kind of maintained at a health, I still would like to lose a little bit more, and I'm on that path. But like compared to where I was versus now, I could definitely tell the massive transformation and how I feel and how I operate and the amount of energy I have. But don't get scared of those things. Like it's a part of the process. Remember, this shit isn't easy. Like everybody wants this. Everybody wants results, but doesn't want to go through the process. And we've been conditioned to think these things. Like, look, like when you don't feel well and you go to the doctor, you want instant results. Like you want the doctor to prescribe you something that is instantly going to make you feel better. That's the mindset we have when it comes to health. So why would it be any different in your diet? Like you want instant results. Some people go raw for a few days and only lose a pound or two and be like, oh, this ain't shit. This ain't for me. Or don't feel instant results on how they, as far as they feel or from a health perspective, and they go the other route, or they want to get medicine because it's faster, it's easier. But that's not how it was meant to be. It's not how the body operates. That's not how life operates. And once again, like if you just look at nature will give you the answers to everything. Sounds like basic and cliche, but it's true. You're not going to see a cow eat a rabbit. You'll never see it. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from? Like, you're never going to see a lion grazing. Because that's not what they were built to do. That is not in their instinct. Now, the difference between humans and these other creatures is we're at a different consciousness level to where we make conscious choices. That doesn't make us better than anybody in nature, because we're all a part of the same song and dance. But it's a more difficult journey, because when you have that level of consciousness where you can understand and decipher between the betterment of you and the detriment of you, and you have these conscious choices instead of pure instincts, makes it more difficult because you want to dabble in instant pleasures. You want to dabble in short-term thinking because it brings you short-term pleasures. That's why we as people get addicted. We have addictions, and cooked food is a massive addiction. I'm venture to say it's the number one downfall of humanity. It's the number one addiction. More than cigarettes, more than any drug. It's cooked food. It's food. It's the shit that we put in our body that is causing us the heart disease, number one leading cause of death. Cancer, number 2. Medical error, number 3. So no, going raw will not lead to health issues. Going raw for extended periods of time is extremely healthy, extremely beneficial, and for your best interest at the end of the day. How does it work? Well, you got to look at the body, right? The human body. The human body and the way it's built and the way the digestive system works, we want to eat the foods that are going to cause the least amount of burden on the body. Raw foods provide that for you. Raw leafy greens, fruits, and some nuts and some seeds, right? And they provide all the nutrients, all the nutrition that your body truly needs. And you don't have the excess fats and excess proteins that ultimately get stored up in your body, which cause you to gain weight and also cause stagnation within the body. So now you have a stagnated lymphatic system. Your lymphatic system, remember, that's your sewer system. That is ultimately what is getting rid of the cellular waste, because you're every cell, you have 1 trillion cells in your body, trillions. Every cell in your body eats and poops. Where does that poop go? The lymphatic system flushes it out if the lymphatic system's working properly. But when you're eating a bunch of acidic foods, those acids are not only damaging cells and damaging tissue, they are stagnating the lymphatic system. So it can't flow. And then you have backups. And when you have backups, then you have organ malfunctions. When you have malfunctions, then you have serious issues within the body. So this is serious, is real shit. Serious shit, man. Like I always tell everybody that, look, it's a major transformation, because look, everything we've been taught, we were born into a world of bad eating habits. Plain and simple. And it's not anybody's fault as far as what we were born into. But you have the opportunity to make the change. And I promise you, like it seems drastic because we associate food with so many things: communal, entertainment, sometimes comfort, that we can't even envision ourselves not partaking in it. But once you do it, you're speaking to someone who's, I'm about 6 years into this.
Like, you're speaking to someone who used to love food, as far as cooked food and meats and processed foods, and you fucking name it. I ate it all. But I made the transformation, and no, I mean, everything's not super simple and easy. And yeah, I'm still addicted to certain things. You know, that's part of it, part of dealing with this whole process. But like, you can do it. Like, you're going to be so surprised on like how easy it can be. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy, but you'll be surprised on how, you know, the level of easy it can be. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easier than you think. It doesn't mean it's easy, but it is easier than you think. Because when you start making those changes, starting with simple things like replacing one meal, from, cooked food to raw food. And you start to see how that feels. Then you kind of start to get in that process a little bit. And then you like how it feels. That's if you're aware, which is a huge thing here, guys. Like, we're talking about health and diet here, but it's bigger than that. It's a spiritual thing. And when I say spiritual, when I talk spirituality, I'm talking about looking within, and I'm talking about the whole energetic field that you possess, because you are energy. This is a physical container that you have, your body, but you in your entirety is energy. So it's a mind thing, it's a body thing, it's a spirit thing. And once you start to make that transformation little by little, it's not only the physical benefits you start to feel, it's the mental, and it's the emotional, and it's the spiritual differences you'll start to. That's what gets addicting. That's what's going to keep you going. But if you're not there, if you don't start up here first, and you don't start with your connection, you don't add some meditation into this shit, it's going to be much harder. Because then you're only doing it from a physical mindset, and everything is energetic outside the physical. You start changing your food and your eating habits. Like, that is an internal, personal thing. It's always important to have community aspects to it. Like, if you're married, it's always important that your spouse is on board, and man, so important to get your kids involved in that. And I'm gonna do a whole podcast on that at some point. But like all of it matters. At the end of the day, all of it matters. And you will see the changes, not just physical, but like I said, in all those other aspects and areas. And then that gets addicting. And then you just keep adding a little bit more and a little bit more. That's what I've done. I mean, I didn't go immediately from being an acid forming cooked food, meats and processed and a bunch of shit eater to 80-85% raw in a week. No, that's just transpired over 6 years. And I can't even tell you like how many changes I felt in all aspects of my life, not just physical. So can you eat raw for long extended periods of time? Yes, you can do it for the rest of your life. And I encourage you to do it for the rest of your life. And if you're not doing it, I encourage you to start on that path, eliminating at least one of your meals a day. I mean, it's even the mindset of meals, right? Like we've been brought into a world, we've been indoctrinated in thinking we have to eat 3 meals a day. Breakfast is the most important, right? Most important meal of the day, which is a crock of shit. And then we've also been indoctrinated in how the meal looks. I can't tell you how many times I've been to a restaurant and I've ordered something, vegetable based, and they always ask me, well, what kind of protein do you want? No, this is good. I'm fine. That's the mindset. When I go to family gatherings and say I decide I'm just going to eat some watermelon,
Or they ask me about what I eat, and I tell them, usually I start the day with watermelon roughly around noon. Well, where do you get your protein from? And most of the times, I don't necessarily fully entertain those conversations because they don't go anywhere. They know where they can find me. They know that where they can see what I'm talking about. But in that type of setting, it's not going to go anywhere. But that is just the mindset. That's the conditioned mind of thinking we need something that they don't even understand. And that's where the why comes in. Like when you look at your life, from your eating to everything you do in your life, to everything you're told and taught and all these different things. Like we're told the what, we're never told the why. And most of the times we're not encouraged to ask about the why. Next time somebody brings up protein, ask them, well, why? Why do I need so much protein? Can you break that down for me? What does protein do? Right? And believe me, we're going to do an episode on protein. For sure. But this just goes back to like, look, start implementing these things because it matters. Implementing, and then you will get addicted to it. And, when you're fully engaged, and eventually you're going to find your sweet spot. You're going to find your point, and you're going to make those conscious choices. Because there is pressure. There will always be pressure in this specific world. It's by design. Look, the majority of people around you do not eat raw. Every time you go outside, it's not a raw world. It is a cooked food world. But if you can abstain from being influenced by those things, and that's where I talk about going within, and you can be in your own world and not let external factors manipulate you into being unhealthy, then you can do this. I've seen all the stories. I've read all the articles about, how being a raw vegan, causes mental health issues, or, if you don't get enough B12, this, that, and the other can happen. Or if you don't get enough protein, this can happen. All these different things, right? And I always come back to nature. Because if nature, intended for us to be at our optimal health based on everything you see in nature, then those man-made deficiencies have no bearing. They hold no weight. None at all. Why am I going to believe something that has just come to light, maybe in the past 100 years, maybe, with something as powerful as the creation of this world? Think about that. And then think about motive. What is the motive of nature versus what is the motive of man or woman? But through patriarchy, it's been mostly man. But think about it. What is the motive of each? It's kind of how I look at, different doctors and things when the whole pandemic came. You had some doctors saying one thing, you had other doctors saying another. So then I look at motive. The doctors that are going against the grain are putting their reputation, their livelihood on the line. What is their motivation versus the doctor that's towing the line? You know what I'm saying? But ask yourself that about nature. When you think about, is a raw food diet healthy for long extended periods of time? What did nature intend, and what is nature's motive? Nature's motive is to thrive and have a beautiful, amazing ecosystem, and to stay alive. Nature is life. It's not death, it's life. Death is a part of nature, but the goal of nature is life, is to continuously conjure up life.
man's motivation, not all men, but the majority, has more of an egotistical and selfish nature. Whether it be through capitalism or whatever the case may be, man will have profit as their number one objective more than the betterment of the people. Now, I was watching this it's TikTok. It was an interview of somebody in 1965, I think it was 65. And he was just talking about, the car manufacturers and how, look, they know they can make a car that lasts 20, 30 years. They could do it back in the 60s. We're in 2023 right now. And the majority of cars they make can last, a few years here and there before you start having issues. But why? Think about that. Like, why wouldn't a car manufacturer make a car that could damn near last forever? Because there's no money in it. If somebody bought a car that lasts forever, then that's not a returning customer. That's not a customer anymore. That's a one and done transaction. Why would they do that? That doesn't make sense from a capitalistic mindset. It's no different than medicine at all. I mean, why would they give you the secrets of the human body and give you that power or that knowledge to know that, man, if I just eat what I'm supposed to eat, I'm going to be in good shape. I'm going to be good. I'm going to feel good. I'm going to look good. I'm going to be mentally in a good space. Probably going to live a lot longer. But they can't do that because then they don't have medical patients. They don't have routine doctor visits. They don't have the pharmaceutical world. And they don't have early death, which means less resources is what they'll tell you. They might not tell you. They all go hand in hand. And then they won't have insurance. People buying insurance. All of that is a part of it. All of it. Is what it is. No different than the car situation. Like the car situation, yeah, you get a car now, depending on how much you drive, you start putting miles on that car, 2, 3, 4 years, something's going to break down. Now, what they'll tell you is, oh, okay, well, you still got a warranty. Well, you got to buy that warranty. You pay for that warranty. So it's all built in. And here's where they really get you, because they have gotten into our minds, because we're in such a microwave society, because we're in such an entitled society, and we're so focused on egotistical things and superficial things. They know that in 2, 3 years, you're going to want a new car anyway. Just like your phone. They know that you're going to want a new car or a new phone anyway. That's why AT&T and Verizon and these guys, they came up with these deals. I can't remember what they're called, but where you just pay monthly for your phone. And then in 2 years, you can turn it in and get a new one. And you think you're getting a phone for free, but you're not. You're paying for it on the back end, and you're paying more for it. And you're okay with it. You're gonna take this bigger bill and you're gonna like it. And they do the same thing when it comes to health, because they built a society that makes you feel like shit. Everything you see from what they consider optimal beauty and what they project that you're supposed to look like, what you're supposed to act like, how your life's supposed to be, all these different things, right? Constantly feeding us with things to make the average person wish they had a different life. And then they feed you medicine or gimmicks or diets, things of that nature, to make more money off you, because they're selling you on the opportunity to get to that point.
And then when you do those things, they cause other effects. And then you end up in the same spot. So it's literally a paradox that just makes the world more money. Just makes these corporations more money. Take that power back. I say it every fucking episode. Take that power back. Take that power back and start taking control of your own body. And when you start here internally, and you start with you, then everything else starts to fall in place. And then you realize, you know what? I'm not really reliant on these systems anymore. Case in point, you look at me and my life. I was born in the city. Been a city kid my whole life. Shit. I live on a farm now in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, I got all kinds of animals and shit. Right? My oldest daughter, I pushed so hard through school so she can get into a major profession, you know, to either be, she was going to go for astrophysics or to be a psychiatrist, all these, you know, typical things that, you know, people want for their kids, right? You know, and pushed her to go to college, right? Now, no, that's my oldest daughter. That's when I was young. That's why I didn't know. Now, my youngest daughter, natural education. I'm not putting her in public school. I'm not putting her into the system. I'm not reliant on that system. I don't need a system based education to teach my kid how to thrive in this world. So she can be indoctrinated by the system. So she can be kind of funneled into the working class. Not saying there's anything wrong with any of these things or utilizing these systems or resources. Some people don't have choices. What I'm trying to tell you is the mindset. When you start looking at things and taking that power back, looking at things from a different perspective, you start to realize you're not as reliant on the societal systems as much. And that is true liberation. That is true freedom. Yeah, my youngest daughter, she's going to be 6, and we've been really focusing on this natural education, which some people call it unschooling. I don't really like that name. I like natural education better, but she learns from everyday life. She's learning how to plant plants, make her own food, grow crops, take care of animals. Her vocabulary, I put her up against almost any 6-year-old. She's understanding math by simple things that we do throughout the day. She's learning how to cook, or I should say cook, but, you know, juice and stuff, things of that nature. And she's learning math in those ways, proportions, things of that nature. She knows that fruit is the optimal food. She knows that. She is a majority fruitarian. Well, she's a 100% fruitarian, but she is a majority raw fruitarian. That's how you change things. That's how you build legacies. That's how you break these generational curses. So when you hear things like raw food, you know, you can't do a raw food diet for an extended period of time, you know, remember this podcast, because you can. You don't need any peer-reviewed test to tell you that. Just look at nature. There's a reason why a dog will not eat another dog, right? They might kill another dog, but they ain't gonna eat another dog. Or they're not gonna eat another meat eater. Think about that. All these animals in the wild and stuff. The meat eaters eat the herbivores. Right? Why? Why are they extinctly attracted to those types of animals? And an herbivore never going to eat another animal. It's not instinctively built within them. Now, when we're talking about survival, sometimes things change in certain circumstances, very rarely, but sometimes. But it's because it's the way nature intended it to be. Nature did not intend for us to eat flesh, eat animals, or else we would have been built differently. And as far as like how we got to the point where we were doing that, I mean, I bring up survival a lot because when you're talking about consciousness, you have to look at the lowest level of consciousness, which is survival, which is the root chakra, which is that area where you are just trying to survive, which most animals are in that level of where it's about survival, which comes with the territory. I need to eat and I need to reproduce. And that is it. That is the domesticated animal. I need to eat. I need to eat to survive and reproduce. That's it. And then that's life. We're at a higher consciousness level. So there was a time where survival came into play for the human species, whether it be because of climate or migration. When we migrated north to colder climates, whether it be for additional land or whatever the case may be, came to a point where periods of time where we didn't have access to fruits and vegetables readily. So to survive the species, they had to eat meat. And what happened was, as we became more civilized, certain parts of the world in colder climates overtook other parts of the world that were in tropical climates and infiltrated, influenced, and basically instilled those eating habits within those civilizations. And through generations and generations and generations and traditions, that's where this has come into play. But the practices, the true raw food, true nature practices have always lived on because it is ultimately our basis, our foundation. So don't look to the studies, don't look to what you can Google. It's very simple. Just look at nature, what you were built to eat, how you feel when you eat it. Thrive. That is the kicker. You want to thrive. We all want to thrive. So hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Love comments, so please leave a comment if you have any thoughts. I'd love to read them on the air too. But you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button and that thumbs up. And all my audio listeners, reviews. I need reviews, guys. Please. You ain't gotta say nothing. Just throw a 5. Well, if you think it's a 5-star. But I do appreciate everybody. You can follow me everywhere at RL Malpica, and I'll be back next week with another episode of Minds Like Minds podcast. Peace, love, and light. I'm out. Peace, love, and light, everybody. I'm your host, RL Malpica, and this is another episode of Minds Like Minds podcast. I want to thank everybody who's been subscribing and watching on YouTube. Highly appreciate that. And if you're new to the channel and new to the show, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're already on I think this is episode 6 of this season. So if you're interested in learning more about the raw food diet and lifestyle, as well as fruitarianism and the terrain model, definitely you'll want to subscribe and check out some of our earlier episodes as well. But today's topic is going to be on something that I'm extremely passionate about, and that is raising kids on a fruitarian diet and on a raw food diet. It's something that is a touchy subject that a lot of people don't want to dive into. I don't know if it's based out of fear, conditioning, or whatever the case may be, but it's a discussion that needs to happen because it's extremely important, and hence the reason I'm so passionate about it. So I want to talk about that today. And this is one I would really love some interaction. So if you're watching this and you're passionate about it or have questions about it, or you're practicing it as well with your children, leave a comment. Let me know what you think. So like for me, I have 3 daughters, and one is my stepdaughter, but I look at her just like a daughter. I've helped raise her since she was 4 years old. She's 14 now, so for the past 10 years. And I didn't start getting on my path of understanding health and how it connects with the mind and body and spirit. I didn't really dive into that and really start to understand that until my 3rd daughter was born, my youngest, who is going to be 6 next month. And it's hard for a parent to kind of understand like some of the mistakes that we've made raising our kids. Like my oldest daughter is 24 years old. So I was literally 17 years old when I had her. I didn't know shit about diet. I didn't know shit about any of this stuff. I didn't know shit about health, and looking back on how I raised her and the types of foods I raised her on, I obviously wish I had this knowledge back then, but I didn't, and it's one of those things. It's like this knowledge and this quote unquote truth when it comes to health is not readily available. And I think that's one of the biggest issues in society. But, when we talk about raising kids on a raw food diet, and there's a lot of people that don't feel like it's safe. So let's dive into that. Why? Why would it not be safe? Why would it be safe for adults and not for kids? I think we've been so conditioned in so many different ways, not only for the type of foods we eat, but to differentiate the foods that children eat and grown-ups eat and adults eat. It's not about what's fit for a senior adult or a middle-aged adult or a teenager or a child. It's not. It's about what's fit for the human species. And we get lost in the sauce when it comes to that because of all of the complexity that's been added to health for some reason. And we know the reason. We know that there's the more layers you add to health, the more opportunities for profit, from the food industry, from the health industry, from the insurance industry, all those different industries, how they work in cahoots together. And it starts early. It starts with the children. And I'm just 100% passionate about that. Look, my 6-year-old daughter, soon to be 6-year-old daughter, eats majority raw food. And, as I've learned and I've grown, when it comes to this health lifestyle, this natural food, health and diet, I have continued to apply those to her because why would I not want to give her best foot forward? And it's funny because I have a lot of people that come at me when it comes to raising her on a majority raw food diet, while those same individuals are raising their kids on basically a whole gamut of so-called food, from cooked foods to processed foods, to fried foods, to wheats, to grains, all those different things, because they've just been conditioned to think that's what we're supposed to eat, So I take a lot of pride in the fact that, I almost call it like building a legacy, because I didn't learn this until I was 30. I mean, for where I am now, it's only been a little bit over a year. But as far as even just from a vegetarian aspect, I didn't start that till 6 years ago. I mean, that's 3 decades of my life that I've been conditioned and eating the wrong kinds of foods. You feel what I'm saying here? Like, the fact that I can take this knowledge now and apply it to my daughter and watch her grow up eating in a way that's going to be so beneficial for her down the line. Like it's something that I'm just extremely passionate about. That's why I'm so passionate about this episode, because I'm talking to everybody out there. Like, it's one thing to make the changes for yourself, which is great. You know, I every episode I implore all of you to get on the path to a healthier life, because it all starts there. But just think about how important it is to implore this and influence your children when it comes to what they're eating. Because look, it's all set up. It is all set up. The society is set up to breed and raise unhealthy children. I mean, think about it. Think about the moment they are entered into this world, they are vaccinated immediately. Vitamin K, and I think it's Hep B. I mean, the fact that a Hep B vaccine is given at birth is preposterous, right? Vitamin K, Hep B. And then they get on a vaccination schedule all the way up until roughly till they're a teenager. But that's just the beginning of it, right? That's just the foundation of it. And then you have the formula, you know, the fact that formula has become so popular as opposed to breast milk. So now you're giving the child processed food from the jump, and then from the moment they're able to chew, we're already giving them cooked food. We're already giving them processed foods. Like we are, the majority of people are starting their children out on the complete wrong path when it comes to health. Complete wrong path. I mean, you have to really, really look at it from every aspect of it. Look how you were raised. Think about it. Think about the things you ate as you grew up, and what your peers ate, what your friends ate, what your cousins and siblings ate. Like, it all starts there. And it actually starts before that. It starts when, you know, the child is in the womb. So speaking to all my individuals out there who are pregnant, who are looking to have a child in the near future, your terrain, what's going on in your system is feeding your baby. So you really have to take these things into account. Like, you know, we've been so indoctrinated with this. Oh man, you got to have so much protein when you're pregnant and all these different things. You know, I just advise you to look at, you know, the natural way, the natural pathway, just to see, because that is giving your child the best opportunity to have a healthy life. Plain and simple. And look, every individual should have those choices at their disposal. And I guess technically, because we live in the information age with internet and everything, that it is available to us, but most people don't even know it exists. Most people hear stuff like a raw food diet and think it's some crazy, outlandish, extreme thing, when that is naturally how we were built to operate. So while people have that information available to them, they don't even know it exists. You can't obtain something you don't know that exists. You know, that's a big reason why I do this podcast, and I advocate for what I do. You know, I don't ever push my philosophies. I share my philosophies, because I've done that work. And I've applied it to myself, and I've seen the benefits, and I've seen others with the benefits, and I've seen the opposite. I've seen the detriment of others who have not changed their diet and not changed their lifestyle. But we're talking about the kids here. So I always say with my youngest, it's about legacy. It's about breaking generational curses. That generational bullshit, that traditional bullshit that makes us, you know, feel like we have to eat a certain way because our family did, or because that's just how we do culturally. No, that's bullshit. Look, we all have different dispositions, but we're all the same physiologically. And that goes with children. That's why when you look at when you look at foods, like anything that can be consumed by you should be able to be consumed by your children. Same thing with if you're looking at like herbs per se, like if you're into botanicals and things of that nature, like anything that I can take from a herb standpoint, a child can take. Now there's different dosages based on, physical frame, heavy, weight, things of that nature. And that's just obvious, just like food. Like a 2-year-old a 2 to 3-year-old can't eat as much food as I am because I'm like a lot bigger than them, right? So it's simple. Keep it all simple. But like the conditioning that goes into play, because when these kids are growing up, whether it's the vaccines, you add on that the processed foods and everything they see on TV or when they're streaming or watching YouTube or whatever the case may be, all they're seeing are things from a food standpoint that are for the detriment of them, not the benefit. So that's what they learn. We were driving home. We took a road trip and we were driving home from Kansas City to Texas, and we stopped at a gas station, and we were walking up and down the aisles, just walking, stretching our legs and things like that. And we get to the candy aisle, and I just looked at it and I'm just like, if you look at all the bright, vivid colors of the candy packages and wrappers and the bags with like the sweet tarts and all those, different chemical cocktails, basically, they're all bright, vivid colors that draw the eyes of the child by design. But if you think about it, those same colors are the colors of what? Of nature's food, fruits, vegetables. Think about that. Physiologically, we are drawn to those vivid colors. It only makes sense that that's what we're meant to eat. Because if we take it to its most basic form and we go back to nature, where you don't have cooked food or processed food or grocery stores or things like that, that's what we would be drawn to, just like the kids are drawn to it. If you have a toddler who's only drinking breast milk their entire life, and then all of a sudden you want to get them into physical, other physical foods, and you put some fruit in front of them, and then you also put some cut up chicken. Which one do you think they're going to go for? They're going to go for the vivid colored fruit. That's what they're drawn to. That's where their instincts go. And when they eat the fruit, they're going to like it. Instinctively, they're going to like it. When you give them either the processed food or the cooked food or the meats, they're not going to like it. They have to be trained to like it. They have to eat it over and over again till all of a sudden they build up a tolerance for it, number one, and then they get used to it. You don't have to do that with fruit. It's automatic. Now look, some may like one fruit over another. That's just natural, right? That's natural with all of us. There's certain fruits that I like, certain fruits I don't, and I go through phases. Sometimes I'm into the berries. Sometimes I'm into the melons. Sometimes I'm into the bananas. There's the beauty of it is there's so many choices. You can always be satisfied and always be satiated. So raising kids on a raw food diet or raising kids as a fruitarian is an amazing path to lay out for your legacy. Because look, we have a period of time in this realm. You know what I'm saying? And like, depending on what your passions and goals are, like for me, like I am very passionate about uplifting the collective consciousness of the world and raising humanity. And look, I may not, affect that I may not get humanity to where I envision it, you know, the way I want it to be in this lifetime. But the way I can do that, the way I can continually impact the world is by my children. And that's why that's what everybody should be thinking of. That's your legacy. So how do you do it? Right? That's the question, right? How do you do it? How do you raise your children on a fruitarian or raw food diet? That's the main question, right? And this is what I do. And I get it from a bunch of different aspects. You know, quick story. The main catalyst, one of the main catalysts of when I went vegetarian 6 years ago was my oldest daughter. She did it first. She went vegan. Now I don't know her exact reasons. I know a main part of it was health. You know, she just wanted to get on a more healthy path, but she led that way. And I'm was so proud to see that without my influence or anything, because I wasn't even there yet. Like, I always knew if I wanted to take the next step spiritually, I was going to have to give up meat. I knew that. I just hadn't done it yet. But once I saw her do it, implement it, and then my youngest daughter was, you know, about to be born. And then she was born. And for the first 2 months of her life, for the first month of her life, I was still a meat eater. But then me and my wife made the decision we were going to do it. We were going to go vegetarian and vegan. And we did it, you know, so she was the catalyst to that. Now she's now gone on her own path and whatnot, but the mindset is there. She knows she can do it, and whatever she decides to do, that's her choice. She's grown. All I can do is continue to be a father and instill those values, but she lives on her own and she's not within my household, and she has her own life now. But for the kids you have in the household, the number one way to be that influence for them to get on the right path is to set that path and be that example. That's number one thing. Like, if you're going to talk it, you got to walk it. You know, that's one thing I do take pride in. You know, I know that my daughter, especially my youngest daughter, watches us and sees what we do on a day-to-day basis, and she picks up everything. So we set that example. A big part of that is, what does your kitchen look like? You know, look, kids get hungry. Kids not only get hungry, but they almost eat for pleasure. You know, they're bored or whatever the case may be, or they just love the taste of something. They just want to eat it. So when they get hungry or when they look to eat something, they're going to go based on what they see. So when you look at my kitchen and my refrigerator, you see colors, man. You see fruit. You got to give them those options. Those have to be the majority of the options in your home. If you have Twinkies and potato chips and all kinds of different cereals and pastas and, you know, Kool-Aid, you know, all those Capri Suns, all those different options, then that's what they're going to be drawn to. Because number one, that's what they see on TV every day. Not to mention the addictive factors of those particular foods. So you got to take those options away from them and offer them healthy options that are for the benefit of them. It's a huge part of it. You will be amazed at how things change when you start to change the options, when you start to change what they observe. Because that natural instinct is going to kick in. You know, look, if you're making the changes, if they're used to a certain type of diet and you're trying to switch them over, that is more difficult. That's what we deal with our middle child. She's 14 years old, and in a blended family. So when she's at her father's house, they eat meat. They eat a completely different way than we eat. But when she's here, she's vegetarian, but she hasn't really made the transition to the raw food yet. Now she'll eat some raw food, but she's still in the cooked food mindset because of, we're talking 14 years of conditioning. But you can tell that the wheels are spinning, that she's starting to understand. She's starting to ask questions. And you could tell she's implementing more and more raw foods into her diet. Because we're that example, and she sees the benefits. That's the kicker. When you start to see how it all clicks, that's where it's at. Once you see how it clicks, then you really start to put things together, and then you start to question everything that you've been doing. You start to question what you've done for the past 4, 5, 6 decades. And you start to feel these benefits, man, and it gets addicting. It really does. But you got to be that example. You gotta have your household reflect your philosophies, and then you got to educate. Why, Daddy? Why? And be able to answer those questions, because kids want to know. Okay, why is it that when I play, look, my 6-year-old daughter, she plays soccer, and after the games, one of the parents will bring snacks. And sometimes those snacks don't fall into the species appropriate diet. You got fruit roll-ups, and you got Capri Suns, and, you got a little chocolate candy bar or something like that. And look, I'm not here to say that my child never gets anything outside of the fruitarian diet. She's a majority fruitarian, majority raw food. Because look, we didn't get on the raw food kick till a little bit over a year ago. So she has a minor bit of conditioning, but she knows. Like, if you talk to my daughter, she can tell you what the optimal foods are. She can tell you why you shouldn't eat this. Unfortunately, she's so smart. Sometimes she has told people what they should or shouldn't be eating, and we've had to talk to her about that, but she's just talking about what she knows. That's a big part of it. The educational aspect, because everything is working against you. Everything is conditioning your kids. It's not only TV, it's their peers. When they go to school, if they go to public school, or they play in sports teams, or they're around other kids that aren't on the same, aren't on the same path or share the same philosophies, then you're battling them every day. And it sucks sometimes. I mean, it sucks when my daughter, gets excited about wanting to eat something that just isn't healthy. It's just not healthy. And look, I'm human. Sometimes I give in. Sometimes I let her have something that she shouldn't have. Like I said, we're not perfect by any means. She has cooked food sometimes. She has, we really don't give her any processed food, but, once in a while she'll have something that, she'll have ice cream or something like that. Or a cookie home, but we do most of the stuff homemade, but it doesn't mean the cookie's good. That doesn't mean it's good for you. It's just better than Chips Ahoy, basically. But it's about the educational aspect, because I know that when she gets older, there's a few things that are going to be working in her favor. Number one, she already has the baseline of healthy food. Like her normal food, her average meal is extremely healthy and species appropriate. How many kids can you say that for? You guys have the power to do that. Educate them, be that example. Show them a world, show them a kitchen, a refrigerator, a pantry, whatever the case may be, of colors, of healthy options. And you're going to see them thrive. Like, we've made some philosophical choices in our life. Number one, to homeschool our youngest, not only homeschool, but not your typical homeschool, but we go by what I call natural education, which some people call unschooling. Regardless, it's basically allowing your kids to learn at their own pace, allowing your kids to learn by life lessons, by things that are actually applicable to this realm. You know what I'm saying? Allow them to learn from every aspect of life that they participate in, whether that be video games or going outside to help garden or feeding the animals or farming, or fixing something or, spirituality, all these different things. Crystals. I mean, my daughter, she's exposed to all of it and asks a lot of questions, and we give those answers. That is school. That is education. It all goes hand in hand, because as she grows up, understanding the optimal, natural health, natural diet, breaking that conditioning, that little bit of conditioning that she may have, like her status quo, her baseline is going to be strong when it comes to all that. Now, that's not to say when she turns 18, she's not going to make her own choices and experiment and things like that. But she already has the baseline. She doesn't have to go in reverse. That's what's the hard part. That was the hard part for me. 3 decades in of horrific eating habits and trying to break that. And dealing with the addiction of cooked food. And this is what I've noticed. And this is what you guys will notice too. Especially if you do have kids that are on a raw diet. Is that they don't have that addiction. My youngest daughter does not have that addiction. If we walk into a place and they're grilling fajitas, that smell that brings you in, or bacon, that smell that taps into those neurotransmitters and brings up those memories of what that tasted like and all those different things. She doesn't have that. She does not have that. And that is a huge benefit. That's why you have to start them young. There's so many people out there, so many deterrents and detractors when it comes to raw food diets for kids because of all this bullshit that the mainstream has fed them about, not getting a full array of vitamins and things of that nature. That has just really clogged the minds of the masses, to be honest. And look, there's that huge debate about B12, and I get it, and I completely understand it. You know what I'm saying? And look, the only thing I can say about that is go with what you feel. I've given my daughter vitamins before. The kicker with my child, and I'm sure some of you may deal with this too, is getting her to eat the leafy greens. Fruits, no problem. Leafy greens, she hadn't got there yet. So, we try to sneak them in her smoothies sometimes just to make sure she's getting some of it, which is not the optimal way by any means. But, look, you can only do what you can do. So, if you make that decision, that's completely fine. But do not allow the mainstream media, do not allow the mainstream society to dictate the most obvious decision you can make, and that is to feed your child on a raw food diet or a majority raw food diet. I mean, optimal is obviously raw food, but like I said, not everybody's there. And if you're not, if you're following the standard American diet, just like I tell you guys to do with yourselves, start small, replace one meal, replace that Pop-Tart with an apple. I want you to think about that for a minute. Think about what I just said, because it's mind-boggling to me. Truly mind-boggling. Trade that Pop-Tart for an apple. Now, I know there's a lot of things that go into everything. I'm going to start with one. Some might say money. Look, we live in a world right now with some serious inflation. I completely get it. And I hear people complain all the time, like, oh, I'd buy fruits, but man, this shit's it gets expensive. Look at what you're buying. Look how much, a package, some, if you were to buy some steak, right? If you were to buy, a sirloin, right? Or if you were to buy some drumsticks, or if you were to buy some roast beef, or if you're, whatever the case may be, or you were to buy some deli meat, or you were to buy some potato chips, and you buy all your cereal and all your coffee and all these different things in the middle of the grocery store. And then you want to say that the fruits are too expensive. I mean, think about what we're saying here. Replacing a Pop-Tart with a fruit. A Pop-Tart that is not even real food. Not to mention all the added, just all the concoction of chemicals that are in that Pop-Tart. We're feeding this to our children. And it's not just the Pop-Tart. It's the Lunchables. It's the yogurts. It's the dairy. It's the pizza. It's the chicken nuggets. The French fries. All these different things added up. Now, look, I'm not here to point fingers. Like I said, we're not perfect. We're not 100% raw. But it's about understanding what the optimal diet is so you can get back there. I'll give you a perfect example. We just went out of town this past weekend and we did not eat the greatest. We ate a decent amount of cooked food, unfortunately. And we all paid for it. My daughter is detoxing right now because of it. She knows why she's detoxing. She didn't catch some cold virus while she was out in Kansas City. No. She ate and overloaded herself with acid forming foods. And her body's response, because of how much vital energy she has, because of how she usually eats, is detoxing. Me, I ate a little bit more cooked food than I usually do. And I ate a little bit more than I usually do. And I gained a lot of weight. I gained like 7 pounds in 4 days. What did I do? I fasted. Did a 23-hour fast. Ate a little bit of fruit. Then did another 22-hour fast. Ate a little bit of fruit, some leafy greens. And then I think I did a 16-hour, my usual intermittent fasting, and I've lost all that weight again. So it's about understanding. The problem is that we overload, especially our children. They wake up for school, right? They wake up for school. We either give them cereal, right? Basically sugar and wheat, sugar and flour, mixed with chemical concoction of dyes and all kinds of bullshit, with dairy milk, right? Absolutely horrific for you. Stimulates, irritates the mucosa, which just creates more mucus in your body because it's trying to protect the organs from the acid forming foods that you're putting in it. So that's what you're starting your day with, right? And then they go to lunch. Let's say they eat lunch at the school. Pizza, hamburgers, fries, chips, chicken sandwich, whatever it is. They eat that. Then they come home for dinner and then they have chicken with rice or potatoes or something like that, right? All while drinking, fruit punch or whatever the case may be. Overloading these children with chemical cocktails and chemical concoctions of stuff that is not fit for human consumption. And then we wonder why we have the issues we have today in society, like the cognitive issues that have just exploded. From mental health issues to ADHD to autism, all of it linked to diet and toxicity, diet, vaccines, whatever the case may be. You can't ignore the relation between the two. Did you know since the 1970s, the rate of obesity in children has tripled? Tripled. And what does obesity lead to? At least from the allopathic point of view, heart disease, diabetes, cancer. But we can fix all that, like raising kids on a raw food diet, raising kids as fruitarians like we were built to be, can fix all that. And you can see your kids thrive. Your kid have behavioral problems. That's cognitive. That has everything to do with what they're eating. A mixture of some other toxic things. And I'm not going to keep saying it, but I think you know what I mean. Your kid unhappy, depressed. What are they eating? So raising kids on a fruitarian and raw food diet is imperative, in my opinion, for humanity to continue to strive and be better. Look, we're all looking to become the best versions of ourselves. Our kids, unfortunately, they come into this world, without any control in the physical, from a physical standpoint. Like they don't control what the womb of their mother is going to be. They don't control what vaccines they're going to get, what medicine they get, because, all of a sudden they're going through a detox early in life and already they're getting medicines to suppress that detox, not allowing their body to do what it was built to do. So then they get addicted to that, which end up causing problems all down the line. The cooked food thing it's imperative for all you guys to know that it's an addiction. Cooked food is an addiction, no different than cigarettes, no different than cocaine. You know what I'm saying? Like no different than pain meds. They're addicting. It has addictive properties in it. And that's why it's so hard for so many to make those changes. Don't build that addiction into your children. Let them get addicted to being healthy. Let them get addicted to information, to asking questions, to being optimally healthy, to living instead of dying. Let them get addicted to that. It's so difficult because, like I said, in every aspect of life, you just see it, and you see these kids that are sick and, their parents don't understand what's truly happening. Like, what is the sickness? They think it's a random thing, or they think it's a genetic thing. Or they think it's their immune system not working properly and not understanding what the quote unquote immune system is. By no fault of their own, they've been conditioned. But there's some things that just seem like they'd be common sense. And look, I was an idiot for fucking 36 years of my life. Actually, probably longer than that, because even when I was a vegetarian, I wasn't a very healthy vegetarian. Right? So there's no blame to put, but like, you think about how simple it can be. Like, you think eating a Pop-Tart is going to do anything beneficial for you? Like, think about it. Just read the back of the box and all the different things that are put in there. And I know no one will probably do this, but if you were to Google every little thing that's in that Pop-Tart, and if you were to buy them in isolate them, and look at what makes that Pop-Tart, what normal human being would look at that and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna give that to my kid? See, it's that whole, it's similar to the morality of eating cooked food, of eating animals, dead flesh, because most people are of the mindset that, well, I didn't kill it. It's already been killed. It's just there. It's food to me. Not thinking of how it got to the grocery store, because you didn't see the act of violence actually happen. Similar to the processed food thing. You didn't see them take all these chemicals and put it in this donut, this Entenmann's donut. You only saw the finished product and it looks like a fucking donut. So I'm gonna eat the donut. But we gotta be better than that as people. And we gotta quit being lazy. I think a lot of the reason that we allow our kids to eat this shit is because we're fucking lazy. Like, we don't want to deal with the response, or we don't want to make them, we don't want to cut them up some fruit, or we don't want to go through the process of explaining to them why they should be eating grapes instead of eating Fruity Pebbles. Or go through the tedious task of the transformation and transition from, drinking and eating dairy and processed foods and cooked foods to eating salads and fruits and seeds and nuts. We don't want to go through that transition because we're lazy. We got enough going on in our life, right? From every angle, from the job we don't really care for too much, or the bills that keep coming and piling in. But that's not the kid's fault. That's not your children's fault. They didn't choose that. But the one thing we can do is we can help them make those changes. It starts with us. Starts with us, always. You know what I mean? It truly does. And being that example, changing your kitchen, changing your habits, things like that. It won't happen immediately. It's something that will gradually happen over time, but just stick with it and see the benefits. Obviously for yourself, but for your kids. So when they grow up and they have their own family, and then they decide to have children, and they can have that knowledge from the jump. That woman, your daughter or your son's wife, can understand what it means to have a healthy womb, to have a clean terrain. So when that child is born, it's given the best possible advantage it could. Most of us are born with dispositions, genetic dispositions, because of generations of horrible eating. We've all been put in a bad situation, and it's going to take a while to clean that up, but we can do it. We can definitely do it. And for companies like Nestle and all these formula companies here trying to sell their product as a replacement for breast milk. Look, I understand that there are women out there that struggle with breastfeeding. Completely understand that. Sometimes they don't produce enough. But then you got to ask yourself this question: why are you not producing enough? Beside the fact on this point in this show, but formula is never a replacement for something natural. And I've read some things on some of these companies, the Similac, Nestle, and some of these other companies that have campaigns tailored and aimed at specific demographics that they feel that they can confuse to choose formula over breast milk. That's a crime of humanity. For any company to try to seduce or to influence or to manipulate any mother to take their product over natural breast milk, any company should be considered criminals, should be charged. I don't know. I mean, that's one of the issues with capitalism. Completely different podcast, but like, I mean, look, I could jump on this YouTube, on this podcast and say certain things that'll get me kicked off. But Nestle can manipulate women into buying a product that is inferior, and not only inferior, but actually harmful to children. Now they'll push every science-based study out there that's saying that no, there's not much difference, this, that, and the other. But that's once again man or woman trying to manipulate reality into their favor, trying to best nature. You can't best nature. Nature is perfection. But that's the ego. The ego jumps in and says, oh, I could take what nature did and we can make it better. Don't allow your kids to be science projects. Don't allow your kids to be, chemical based, chemical concoctions and food processors of a bunch of shit. I would advise everyone out there to just, do an audit on your kids' diets. Obviously yourself, but, for your kids and really look at what choices you're giving them when it comes to food, what food you're eating in front of them, and what habits that you've instilled. Because you can start making those incremental changes and you will see changes over time within them. If you have a kid with any type of cognitive issue, bad behavior, we talked about ADHD, we even talked about autism, all these different things. Look at what they're eating. Just take one of the things that they eat the most, right? And do some research on the ingredients within it. Because look, majority of kids are eating processed shit. Plain and simple. Look at the back of those boxes, Google every ingredient on there, look at it in, isolated, and ask yourself, would that cause some cognitive issues? Plain and simple. So yeah, you can raise your kids as fruitarian, raw food diet, and they will do great. They will thrive. Despite the misconceptions, the myths out there, and it might even be coming from your practitioner. Highly possible. And it's okay to disagree with them. We've talked about that in some of my other podcasts. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's your legacy. Your children are your legacy. You want to make an impact in the world, you're going to make it through them. Because when you transition, all your values, all your habits, your character is going to live on through them. And then their kids. And then their kids. That's how you change. That's how you break generational curses. That's how you build legacies. And that's how you strengthen humanity. That's how we get back to where we were. I'm convinced that before cooked food came into this world, we thrived as humans. We had a connection to source, to the Akashic field. to the heavenly bodies, as above, so below. We had a connection that we can't even touch right now. We can't even come close to touching right now. Because this vessel, this container that you have is a conduit. At the end of the day, it's a conduit. And if it's not working properly, if it's constantly trying to get back to a level of normalcy and it's blocked by all types of different things. And if you look at, your health, on the basic format, the two sides of chemistry, alkaline and acidic, feminine and masculine, electrons, protons, however you want to look at it, the duality of it, the acid portion is kicking ass right now. And that's burning. That is literally disintegrating our ability to be a conduit and connect to source, to connect to different realms, to become the best versions of ourselves, to reach our higher self. Our kids are special. They're magical. They have potential we couldn't even imagine. Don't start their life off on the wrong path, on the acid forming path, to where they have the possibility of dealing with issues their entire life that they don't need to deal with. And educate them. Continuously let them know the why about everything. So I'd really be interested to hear everybody's thoughts when it comes to raising kids on a raw diet. If you are raising your children on a majority raw food diet, or you implement raw foods, or however that works, or if you're looking to do it, I'd love to hear that. If you have any questions, leave them in the comment section and I will definitely address them. It's just so important. So thank you everybody for listening. If you enjoyed this episode and you enjoyed the podcast and all the other videos I have in the RL Truth, make sure you give me those thumbs up and subscribe as well. And if you're listening on all the streaming platforms, leave me a review. I appreciate everything, and we do take donations as well. There's a link down there, but I do appreciate everybody. We got some big things going on. I'm going to be talking about the House of Healing very soon. They're the ones that present this podcast, as well as everything that I'm a part of. I am the CEO of the production and media side of the House of Healing. Because look, we're all healing, and we're going to continuously be healing. So let's heal together. Peace, love, and light, everybody. Follow me on all socials, and I'll be back next week. Peace. Peace, love, and light, everybody. Minds Like Minds podcast. I'm your host, RL Melpica. And first and foremost, thank you. Peace and love to everybody who supported this show and continues to support it on all streaming sites, including YouTube. And a lot of you coming on YouTube, I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the comments and shares and likes and all that good stuff, and subscriptions, of course. But we're going to continue on this health tip, natural health and diet. And we're going to get into routine doctor visits, a concept that was birthed by the industry itself. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to dive into it, kind of the purpose behind it. We're going to answer the question, do you need to go to the doctor? As many times as you're told. Just the whole idea and concept behind all of it. But first and foremost, you can follow me everywhere at RL Melpica, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and all of that. And it's very important for me to let everybody know why I do this. And that is to share my philosophies that not only that I have, created, through the help of a lot of mentors, but also because I live it. And I like to share my experiences. And ultimately, that's what this is about, is to share my experiences, to share my light, in the hopes that people can resonate with it and make changes to their life to better humanity and the collective consciousness of the world. But when I think about just the whole idea of going to the doctor, like it's a concept that we're kind of born into, especially within the past century, as the medical system has completely changed in the past century. The healthcare system has completely changed as well. And the systems that have been instilled have different purposes than they did 100 years ago. I think about like how it's common now for people to go to the doctor multiple times a year for no reason other than a quote unquote, proactive check-in, routine visit, I think is what they call it, or a physical, or whatever the case may be. And look, I'm not a medical professional. The disclaimer out there is, look, I'm not here to give you advice on what you should do in a medical situation. I am merely sharing my philosophies on healthcare and life. And by no means am I trying to coerce you into doing something that may cause harm or anything else. And these statements have not been regulated by the FDA or any other governmental healthcare commission. So now that we got all that out the way, we could talk. Not trying to get shadow banned or anything out in these worlds. Been there, done that. Not trying to do it again. But like the concept of going to the doctor when you're not ill is something that was birthed, once the medical system and the healthcare system shifted to a more mass-based type of production, when hospitals came to be. And that's when like the free thinker and the individual can kind of see how the patient pretty much became a customer. And in order to do that, like society, if you think about it, society had to instill this fear within people when it came to getting sick. Like I say it all the time that fear is one of the most powerful emotions, behind love. And obviously they're not going to play on love. They may play on your loved one's fear of loss of a loved one or things that you love. But like the powers, the ones that control all of this, they want to tap into your emotions. They want to tap into the fear. And the fear is what helped birth the idea of constantly going to the doctor. The fear is what makes people so conscientious of their health when it comes to not necessarily their health, I should say, but their lack of health. WebMD, and you go on Google and you throw in any symptom, and you got 50 to 100 different medical websites that pop up that tell you what it possibly could be. And people go down that rabbit hole, get scared, and all of a sudden they go to the doctor, and then the whole process begins. But that fear had to be set up first. Like they had to instill that. That's the foundation of all of it. Because people are constantly scared of being sick or possibly conjuring up some disease that could be life-threatening, that could be terminal. That's where the fear plays into all of this. Look, I mean, we've all lost loved ones to different ailments and whatnot. And this podcast isn't necessarily to talk about what those ailments are or were or whatever the case may be. It's more about talking about the concept of the doctor being the end all be all. It's also about talking about how the doctor became the authority figure. And that's all based on fear. Because the idea is that the doctor's the professional. The doctor went through countless amounts of years of schooling. The doctor spent countless amounts of money. The doctor's been practicing for countless amounts of years. Therefore, They are the end all be all when it comes to a diagnosis, when it comes to prescribing medicine, when it comes to opinions and advice. That's not how I operate. Everything in life, you know, especially when we're talking about what's dealing with you and something that's most sacred, which is your livelihood, your vitality, is up for discussion. It's up for debate. And it's up for perspective. The idea of looking at a doctor as an authority figure, you know, is really preposterous if you think about it. The doctor is a resource. That's it. They're not the authority. They are a resource to you if you want to utilize. But see, the whole concept of fear, the whole idea of fear that's been instilled has changed that relationship with the doctor. And on both sides, like the doctor, I can't speak for all doctors, but a good portion of doctors look at themselves as the authority figure. I've had plenty of doctors in my day look at me like I was crazy if I had other opinions or ideas of something. Or even get upset if I tried to utilize a different resource than them. It's that entitlement that's kind of built into the position nowadays. And if you kind of look through all the systems that across the world, when it comes to systems that are societal systems, they're kind of they're kind of similar. You know, you think of religion, you know, you have your authority figure, you know, which is your priests or your pastors or whatever, or rabbis or whatever the case may be. Those are your authority figures. And you know, you go to worship and they kind of lay down the law and you listen, you absorb, you take. And if you question it, you know, you can only question it in certain parameters or else you're out of line because they're the authority figure. Or if you look at the educational system and you got your teacher, and then you have all your students underneath that listen. They can question within the parameters, within that box. But once they step outside that box, now all of a sudden they're insubordinate. Or if they want to think creatively, they don't want to toe the line. You know, they're looked at as an outcast because the teacher's the authority figure. It's the same thing in the medical system with the doctors. So when you start looking at it like that, you know, same thing with the law and order system, the judge, the authority figure, the police officer, the authority figure. All these systems, it's all very similar, and it's all by design. Because if you have an authority figure, when you separate yourself from another individual, all of a sudden, you lose the power. The power's gone. Your power is gone. And you're basically a subject to whatever that authority figure, however that authority figure wants to operate. So I say step back and look at all the situations in your life and ask yourself, like, where's my power in this situation? Where's my power? If you have a financial advisor, and when it comes to your finances, if you feel like that relationship is uneven to where they're the authority figure, or they shoot down your opinions or ideas or anything like that, take your power back. They are a resource. They are not an authority figure. The police work for you. You pay the taxes. Technically, they're like your employee. They are not the authority figure. People look up to these politicians because they promote and create this idea of possibilities that you think will make your life better. So you look at them as an authority figure or an idol. Take your power back. They're a person just like you and me. like us. You know, we do the same thing with sports figures. We have that idol worship, like LeBron James is above and beyond us, or you know, Tom Brady's above and beyond us. No, they're people just like us. They have a certain skill set, but they're here to entertain you. The doctor is a resource. Understand that. And when you start to look at it that way, then you really start to understand how this system was built and why it was built the way it is. Because if the doctor's the authority figure, then you, the patient, when you walk into the office, you're at their mercy. Remember, it doesn't matter what business you go to. Most likely, especially in, we're talking like, you know, most producing type of commercial businesses. Most of the time, they're going to find something they can sell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, if I go into a Best Buy and I want the 85-inch Sony OLED TV, but they don't have any Sony OLED TVs. They sold out. They're going to try to sell me something else. Oh, have you seen the Samsung though? This QLED is not OLED, but this quantum LED, I'm telling you, it's almost a clear. The contrast is almost as good as an OLED, but it's even brighter. They're going to try to sell me on that Samsung. Right? Or if I go to BMW dealership and I want an M440, they don't have any M440s, but they just got a 5 Series, a 540. They're going to try to sell me on that 540. That's business. That is a capitalist society. You go to a restaurant and you ask for a certain salad. They're not serving it anymore. They're going to try to get you something else because you're in the restaurant. You know, you got to eat, right? It's the same situation with going to the doctor. So the whole concept and idea of routine visits is conjured up because of business, because the patient is the customer. That's how big pharma works. That's how the insurance system works. They're all in cahoots with each other. And I'm not knocking the doctors. I mean, they didn't create the system. They're just a part of the system. You know, just like I would never knock a cop. They didn't create the system. They're a part of the system. Right? I'd never knock, an insurance agent or whatever. You know, you make your living how you can make your living. You know, I have a lot of respect for doctors. They put in so much work to get where they are. You know, do I agree with everything? No, I don't. But I respect them. And for people to listen to this or watch this and say, well, how can you talk about a doctor, all they do for people and everything like that? Like you're misunderstanding where I'm coming from. What I'm trying to say is that they are not the end all be all. They're not the authority figure. They're the resource. Take your power back. If you think that way, then then that tells me right there that you have not taken your power back. Patients are customers. Why else would you go to the doctor if you were feeling fine? Well, somebody might say, well, RL, I mean, shit, you don't know what's going on inside your body. And what does that come down to? Fear. Because the fear that's been instilled through the media, the mainstream media, through predictive programming of movies and entertainment and propaganda and situations like what we just went through in this world, as well as HIV and AIDS and, tuberculosis and polio and everything else down the line, syphilis, you name it, all these different things. There's always something, right? There's always something. Because you got to create that fear. You got to instill that fear so you have more customers.
It's really genius if you look at it. If you think about it. I mean, there's a reason that 8 out of 10 commercials you see on TV or through streaming, ads through streaming, are pharmaceutical companies. Fear. There's a reason why the standard American diet is what it is. There's a reason why the FDA exists. There's a reason why there are fast food restaurants up and down every block. It's all by design. Like all of this, it's all by design. But that's why we have discussions like this, so you can pull the veil from over your head and start to see it for what it truly is. Now, I'm not on here saying that you shouldn't do your routine visits and go to the doctor. I'm just trying to tell you why they exist, in my opinion, from a philosophical standpoint. Did you know that the third leading cause of death in America, probably in the world, but let's just talk America, are medical errors? So your number 1 cause of death, heart disease. Number 2 cause of death, cancer. Number 3 cause of death, medical errors. Number 4 cause of death, respiratory issues. So you can throw COVID in there, you can throw the flu, any type of respiratory issue. All right. Number 1, heart disease. Number 2, cancer. Number 3, medical error. Here's a little tidbit of knowledge for everybody out there. Since 1949, the way that they have registered deaths in this country was through medical coding. So what that means is when you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, whatever the diagnosis is, whatever you're going in there for, or whatever you've been diagnosed at when you end up at the hospital, if you were to succumb to whatever's going on, your death would be marked by that coding. There is no coding for medical error. It's all about the diagnosis because you're a customer. But medical errors, they actually did research and actually broke these deaths down. This is you can look it up. John Hopkins has something about it. CNBC has something about it. You can Google it. 10% of the deaths in this country are through medical error. Deaths. So if you break down medical error, what is that? Well, that means that because you've been conditioned and indoctrinated and told that you need to go to the doctor when you're not sick, when you're not feeling unwell for your routine visits, there's a really good chance you're going to be diagnosed with something. And if you are diagnosed with something, there's a pretty good chance that it's going to be a misdiagnosis. And it doesn't matter if it's a diagnosis or a misdiagnosis, it puts you on the path. It puts you in the vortex of our medical system. Just like if you commit a crime, you're in the system. Same thing in the medical world. You're in the system. Because you go in, you think everything's fine, but you know what? We did a blood test, and this is running a little bit high, so we're going to put you on this pill to see if we can lower those levels. So you get on that pill, and all of a sudden now you've introduced new chemistry to your body, chemistry that is foreign to your body, which is going to cause a bunch of different effects. It doesn't for everybody, but it does for some people. And then a chain of events happens after that, and they can't pinpoint it off that original diagnosis. I shouldn't say they can't, they won't pinpoint it on the original diagnosis. And it just puts you on a path to unhealth. I'm not saying that happens every time. I'm saying that there's a
chance of that happening every time you go to the doctor. Now, some people say, oh, well, look, that's a small chance, a small percent. No, we're talking 10% of the deaths in this country are medical error. So why does that happen? What happens because there has to be a diagnosis, because there has to be a customer. If the system wasn't built the way it is, if it wasn't, built off of capitalistic characteristics, then it wouldn't be that way. Then a doctor wouldn't be incentivized to prescribe you medicine. You hear where I'm coming from here? I live by the philosophy of taking your power back from a health standpoint. Meaning understanding that if you do get sick or have dis-ease within your body, that you have the power to fix it because you created it. Now, look, there are situations, that you may need medical attention. And through my philosophy, once again, I'm not a doctor here, but those are few and far between. Look, doctors, surgeons, are needed in this world for a plethora of reasons. I mean, you get in a car accident or something catastrophic happens. Yes, you need doctors. You need hospitals for sure. We're talking about routine visits. We're talking about Fortune 500 companies and other companies too. But we're talking about corporations in this country that incentivize people who get routine visits in the name of health. You see the perspective here, how it's different? The perspective is that, well, if you go to the doctor, then they'll be able to find out what's wrong faster and attack it faster, and they'll give you a better chance to, recover or survive. That is the mindset. Because the mindset is to always take the accountability off the individual. Let me ask you this. Why don't companies incentivize their employees to eat better? Why don't they challenge them and provide incentives for going on a raw food diet or a raw food lifestyle? If they're so concerned with the health of their employees, because remember how it's all by design. Like, an unhealthy employee is not a formidable employee, right? Remember, they're employees. They work for them. And if they're calling in sick all the time, well, then that doesn't help out the business. You have to pull back all these layers. These routine visits, they're just more money. They're just hitting the freaking cash register. Because think about it. You got your co-pays. And even if you have insurance, the insurance company's paying something. Like, there's always a coding that goes into it. So it's how it keeps this thing going and going and going and going and going. 58% of the malpractice suits are due to a wrong diagnosis. If you look at, I want you to think about the last time you were diagnosed with something, and I want you to research how they came up with the diagnosis. Like, what is the protocol? Is it just an assumption based on the symptoms? Did they do a blood test? Did they do a urine analysis? What is it? You're going to be shocked when you actually go down that rabbit hole. Because remember, what's sold to you is that the doctor is the expert. So when you go to them and tell them that these things are happening, they're going to take that data based on what they've been taught, what they've learned through experience and through schooling, and they're going to make a qualified assumption of what is going on. And if it's serious enough, well, I shouldn't even say serious enough, but if it is something that they consider serious, they're going to prescribe you something. If it's something that's not too serious, they may still ask you, do you want me to prescribe you something? Oh, you got a rash, you got this itch? Well, I can prescribe this steroid for you. Should make it go away. Now, how many times in that exchange does the doctor actually break down all the side effects that that steroid might have? Or how introducing that steroid to the body is like introducing new chemistry to the body and could have serious long-term ramifications. And the last thing is, how many times does that doctor actually break down to you why it happened in the first place? Well, he won't, because in the standard medical system in this country, shit, damn near in the world, they don't have an answer for it. They may say certain foods, could possibly cause it, or, could be exposure to a certain type of fabric, or are you using a new soap? Those types of things. But see, those are all answers to keep you asking for more, to keep you as a customer. They might tell you, oh, did you eat anything different? Yeah, I had eggs. I rarely ever have eggs. Okay, well, why don't you stop eating eggs and see what happens? But in the meantime, let me prescribe this pill for you, and it should subside a little bit. They want customers. And I'm saying they as a whole. I'm not saying the individual, because the individual, look, I don't know what it would be like to be a doctor and have to see sick people and see people dying all the time. I can't speak to that. And, so much praise goes to them to be able to do that. I can only imagine what it's like. I don't know if they have to put up boundaries and a wall emotionally when they deal with stuff like that. So I can't really speak to that. And by no means would I ever say that a doctor looks at their patients as statistics, as not human beings. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying the system as a whole looks at people as if they're not human beings, does not look at it in a humanistic way. If they did, we wouldn't turn on the TV and hear about some new, pharmaceutical medicine that has 27 different side effects. If they did, then there would be more education about self-preservation. But we don't. Because if more people knew about self-preservation, more people knew about taking their power back and actually taking the accountability to create their own health, then they wouldn't have customers. A sick society is a profitable society when it comes to the medical system. Plain and simple. I'm going to say it again. The third leading cause of death is medical error. If you're telling me that the third leading cause of death is medical error, my confidence level when I walk into the doctor's office and have my consultation with the doctor, my confidence level that he's going to be able to, have the correct diagnosis, and then for me to feel confident that I'm going to go to Walgreens, get this medicine, and this medicine is going to be for the betterment of me, is very low. There should have been like 2020 should have been on this, 60 Minutes. I mean, this should have been plastered everywhere. Now, these are studies that came out, 7, 8 years ago, but they've been replicated and those numbers have not ceased. It's been 10%. It's been the third leading cause of death, for as long as they've been able to track it. But you don't hear about that. Because that would shatter the relationship between the patient and the doctor, the authority figure and the subject. It would shatter it. We're told once we hit the age of 40 that we should go in for routine exams when it comes to prostate for men, breasts for women, cancer screenings, just to make sure we're operating, or our body is operating. Right. Here's the deal. Here's my issue. Our bodies communicate with us. And we know what we're putting in. We know what we've been eating. We know the lifestyle that we live. So through that symbiosis, we're able to tell how we're doing. Now, that doesn't mean there's not stuff going on inside. Of course there is. But we would know based on our lifestyle if we were educated more. Like, if someone were to ask me, like, okay, how do you think your body's doing internally? I would tell them, based on where I am in my life, I would tell them that I got a lot of work to do. I've been on this raw food kick for going on a year. I've been vegetarian for 5 years, but I've eaten shit for almost 40. So I've got a lot of work to do. And I'm going to continuously do it for the rest of my life. And when I say work, it's not like hard work as far as like, physically hard or just straining and draining work. No, it's work as in I know I need to eat good food. I need to eat quality food. And I enjoy it and I love it because it tastes amazing. Fruit is nature's gift to the world, to us, to humanity. And I enjoy it, but I got a lot of work to do. And I'll continuously be doing it for the rest of my life. That's, I will maintain my body for the rest of my life. That's where the education comes in, because most people don't realize that they have that power to heal themselves, that power to create a healthy terrain where dis-ease cannot have habitat. So like that education that has been I want to say kept from us. I mean, I know that there are people that do have that knowledge in higher positions that could make some serious changes. But all in all, the majority of the people that run these systems don't know these things. And that, that's just through indoctrination and conditioning. But like, if we had that education, like we'd be able to make these changes, and these routine visits would be a joke. Spending $500 to $1,000 a month to $1,500 a month on health insurance would be a joke. You feel what I'm saying here? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Like, we're told after 40, like I said, to go in for these cancer screenings when we feel fine. Or maybe we notice something. We notice a lump, because the fear of cancer might be one of the strongest fears on the planet. Definitely in America. Because people don't understand what cancer is. Shit, the way the medical system puts it out there, they don't really understand what cancer is. Now they maybe understand what it is, but they don't understand how it's conjured up. Cancer is the last stage of disease. That's when your body has done everything it possibly can to clean itself, to rid itself, to heal itself. It's the last stage. But our fear of cancer is a huge reason why a lot of these routine visits exist. Man, I got to go in. I just got to make sure I ain't got cancer. I want to make sure I ain't got cancer. I want you to ask yourself, because cancer is a touchy subject. I know it is. I think all of us within arm's reach can say that we've lost somebody close to us or somebody we know from cancer. I want you to ask yourself this question. Was it from cancer? Or was it from the treatment of cancer? That's a question you're allowed to ask. I know it seems like you're not. It seems like it's, oh my God, how can he say that? No, that is a legitimate question. Because if you go to the doctor and you have a screening and it comes back and the doctor tells you that, I found something, we're going to do some more tests, we might have to do a biopsy, this, that, or the other. I want you to understand that you have options. Because the kicker is, and this is the dividing line between the medical system, the germ theory, and the terrain theory, is that the medical system and the germ theory does not put enough energy and focus on the cause. It's only worried about the treatment and how they can fix the situation as it is right now. So all that money that's donated to the American Cancer Association and, Cancer Awareness Month and all that stuff is going to find new treatments, new cures. None of it is dealing with the education and the understanding of how it was caused in the first place. Cancer is a bodily function. This is your system, your body doing what it's doing, If you want to see some great breakdowns of what cancer truly is, I advise you to look at the Cancer Discussion with Dr. Morse. It's on YouTube, Google it. He breaks it down better than anybody that I've ever heard. Cancer cells are not special. They're not passed down from generation to generation. It's not hereditary. It's damaged cells. It is damaged cells. We have trillions of cells inside of our body. Trillions. And each cell is like a fractal. It is alive. Basically a fractal of you. It is alive. It's living. It breathes. It poops. It eats. And when it's fed acidity and toxicity for years upon years, those cells become damaged. And look, our body has a sewer system that gets rid of damaged cells. It's the lymphatic system. But if you're not treating your body the right way and you're not eating the right foods, that lymphatic system gets stagnated and it can't flow. Your sewer system isn't flowing. It gets backed up. So those cells, those damaged cells can't be flushed away. So you know what your body does? It creates little cocoons for them. for the hope, because the body, look, the body is very, very optimistic. The way the body works is very optimistic that, you know what, one day you're going to get things going again so you can flush those little cocoons, those little tumors out at some point. That is how optimistic your body is. Look, there's a very good chance that a good portion of us have had cancer and we didn't even know it. Quote unquote, what they would diagnose as cancer. Damaged cells that have been, cocooned basically. Very good chance. But our body has flushed it away. Now look, there are in every instance there's always exceptions. I mean, there's tumors that get so big that they, literally destroy organs or block organs or stop the organ function, and sometimes they need to be removed and things of that nature. Those are possibilities. But the kicker is that how did it get to that point in the first place? Got to that point because of your consumption and your lack of elimination. So what I'm saying is, I'm imploring everyone to educate themselves on the body and how the body works from a natural standpoint, not from an allopathic standpoint, not from the standpoint of the medical system, not from the standpoint of the insurance system, not from the standpoint of the germ theory, because those were all created with one thing in mind: profit, the customer. The patient is the customer. The average person who gets cancer spends $150,000 on treatment. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. So in my opinion, do you need to go to the doctor on a routine visit? Do you need to have health insurance, things of that nature? For my philosophy, no. Now, if you want to, for peace of mind, that's fine. I understand, shit happens, right? Catastrophic events happen. You're walking down the street, you step in a pothole, you break your leg. You're going to need a doctor, and shit's going to be expensive. You're going to have a baby, and you don't want to do the midwife thing. You actually want to go do the hospital thing. You're going to need insurance because that bill is hefty. And it's hefty for a reason. Because if it wasn't hefty, then you wouldn't need insurance. You see how this works? There's no fucking reason in the world that spending one night in the hospital should cost $20,000. There's no reason in the world. But it has to be that way. Because then the insurance companies and the insurance system wouldn't work. There's no reason in the world why a pill or a treatment of any sorts should cost you hundreds of $1,000s or even $1,000 for that. When you can get the same pill in Mexico or the same pill in Canada, the same pill somewhere else for a few dollars. But it has to be, or else we wouldn't need insurance. You start pulling back these layers and you really see what it's truly about. I just implore everybody to take that power back. You don't have to go to the doctor. You go to the doctor if something is catastrophically wrong. But as far as the routine visits, understand the data. You're going for a routine visit to a system that is the third leading cause of death. The third leading cause of death to try to prevent the second leading cause of death and maybe the first leading cause of death. But if you look at the first leading cause of death, which is heart disease, and you look at the second leading cause of death, which is cancer, you have the power to fix both of those. How do you do that? Changing your diet, changing your lifestyle. Plain and simple. We've been conditioned to think that a lot of these things are hereditary, and we are born with dispositions. We may have been born with a weak heart. We may have been born with weak lungs. We may have been born with weak kidneys. We may have been born with a weak liver. But that doesn't mean we have to express those genes and succumb to that reality, because the body is self-healing. Now, does that mean you have to be a little more cautious with certain things? Like if you have a weak liver, probably shouldn't be drinking too much alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Understanding those predispositions definitely help. Your body will tell you. But if you eat clean, you keep your lymphatic system moving, you keep your organs intact by what you consume, then look, you're going to be putting yourself in the best position possible, better than any medication could, better than any doctor's treatment could, any radiation could. So I would say, based on my philosophy, the routine visits, look, you want to go to them, that's totally fine, but just understand what's happening. Everything is based on markers. And those markers ultimately funnel into a diagnosis. You go in there, you're a little bit overweight. Okay. You've been having headaches. Okay. Your sugar levels are at a certain spot. Okay. Now, all of a sudden, you're diagnosed with diabetes. What's the treatment? They put you on the treatment. They put you on insulin, whatever the case may be, depending on which one you got. They talk about some dietary changes. They don't talk about dietary, they don't break it down to the point where the diet can actually help that, can actually fix that. Or you go into you go to the doctor and they diagnose you with lupus. They give you the treatment, the plan of how you can operate with lupus. They don't tell you that dietary changes, going on a natural raw fruit diet, raw fruit lifestyle, can eliminate these things altogether. Because they want customers. And I'm not blaming the doctors. It's the way the system's set up. It's like you can't blame the officer. Well, you can in a lot of cases, actually, because some officers are fucking crazy, right? But you can't blame the judge and the prosecutor. You got to blame the law. You got to blame the system. You know what I'm saying? That's how it breaks down. I hope I don't get shut down on fucking YouTube for this, but hey, it is what it is. The truth needs to be told. Look, I put the disclaimer out there. So, I'm just being real. And I think it's important that everybody understands what's truly going on. To summarize, they use fear, the installation of fear into society through propaganda and mainstream media, ultimately is the foundation of the medical system. Because that fear is what inspires and motivates people to go to the doctor. I need to go to the doctor so I can, just in case something's wrong, we can catch it early. Got to catch it early. That's the perspective. That's the mindset, instead of the opposite mindset of, well, I want to make sure I never get to that point, so I'm going to take care of myself. I want that accountability. Third leading cause of death, people. First cause, heart disease. That's a terrain issue. Cancer. That's a terrain issue. Medical error. That's a you issue. That's a your choice issue. You got to take that accountability. Here's what it is. I'm going to end it like that. If you enjoyed this episode, please hit that subscribe button. Give me some thumbs up, comments. I'd love to hear what you think, your thoughts on all of this. It's a very serious topic. It really is. So we're talking about our livelihood here. We've all lost people, and it's crazy to think that, and it's scary to think, sad to think that they might be here if it weren't for the medical system. Someone might say, well, yeah, well, we may have lost people if it wasn't for the medical system. And in some cases, that may be true. But all I know is this, and I'll end it with this, is that everything in nature is created perfectly. Everything's been provided to us, provided for us. It's the ego and the human entitlement to think that we could create something that is the antithesis of what nature has created. Systems put in place to basically battle nature instead of embrace it. To look at health through the eyes of a kind of a pessimistic view, a reactionary view versus a proactive view. To give our power, our personal sovereignty up to medical systems and doctors as if they're the authority, the end all be all, instead of taking that power back and understanding that we could change everything about ourselves. We can obtain optimal health. We have that power, and we don't need any type of chemical composition to do it. But remember, without those chemical compositions, without that fear, without those authority figures, without the diagnosis, without those routine visits, the system collapses. Because the only way the system survives is like any other business. They have to have customers. Appreciate all of you. Peace, love, and light. I'm out of here.